Hello everyone, this is Top Romance Stories. To like the video and subscribe to the channel. This will give me more motivation to create more high-quality videos. Thank you all very much, and I wish you a wonderful new day. In the 10th year of the Great Kai Thuan era, the crown prince fell ill in the Eastern Palace. The winter was freezing and medicine was ineffective, so His Majesty ordered the national preceptor to use soul-summoning arts. Wu Yin, following the emperor's command, went to the altar to perform the soul-summoning dance, each graceful step like the wind, stirring people's hearts. As the hem of her robe brushed the ground, a bolt of lightning suddenly tore through the sky, striking the Eastern Palace directly. Inside, Feng Jinyan startled awake, his whole body covered in sweat. He tremblingly raised a hand to brush back his drenched hair and asked in a hoarse voice, "Is anyone there?" "I." The emperor rushed in from outside, calling out urgently, "Wu." He tremblingly parted the curtains, approached, and tightly gripped the crown prince's hand, his eyes shining with joy as he said, "My son, you're finally awake. This is wonderful." Feng Jinyan stared blankly at the person before him, a hint of vigilance appearing in his eyes. Then, he suddenly flung the man's hand away and shouted angrily, "Insolent! What old man dares to wear my royal father's dragon robe? Drag him out and execute him for me." The eunuchs and palace maids who rushed to support the emperor were stunned. The emperor shouted in anger, "What other royal father do you have?" Feng Jinyan replied in a stern voice, "The emperor of Great Cheng, of course." The emperor gritted his teeth in fury. "Guards, tie this rebellious beast up." Feng Jinyan was bending down to retie his robe when he froze. What? Before he could react, he was dragged off the bed, his hands were bound behind his back, and his mouth was gagged with a cloth. He struggled to escape, but it was useless. The emperor ordered, "Summon the national preceptor immediately." The eunuchs scurried away. A moment later, Wu Yin entered and bowed. "Your subject, Wu Yin, pays her respects to your majesty." The emperor pointed directly at the bound Feng Jinyan and questioned, "We ordered you to summon the crown prince's soul, so why did he wake up like this?" On the bed, Feng Jinyan's hair was a mess, his clothes disheveled. His entire appearance was unkempt as he continued to struggle with all his might. Wu Yin observed for a moment, her eyes hesitant. Could it be that the wrong soul was summoned? She clasped her hands and reported, "Your Majesty, last night the cold north wind howled, causing my spirit tablet to shift slightly. Therefore, when the crown prince awoke, his soul was unstable. Please allow your subject to step forward and re-examine." The emperor frowned, then sighed and nodded, approved. Wu Yin slowly approached. Feng Jinyan glared at her warily. He leaned away, trying to avoid her. Wu Yin raised her hand, and the bracelet on her wrist immediately glowed, emitting a faint green mist. Ignoring his resistance, she bent down and lifted the crown prince's chin. Her lips parted to reveal 2 sharp fangs, and then she slowly bit into his neck and took a sip of blood. Feng Jinyan shuddered. The scene before his eyes turned into pitch-black darkness, and amidst a sea of crimson blood and scorching flames, the gloomy figure of a man appeared. He realized in horror that he was dead. "Where is this?" Wu Yin pulled away from his neck, licked the trace of blood from her lips, and looked down at him, her expression contemplative as she mused. "It seems this is a rare find indeed." Feng Jinyan panted heavily, then gritted his teeth and demanded, "What did you do to me? Who on earth are you?" Before he could finish, Wu Yin whispered, clearly reciting the information. "Born in the 81st year of the previous dynasty, died in the 11th year after the founding of Great Kai." Feng Jinyan startled, his eyes widening. Wu Yin stood up straight, chuckled softly, and continued, "You must be tired of living for over 900 years. The space fell silent. Feng Jinyan suddenly shot up in alarm. "What did you say? What year is it now? How many years since the founding of the nation?" Wu Yin turned her back and replied nonchalantly, "The 30th year of the Great Kai Taishan era, 911 years since the founding of the nation." Feng Jinyan was stunned, his face darkening as he thought, "Could it be that I've come 900 years into the future? Then isn't that old man my descendant? Wait a minute. After rearranging the family hierarchy in his head, Feng Jinyan roared, "You are truly an unfilial descendant. Why haven't you untied me yet? I am your ancestor. Even if I don't scold you, I'm still your great-great-great-great-grandfather." The emperor heard this as if struck by lightning, and trembled with anger. A eunuch quickly held him back, advising, "Your Majesty, calm your anger, your Majesty." But the emperor roared, "Rebellious son, we must strangle you." Wu Yin quickly stepped forward to report, "Your Majesty, a patient who has just recovered from a serious illness is prone to mental confusion, and their behavior is thus erratic." The emperor frowned and asked, "So he's not possessed by an evil spirit?" Wu Yin bowed and replied, "Not at all. This is a delusion." Feng Jinyan thrashed on the bed, shouting, "Foolish ruler, believing that little girl's words will lead to the ruin of the nation." The emperor ignored him and asked, "Then is there a solution?" Wu Yin replied, "If your subject is allowed to stay temporarily in the Eastern Palace for 1 day to perform blessings and exorcisms 3 times, the crown prince will surely recover quickly." The emperor turned and waved his hand. "Approved. The national preceptor must do her utmost." Wu Yin bowed. "Your subject respectfully sees your majesty off." Then she turned back to look silently at the crown prince. Looking into Wu Yin's eyes, Feng Jinyan trembled all over, his breath coming in short gasps as he cried out in alarm, "Wait, grandson, come back quickly. This woman is by no means simple." Wu Yin walked slowly towards the crown prince, suddenly thinking to herself, Wu Yin, national preceptor of the founding of Great Kai, have always kept a secret. I wonder if I should reveal it?" Feng Jinyan sat up straight, his eyes full of vigilance as he stared at her, his voice stern. "What kind of demon are you? What trick did you just play on me? Furthermore, what do you mean by staring at me so intently? You charlatan." Wu Yin smiled faintly. "Charlatan?" Feng Jinyan curiously followed her gaze. As soon as he saw clearly, his face flushed red with anger as he roared, "In broad daylight, how dare a woman like you think about that kind of thing?" Before he could finish his words, Wu Yin's hand pressed firmly on his shoulder, and his body suddenly fell backward onto the bed. In his daze, before he could react, Wu Yin had straddled him, the corners of her lips curling up teasingly. "Of course I'm thinking about how to eat you all up." Feng Jinyan immediately roared for the guards, but his mouth was immediately covered by Wu Yin's soft hand. She leaned in close and whispered, "Stop pretending. I know exactly who you are." Feng Jinyan turned his head away, scolding angrily, "If you know who I am, then get off me at once." Wu Yin propped her head on her hand, looking at him with great interest. "You wandering ghosts, the older you get, the more robust you become. What if I leave and you run away? Judging by this appearance, you must be at least over 900 years old." Feng Jinyan roared in fury, "Insolent! Who gave you the audacity to call me a wandering ghost?" Wu Yin narrowed her eyes and chuckled softly. "Then I'll call you something nicer, a 1,000-year-old soul." Feng Jinyan glared, his voice stern. "I'm the crown prince of the founding of Great Kai." Wu Yin burst out laughing, her voice gentle. "I don't believe you." Hearing this, Feng Jinyan shot up in anger, his eyes blazing. "Just 2 days ago, I had just pacified the southern borderlands. Half a day ago, I was preparing to ascend the throne, and you dare to scornfully call me a wandering ghost?" Wu Yin casually reached out to pat his head, her smile like a flower. She covered her mouth and laughed heartily. "Enough with the boasting, old man. Don't exaggerate. It's better to just be obedient." Feng Jinyan suddenly noticed the ropes on his wrists had loosened. A glint flashed in his eyes, and he seized the opportunity, swinging his fist straight forward, determined to fight for his life. But unexpectedly, Wu Yin leaned to the side, her hand lifting his chin to stop him. Her gaze seemed to bore into his very soul. Her lips trembled slightly, and she whispered silently to herself, "I have a secret. Since childhood, I have swallowed dead souls to extend my lifespan." Inside the hall, Feng Jinyan shouted, "How dare you trifle with me? Guards?" The emperor, hearing this from outside, pondered and muttered, "It seems the affliction upon the crown prince is indeed very frightening." Wu Yin pulled him back. She gave him a kiss, then pulled back to think. The book said that a 1,000-year-old ghost soul can be consumed through mouth-to-mouth contact. So why is there no reaction at all? Could it be that I bought a fake book? Suddenly, Feng Jinyan pulled her down to the ground, propping himself up to look down at her and scolding angrily, "You've got some nerve. Trifling with the royal family is a crime punishable by the execution of 9 generations of your clan. Wu Yin calmly replied, "You're not the real crown prince either." Feng Jinyin immediately got up and turned towards the door. Wu Yin sat up and watched him, terrified. This is big trouble. I can't eat him, can't tie him up. How am I going to explain this to His Majesty? Feng Jinyin reached the door and tried to open it, but no matter how hard he pushed, it wouldn't budge. He got annoyed. Why won't it open? Meanwhile, outside, the guards were using all their strength to block the door. The emperor stood outside and called out, "Yinner, you must be obedient and receive treatment. Your emperor thinks it's not a serious illness. Don't give up on treatment." Feng Jinyin angrily banged on the door, shouting, "Open the door for me. Your ancestor is about to lose his temper." Wu Yin then made a suggestion. "Don't waste your energy. How about we negotiate a bit? Even if you get out now, sooner or later someone will discover that you're not the crown Prince Feng Jinyin." He heard the logic in her words, stopped, and turned his head, saying sternly, "Continue." Wu Yin waved him over. "His Majesty told me to exorcise the evil spirits for the crown prince." She sat down at the tea table and continued, "It seems now that I can't exorcise you. If His Majesty finds out, I'll probably lose my head. Why don't you help me, and I'll help you?" Feng Jinyin also sat down at the tea table. After a moment of silence, he asked, "You mean you want me to pretend to be this sickly crown prince, and you'll help me?" Wu Yin smiled. "I have one more condition." Feng Jinyin immediately scolded, "Don't push your luck." Wu Yin played with her hair and told him, "Every month, I have to eat a dead soul, so every month you have to find one for me." After hearing this, Feng Jinyin slammed the table in a rage. "What? So you were doing that just now because you wanted to eat me?" Wu Yin nodded. That's right, but you're too strong. I can't eat you. After all, you're almost 1,000 years old." Feng Jinyin immediately agreed. Deal. He thought to himself, "For now, I'll just wait here, clarify the situation first, and then find a way." Seeing him agree, Wu Yin continued, "For dead souls, you can only find evil souls who have committed unlawful acts. I'm very picky. I don't eat them if they're not strong." Feng Jinyin was annoyed. "Fine." Wu Yin continued with her conditions. "To cover for you, I must have a token that allows me to freely enter and exit the Eastern Palace." After a moment, he still nodded. "Fine." Wu Yin stood up and bowed. "Well then, I am Wu Yin, National Preceptor of Great Kai. Please guide me in the future." Feng Jinyin was silent for a moment, then said, "Rise." Wu Yin glared at him. "Where's the return courtesy? You're almost 1,000 years old. How can you be so clueless?" Feng Jinyin put on an expression as if it were a matter of course. "This prince is the crown prince. Why should I bow?" Hearing that, she reminded him, "I only told you to pretend to be the crown prince, not to be the real one." Feng Jinyin waved his hand smugly. "I am the eldest son of the emperor of Great Cheng. Crown Prince Feng Wuyu. Do I need to pretend?" Who would have thought Wu Yin would douse him with a basin of cold water? Forgive me, but in the historical records of Great Kai, there is no crown prince named Feng Wuyu. Late at night, in the Eastern Palace's study, Wu Yin, tired with dark circles under her eyes, looked annoyed at Feng Jinyin. He stood up angrily and shouted, "Impossible! It's impossible that there's no record." He threw the documents on the ground. Wu Yin explained to him, in the 10th year of Great Kai, the eldest son Feng Wuyang was made crown prince. The following year, the first emperor passed away and the crown prince ascended the throne. The first emperor had no son named Feng Wuyu at all. Feng Jinyin then said, "Feng Wuyang is my younger brother. When did he become the eldest son?" Wu Yin pondered, then replied, "The younger brother you speak of, that probably means you've been completely erased from history." Then she made a throat-slitting gesture. Hearing this, Feng Jinyin's face darkened. "I am the crown prince. Who would dare?" Wu Yin ran her hand over the name Feng Wuyang printed in the book and asked, "Who took your throne? Who would dare to take such a risk?" Hearing this, Feng Jinyin was startled. Remembering the scene on the battlefield, "I must get to the bottom of this." So he handed another pile of history books to Wu Yin. "Keep looking. It must be in one of these volumes." Wu Yin's face darkened. "What?" Then she took the books and threw them at him, scolding, "Look for your sister. You've already turned this entire library upside down." Feng Jinyin quickly reached out and grabbed Wu Yin's collar. Unexpectedly, this caused both of them to fall to the ground. Wu Yin looked down at the fragrant Feng Jinyin and thought, "A 1,000-year-old soul. I can see it but can't eat it." Then she suddenly yawned and said to him, "Don't be noisy. I want to go to sleep." Seeing this, Feng Jinyin fell silent. Then he grabbed her and flipped her over. "If you want to sleep, we'll sleep together." Wu Yin looked at him, her mind filled with only one thought. I want to eat him, I want to eat him. Just then, the emperor pushed the door open. Absolutely not. If you want to find someone to warm your bed, you just have to say a word to your royal father. Why would you make such a joke with a national preceptor? Feng Jinyan startled and blushed. I am not that desperate. The emperor nodded. You're grown up. It seems it's time to select a consort for you. Suddenly, Wu Yin sat up and stopped him, no? But Feng Jinyan said, Hearing this, Wu Yin glared at him and then explained to the emperor, Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince has just recovered from a serious illness. His vital energy is insufficient, is not suitable for him to be near women. Feng Jinyan was not happy to hear her say that. Wu Yin continued, Compared to women, after waking up, the Crown Prince has become more and more passionate about state affairs. Your Majesty, look, all these books were brought by the Crown Prince to study today. The Emperor was pleased to hear this. My royal son has finally seen the light. Starting tomorrow, you will attend court with us. Wu Yin smiled and chimed in. The civil and military officials will surely be eager to see His Highness the Crown Prince. In her heart, she was thinking joyfully, meeting more people will make it more convenient to find more dead souls for me. Inside the inner palace, the third prince's mother consort shouted, The Crown Prince wants to attend court with His Majesty. She angrily smashed a teacup. The palace maids quickly said, Your Highness, calm your anger. The curtain was parted, and the third prince, Feng Jinyu, appeared to console her. Mother consort, calm your anger. Bullying my royal brother is my specialty. After all, seeing her son appear, she happily replied, That's true. How can my third prince be compared to that sickly fellow? Outside the morning court session, the high officials began to gossip. Did you hear? The Crown Prince has delusions and still wants to attend court. It just so happens the third prince has returned from disaster relief in Hushi. It seems this position of Crown Prince. The third prince, Feng Jinyu, walked past and spoke up. I wonder what matters the esteemed officials are discussing. He thought with smug confidence. The Crown Prince is nothing more than a toy in this prince's hands. Just then, the eunuch announced, His Highness the Crown Prince has arrived. Feng Jinyan appeared with a radiant aura, walking past Feng Jinyu. He was startled to see this. Who is this? Because in his mind, the Crown Prince should have a sickly and frail appearance. When the high officials saw the Crown Prince appear, they hurriedly knelt to pay their respects. We subjects welcome the Crown Prince. Feng Jinyan stopped and looked at Feng Jinyu. He bent down to stare at Feng Jinyu, then stood up straight and asked, Who is this pretty-faced fellow? Why does he not bow upon seeing me? The phrase pretty-faced fellow struck a nerve with Feng Jinyu. The national preceptor beside him immediately pulled him aside and whispered, The third prince, Feng Jinyu, your younger brother. Hearing this, Feng Jinyan let out an oh and taunted. You are a man of great kai. What kind of decorum is this, being so effeminate? That remark struck another nerve with Feng Jinyu. He thought angrily, pretending to be crazy to insult this prince. Just wait until we're in court. Let's see how you get through it. Inside the main hall, where the court session was held, Feng Jinyu bowed and reported, The flood in Hushi is now under control. The people are living and working in peace. Please rest assured, Royal Father. After hearing this, the high officials immediately praised him. The third prince truly has the talent to govern a country. The people of Hushi are now praising the third prince endlessly. Your subject requests that your majesty reward the third prince. The emperor said in a deep voice, approved. Just then, Feng Jinyan waved his hand and spoke up. Grandson, you wait a moment. The emperor's face darkened as he pointed at him and scolded, Rebellious son, what did you say? Two eunuchs quickly held him back and advised, your majesty, let it go, let it go. It's not worth it. Your majesty, calm your anger. The crown prince was just careless. The crown prince's delusions haven't healed yet. The high officials began to gossip. It seems the crown prince is not just a little crazy. Why attend court when he's crazy just to lose face? Feng Jinyan suddenly muttered, I forgot again. He muttered to himself, my grandson's grandson's grandson is now my father's father's father. The emperor sat down, clutching his chest to calm himself. Be calm, a sick son needs a father's love to be moved. Meanwhile, the third prince, Feng Jinyu, thought angrily detestable. He's this crazy and royal father, still hasn't dealt with him. I can only rely on myself. Come on, you're the best. So he smiled and said, the crown prince has never touched state affairs before. If there is anything you don't understand, your younger brother can explain. Feng Jinyan picked up the ledger and said, on the surface, It says disaster relief cost 1 million taels of silver. Each person was given 10 dough of rice, and the total number of victims was 200,000 people. So here's the problem. Then he turned and pointed at Wu Yin, asking, "May I ask the national preceptor, what is the current price of grain?" Wu Yin thought resentfully, "Don't drag me into your trouble." However, she still replied, "About 700 won per dough." Feng Jinyin continued, "If 1 million taels were all exchanged for rice at 10 dough per person, it would only be enough for a little over 100,000 victims. So what about the rest of the people? Is the ledger wrong, or is there something amiss with the number of victims?" He moved closer to Feng Jinyu and asked, Feng Jinyu muttered this. He thought to himself, how did he get smarter the crazier he gets? The emperor angrily slammed the table and asked, "How much is it exactly? Speak up." The officials below continued to whisper, "I heard the national preceptor used a secret art to help the crown prince summon the soul of the star of literature. No wonder the crown prince is several times smarter than before. I'll just quietly watch how things unfold." Wu Yin sighed and cried out internally, "What a headache, he's so good at causing trouble." Meanwhile, Feng Jinyin snorted and thought, "The fighting prowess of this generation's descendants is too low." The emperor said angrily, "Old third, I give you 3 days to present the Hushi disaster relief ledgers to me. Court is dismissed." Wu Yin stood among the officials, lamenting to herself, "It's been so long since I've eaten a dead soul. I'm so hungry." Stir-fried crown prince sashimi, steamed crown prince. All of them are great nourishing delicacies. Feng Jinyin came over and pulled her away. "Court is dismissed. Let's go." At the Eastern Palace, Wu Yin asked Feng Jinyin, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, did you have fun today?" He retorted, "The minds of my descendants are not up to par. How could I have fun?" But in his heart, he thought, "Actually, tormenting people makes my whole body feel light." Wu Yin slowly approached and said to him, "The Crown Prince is indeed of noble character. How about sacrificing your precious body a little?" Feng Jinyin was startled. "What?" Wu Yin moved closer to him. "To let your subject have a little fun." Just as she opened her mouth, Feng Jinyin grabbed the back of her neck and pinned her against the wall. "Insolent, what do you want to do to me?" She drooled and uttered, "Have a meal." Feng Jinyin retorted angrily, "Didn't we agree that I would find dead souls for you, and you would leave me alone?" Wen Yin replied, "So are the dead souls. Before you find a dead soul, you should at least give me some benefits." Feng Jinyin asked angrily, "What do you take me for?" Unexpectedly, Wen Yin answered bluntly, "Food, of course." This sentence pierced his heart like an arrow. He thought resentfully, "Sooner or later, this prince will deal with this exotic food-eating demon." Over here, a eunuch said to Feng Jinyu, "Your Highness the Third Prince, after the national preceptor stayed in the Eastern Palace to treat the Crown Prince, the Crown Prince has become more and more different from before." Feng Jinyu said irritably, "I must go and see what tricks they are up to." So he climbed the wall of the Eastern Palace. The scene inside made him curse to himself. Holy Mother! In the Third Prince's eyes, the Crown Prince was pinning the National Preceptor against the wall, and the National Preceptor was also pulling at the Crown Prince's clothes. A pink aura of love surrounded the two of them. In Feng Jinyu's eyes, Wu Yin was pulling on Feng Jinyin's collar and saying coquettishly, "Crown Prince, your subject wants hugs and kisses. Let's be happy." So Feng Jinyu excitedly took out a brush and paper, excitedly brandishing his brush like a madman, reciting as he wrote, "Day something, month something." Witness the Crown Prince and the National Preceptor doing this and that, debauching the inner palace. However, the actual situation was this. Feng Jinyin was covering the National Preceptor's mouth and scolding her. "That old man must be crazy to let you stay." "No." Wu Yin was pushing his face away just one bite. The Third Prince continued to craft his story. "Utterly treasonous. Insulting the royal father as an old man. Count one." Feng Jinyin shouted again, "I think this grandson of mine definitely wants to be a foolish ruler." Feng Jinyu continued to write and muttered, "Wait until I tell royal father. Then we'll see how long you can be so smug." He made a considerable noise, and Feng Jinyin immediately noticed. He shouted, "Who's there? Come out." Feng Jinyu, who was focused on brandishing his brush like a madman, replied, "Not coming out." Then he realized his mistake and quickly covered his mouth with his hand. Feng Jinyin scolded angrily, "Feng Jinyu, get out here." Feng Jinyu immediately sensed a murderous aura. Feng Jinyan pointed at Feng Jinyu and said, "Come down here and take your punishment." Jinyu, on the wall, leaned his head and called down, "You tell me to come down, so I have to come down? If you have the ability, come up here and get me." He thought smugly, the Crown Prince doesn't know martial arts. As long as I don't go down, what can he do to me? Just as he finished that thought, Feng Jinyan leaped up using lightness skill, then cracked his knuckles, making him jump in fright. Feng Jinyan approached and kicked Feng Jinyu down. "Down you go." He lay on the ground and thought angrily, "I want him dead." Feng Jinyan picked him up and made him lie on his stomach, then asked, "Does this naughty little descendant dare to say such treasonous words again?" Wu Yin walked over, clasped her hands, and bowed. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the third prince is your younger brother. Brothers should love each other." Suddenly, a book fell to the ground, attracting Wu Yin's attention. Wu Yin bent down, picked up the book, and read, "The National Preceptor debauches the inner palace." Then she let out a cold laugh. She squeezed the book tightly and turned to say to Feng Jinyan, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, as the proverb goes, to hit is to cherish, to scold is to love." Feng Jinyu cried out in fear, "Don't you dare do anything reckless. I'm also a prince of Great Kai." Feng Jinyan raised his hand again and said, "And I am your ancestor." Then, while spanking his bottom, he lectured, "When a child is naughty, the parents must discipline them." Feng Jinyu shouted, "You're humiliating me, and you're not my royal father." Feng Jinyan retorted, "Don't you know an older brother is like a father?" With that, he started spanking his younger brother's bottom. Wu Yin smiled at the scene. Beating a younger brother is a sign of deep brotherly love. Indeed. Then Feng Jinyan picked Feng Jinyu up and asked, "Do you want to go back to the manor?" Feng Jinyu agreed without hesitation. "I do." He thought to himself, "You just wait. I will definitely get my revenge." Feng Jinyan let him go and lifted his chin. "Help me find as many dead souls as possible." Feng Jinyu was stunned. "What did you say?" He wondered, what kind of illicit business is this guy up to? She stepped forward and patted the Crown Prince's shoulder. "Here, let me say it. You have to be mindful of your words." She grabbed Feng Jinyu by the collar and said, "Speak. Where are there many dead people?" "Many dead people." Seeing this, Feng Jinyan had a helpless headache. Saying it like that is even worse than how I said it. Feng Jinyu said in fear, "The floods in Hushi caused countless casualties. Of course there are many dead people there." Hearing this, Feng Jinyan and Wu Yin smiled. "That's the place." Inside the inner palace, the third prince's mother angrily questioned, "Why was the crown prince praised by your royal father, while you came limping back?" Feng Jinyu walked in, clutching his sore bottom, and explained to his mother, "Your son was just momentarily distracted and unfortunately tripped." His mother then asked him, "So how do you plan to report the Hushi matter to your royal father?" The third prince replied confidently, "Since things are like this, it's impossible to hide. It's better to use this opportunity to shift the blame to the crown prince." In the imperial study, the emperor was reviewing memorials. He looked up at Feng Jinyu, who was kneeling on the floor, and asked, "Is there something that couldn't be said during the court session that you must see me privately to discuss?" The third prince, kneeling on the floor, reported, "Royal father, the matter of Hushi truly cannot be spoken of in front of everyone." Both Wu Yin and Feng Jinyan, standing to the side, crossed their arms to watch the show, thinking, "Go on, keep making things up." The third prince began to explain, "The Hushi accounts are not wrong, and the number of victims is also not wrong. It's just that many people, after being rescued, don't eat or drink, yet they seem no different from ordinary people. Therefore, the number of people receiving food rations is somewhat less than the number of victims." The three people in the room, the emperor, Wu Yin, and Feng Jinyan, fell silent after hearing this. The emperor, hearing his son speak like this, worriedly thought, "Is the crown prince delusional? Now even my third son is starting to talk nonsense." So the emperor waved the national preceptor over. Wu Yin realized and came closer, leaning in. The emperor whispered to her, "Is the prince's condition contagious?" Seeing Wu Yin shake her head to indicate it wasn't possible, the emperor then took a memorial and hit the third prince on the head, scolding, "Nonsense!" The third prince cried out in pain and hurriedly argued to defend himself. "Royal father, your son has not told a single lie. You must believe me." The national preceptor stepped forward, smiled, and said, "Your Majesty, what the third prince said is not entirely impossible." The third prince, hearing her say this, was annoyed. "National preceptor, if you already knew, why didn't you say so sooner? Wu Yin held a grudge over Feng Jinyu writing that she was a lecherous national preceptor who caused chaos in the inner palace. She secretly thought, of course I want to see you get hit. But she said otherwise, I, your servant, am righteously defending the third prince. Shouldn't you be moved by this servant's righteousness? The third prince didn't dare to move. Wu Yin continued to report, Your Majesty, after a great disaster, evil spirits often appear. I wish to go to Hushi to investigate. Feng Jinyu realized he could shift this disaster onto the crown prince. Feng Jinyu then said, Royal Father, yesterday the crown prince discussed with your son his desire to personally go to Hushi to handle this matter. He wiped his sweat, thinking, I finally managed to shift this disaster. Hearing this, Feng Jinyin immediately realized this little brat is setting a trap for the crown prince. He went along with Feng Jinyu, smiled, and said, This prince indeed had this intention. Furthermore, I invite the third prince to come along for the trip. Hearing this, Feng Jinyu was startled, not expecting that he still couldn't escape. He blurted out, Wait. He thought in fear, this doesn't seem to be going in the direction I imagined. And yet, upon hearing this, the emperor immediately gave a thumbs up, happily saying, When brothers are of one mind, any difficulty can be resolved. Seeing that the two of you have such a good relationship, your father is very happy. Hearing this, Feng Jinyin and Feng Jinyu glared at each other, sparks flying, and muttered, Who has a good relationship with him? The next day, the three of them got into a carriage to go to Hushi. The crown prince and the national preceptor sat together on the left. Feng Jinyin sat in the carriage with his back straight, eyes closed, leaning against the door, while Wu Yin leaned on his shoulder, sleeping. Feng Jinyu sat alone on the right, cross-legged, and said arrogantly, This prince has never sat in such a shabby carriage in my life. Why does royal father insist we act secretly and sneakily? The crown prince, seeing him talking too much, immediately kicked his leg and scolded, Shut your mouth. If you wake her up, I'll beat you. In the third prince's eyes, Wu Yin was leaning on the crown prince, sleeping, while Feng Jinyin looked at her gently, his eyes full of affection. To him, this was a shameless public display of affection with no regard for others. Feng Jinyu looked at them angrily, thinking, this pair of man and woman are indeed on the same side. But the truth was this. Feng Jinyin was afraid that if she woke up, she would stare at him like a meal and say, Time to eat, time to eat, time to eat. Feng Jinyin thought, she's truly most well-behaved when she's asleep. Suddenly, the carriage swayed. The crown prince was startled and lifted the curtain to ask, What's wrong? The jolting carriage caused the sleeping Wu Yin to slide down. She ended up lying on Feng Jinyin's lap. She hugged his thigh tightly, sleepily thinking, Smells so good, I want to eat it all up. The crown prince realized something, startled, and cried out, Hey, where are you trying to bite? Suddenly, the carriage overturned. Feng Jinyu fell with the momentum, hitting his head against Feng Jinyin. The two of them cried out. After a moment, the three of them held onto the carriage frame, poked their heads out, and saw that a tiger had dragged the driver away. They fell silent. The three got out and saw that the horse was also gone, and they became even more silent. Feng Jinyin spoke up. We're almost at Hushi. We can just walk there. The three looked up and saw dark clouds gathering, lightning flashing, and then a downpour began, making the three of them realize what an inauspicious start was. Feng Jinyin and Wu Yin looked left and right, searching for something. Feng Jinyu suddenly spoke up. The urgent matter now is to find shelter from the rain. He noticed the other two weren't saying anything. When he turned his head, he saw both of them staring at him with bright eyes. He was startled and asked, What are you looking at me for? I'm not going to look for it. Unexpectedly, Feng Jinyin, acting domineeringly as the older brother, kicked him and said, Go. Come back quickly. Have a safe trip. 15 minutes later, Feng Jinyin stood silently under a tree for shelter from the rain, while Wu Yin used the hem of his robe to cover her head and asked, Why isn't he back yet? Suddenly, from the village, a cry for help from the third prince was heard. Hearing this, they looked at each other, startled. This is not good. So Feng Jinyin picked up a rock, and Wu Yin grabbed a tree branch. They rushed into the house where Feng Jinyu's voice came from and asked, What's wrong? He was sitting on the ground, pointing at a trembling dark shadow, saying, There's a ghost, a monster. Seeing that dark shadow, Feng Jinyin and Wu Yin were also startled. The third prince, who was terrified of ghosts, cried out for help. National preceptor, save me. Hurry and deal with it. Feng Jinyin went over and pushed his head down, calm down. As soon as Feng Jinyu looked up, he saw Wu Yin holding up a little boy. He was extremely embarrassed and muttered, "So it's just a kid." Feng Jinyu approached and asked the boy, "Where are the adults in your house?" The boy cried, shook his head pitifully, and replied, "They're gone. Big brother can you take me with you?" His face clearly showed weakness, pitifulness, and helplessness. The third prince, whose childhood dream was to be an older brother, was ecstatic inside. He blushed and stammered, Me, big brother. I finally have a chance to be a big brother." Suddenly, Feng Jinyan refused, causing the third prince's emotions to plummet as if falling from the ninth heaven. Feng Jinyu was annoyed and asked back, "Why not?" "I think it's fine." He immediately pulled the little boy into his arms. Feng Jinyan crossed his arms, frowned, and explained to him, "A child suddenly appears in the desolate outskirts. Don't you find it strange? You truly lack perception." Hearing this, Wu Yin pondered and felt that the old ghost had a point. She patted the boy's head and thought, "But I don't sense anything unusual. At least this kid isn't a disaster." Feng Jinyu sat down in front of the boy, put his arm around his shoulder, and asked, "Kid, tell big brother your name." The boy replied, "My name is Qiu Zi, and I'm from Qing Shui village." Wu Yin then approached the boy. "Qiu Zi, lead us into the village." The boy immediately hid in Feng Jinyu's arms and refused, "I can't." Hearing this, he was puzzled. Why not? "I'd rather die." Extra story in the Eastern Palace. Late at night in the Eastern Palace, two eunuchs holding lanterns were hurrying along a corridor. The eunuch in front said, "I heard there's a ghost causing trouble in the Eastern Palace." The eunuch behind immediately replied, "Yes. It seems to be a female ghost who often comes to find His Highness the Crown Prince at night." Suddenly, a shout rang out, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." Hearing that voice, the two eunuchs were so scared their hair stood on end. The two of them hurriedly ran while shouting, let's go, let's go. Umitba, Umitba." But the truth was inside the Crown Prince's bedchamber. Feng Jinyan was lying on the bed, annoyed, listening to Wu Yin yelling, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'm so hungry, I want a midnight snack." Feng Jinyan sat up and saw Wu Yin clinging to the door, her eyes shining as she looked at him, muttering, "A great, nourishing, strange soul. This national preceptor sees you. This national preceptor is so hungry. I want a midnight snack so badly." Feng Jinyan stood up, annoyed, went to the door, pulled Wu Yin in, and then slung her over his shoulder. He threw her onto the bed and took off his robe, knocking on a man's door late at night. "You've got some nerve. Are you prepared to bear the consequences?" Feng Jinyan didn't intend to do anything to Wu Yin, just wanted to scare her a little so she wouldn't dare to come looking for him and bother him again. Unexpectedly, Wu Yin looked at him and said, "You're over 900 years old. Being that old, you must be very safe." Being called old, Feng Jinyan felt as if he had been struck by an arrow. He said angrily, "Whether this prince is safe or not, why don't you come and check for yourself, national preceptor?" Wu Yin pointed aggrievedly towards the door. "I really just came to find you for a midnight snack." "Look." Feng Jinyan looked in the direction she pointed and saw a real food box. 1 second later, he opened it and picked up a pastry. 2 seconds later, he put the pastry in his mouth and ate, thinking it really is a midnight snack. The taste isn't bad. 3 seconds later, he immediately collapsed. Wu Yin exclaimed gleefully, "You've finished your midnight snack. Now fall for me." Then she approached him, lay on top of him, and said with a smile, "Now it's my turn." Back to reality, a group of villagers holding hoes and sickles stood in front of the house and shouted, "Hurry up and bring that jinx out here." The three, Wu Yin, Feng Jinyu, and Feng Jinyan, looked at Qiu Zi in surprise at a jinx. Qiu Zi immediately hid behind Feng Jinyu, looking scared. He tugged on his sleeve, crying, "Why yes, big brother, I'm scared." Seeing the child like this, the third prince encouraged himself that I'm the big brother. I have to protect my little brother. So he turned his head and said to the crowd outside, "You village brutes in broad day, light." Before he could finish, Wu Yin immediately reached out and covered his mouth. He immediately struggled to get free. Wu Yin asked the group outside, "May I ask, fellow villagers, what exactly has happened?" The village chief stepped forward, looked at them, and said, "Who are you people, dressed so colorfully? What are you doing here in our place? One is a national preceptor, one is a crown prince, one is a third prince." They recalled the emperor pointing at the three of them and instructing, "Remember, act in secret and conceal your identities," and fell silent. Wu Yin looked at the villagers and began to deduce, "These people smell of incense. The villagers must be in mourning. They have white cloths tied around their waists." She immediately clapped her hands. Having an idea for their identities, I've got it. Wu Yin then replied, we are spirit mediums, so we have to dress flamboyantly like this. The village chief, leaning on his staff, asked, you're a spirit medium. What about the two behind you? The villagers behind them immediately started whispering, S.O. Young, and already a spirit medium, and she brought two handsome men with her. Wu Yin immediately introduced, they're my assistants, one beats the drum and one beats the gong. Hearing this, Feng Jinyin and Feng Jinyu were startled. What? She imagined the scene of Feng Jinyin beating a drum and Feng Jinyu beating a gong and covered her mouth to stifle a laugh. A villager said to the chief, Chief, the spirit medium we invited should be arriving around now. It could be them. Wu Yin ignored the two of them, who were fuming with anger behind her, and replied, Yes, 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 that's us. We are indeed the spirit mediums for this village. The village chief then said, one thing at a time, firsthand over that curse thing. Here, Chiozi immediately hid behind the three in fear. Wu Yin was surprised. May I ask the village chief what exactly this kid has done? The village chief's face darkened as he recounted, my nephew's family of three were all killed by him. Chiozi immediately cried and refuted. I didn't. The village chief recounted, my nephew's family originally had a very happy life. Ever since they adopted this kid, strange things kept happening. In the end, they died a sudden, unnatural death. If you're not a jinx, then who is? Suddenly, Feng Jinyin stepped forward and said, all of you be quiet. He put his arm around Wu Yin's shoulder. Our family's head is a spirit medium from the capital. Whether he's a jinx or not, we'll know after a ritual, right, my dear head of the household? Wu Yin stared at Feng Jinyin, thinking irritably, give him an inch and he'll take a mile. The group went to the house of Chiozi's adoptive parents, where a memorial hall was set up inside. The village chief led Wu Yin over and gestured with his hand, please enter. Wu Yin inspected the coffin and thought to herself, there's no scent of dead souls. Everything is normal. Suddenly, a villager spoke up, village chief, another spirit medium has arrived outside. An old woman appeared. The village chief was startled. Huh, why are there two of them? Seeing this, Wu Yin was embarrassed. Oh dear. The other spirit medium pointed at Wu Yin and questioned, where did you come from, daring to impersonate me? Wu Yin was silent. All three of them had dark faces, worried this is bad, we're exposed. Feng Jinyu signaled, this is too embarrassing, you too, let's just go. Feng Jinyin stepped forward and asked, don't you want a newly accepted little brother anymore? Feng Jinyu nodded, I do. Wu Yin immediately showed off her skills. The bracelet on her wrist glowed with blue spiritual energy. She said, as for who is qualified for this job, why don't we each show our abilities? With a wave of her hand, a gust of wind rose. The other spirit medium was startled. This technique is you. You are from the Leaf family. Wu Yin smiled. The spirit medium said angrily, village chief, you invited someone from the Leaf family, so why did you call me here? Are you trying to make things difficult for me? With that, she turned and walked away. The village chief asked, confused, what Leaf family, Wang family? The spirit medium explained, the Leaf family of Linshan knows the heavens and understands the earth, able to communicate with ghosts and gods. In all of Daki, who would dare to show off their meager skills in front of someone from the Leaf family? Hearing this, Feng Jinyin asked, confused, Leaf family? Isn't your surname Wu? Feng Jinyu, beside him, teased him, he's really delusional. He even forgot who her master is. Feng Jinyu suddenly felt a strange sense of superiority and explained, her master is the first-generation head of the Leaf family, and also the previous national preceptor of Ardaki. Outside, the village chief and the villagers all knelt down and shouted, Great Immortal, you must help our village. Hearing them call her Great Immortal, Wu Yin was startled. Great Immortal. Jinyu and Jinyin also felt like they were struck by lightning, thinking, where would you find a great immortal as fierce as her? Wu Yin took out a talisman. The so-called Jinx Constitution is merely being entangled by evil spirits, which affects those around them. If Chiozi truly has this kind of constitution, this talisman will definitely react. Then she threw the talisman up, go. The talisman immediately stuck to Chiozi's forehead, leaving the boy stunned. Then, the talisman fell off. The villagers began to whisper, no reaction. We've wrongly accused Chiozi. Could it be that this kid isn't a jinx? The village chief was stunned and asked her then what about my nephew's family? Why did they suddenly? Feng Jinyin stepped forward and said, give us 5 days. We will definitely find out the truth. At night, The three of them sat in their assigned room, cracking melon seeds. Jinyu muttered, "Your delusion is acting up again. How are we supposed to investigate the bad things in this village?" Jinyan flicked a melon seed at Jinyu's forehead and said, "Your maternal grandfather is from the prestigious clan of Hushi. If he doesn't see you within the scheduled time, he will definitely send people to look for you. It takes about 5 days to get here from Wangzhou. If we don't find some reason to stay here, we'll have nothing to eat or drink. Do you want to go to the desolate outskirts of the village?" Jinyu was so shocked that the melon seeds in his hand fell. How does this guy know I contacted my grandfather? I'm doomed. Could it be that he knows about those other things too? Wu Yin stood up, patted her skirt, and said, "Less nonsense. I'm going to arrange some official business. Since we've left the palace, we can't use our usual forms of address. So starting from now." She pointed at Feng Jinyin and said, "You are old ghost." Pointing at Feng Jinyu, she said, "You're a little third." The two were clearly assigned. Jinyu asked her, "Then what about you?" Jinyin nodded, wanting to ask the same thing. Wu Yin pointed to herself and said, "I am the great head of the household." Then she pulled Feng Jinyin away. "Tonight, little third and Xiao Zi will be on watch for the first half of the night. Old ghost and I will watch the second half. Let's go back to the room and sleep." Feng Jinyu hurriedly shouted, "Wait, an unmarried man and woman sleeping in the same room. What will people think?" Wu Yin poked her head out from between the doors and said, "Isn't it the same for two men sleeping in one room?" With that, she closed the door. Xiao Zi pulled on Jinyu's hand. "Big brother, I'm sleepy. I want to go to sleep." Jinyu quickly patted Xiao Zi's shoulder and said, "Don't go in. It's a sight for sore eyes." Jinyu thought to himself, "When I get back, I'll tell royal father to break your dog legs." Inside the room, Wu Yin leaned against the door and asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, let's do something important." Jin Yin was startled and backed away in fear. "You miss, please calm down." Wu Yin lay on the bed and patted the spot next to her. "What are you thinking?" "I want to talk to you about official business." Feng Jinyin was frightened by her tiger-like pouncing momentum. So Feng Jinyin sat on the floor in front of the bed, facing her. "Go ahead and speak." He clearly showed that he was keeping his distance. Wu Yin touched Feng Jinyin's lips. "Give me some benefits first, then I'll talk." Jinyin blushed and looked away. "Speak properly." "Am I not?" Then, the hand she was propping herself up with slipped. Wu Yin fell with the momentum, her lips landing right on Feng Jinyin's. She fell to the ground and explained, "I swear, this time it was an accident." Jinyin looked at her with great annoyance. Wu Yin scratched her cheek, blushing, and thought, "No wonder they say 1,000-year-old strange soul is a great supplement. Just a light sip of soul energy, and I already feel refreshed. In for a penny, in for a pound. Might as well go for another round." Then she closed her eyes and moved forward, intending to suck a little more, but this posture looked like she wanted to kiss Feng Jin. Yin again. Seeing this, he immediately pushed her away. "Stop causing trouble. Sit down for me." Wu Yin immediately sat on his lap. "Oh." He angrily scolded her, so calm and composed while taking liberties with others. "Who told you to sit on me? Get off me." Wu Yin quietly slid to the ground, muttering, "The book said you can eat 1,000-year-old strange soul by sucking it mouth to mouth. I just want to eat." She clearly showed her desire. Feng Jinyin backed away in annoyance and questioned, "What kind of book are you reading?" Wu Yin replied, unhappily, "The book I'm reading is a palace illustration. My master wrote it." Jinyin patted her shoulder and said seriously, "Even so, you can't be so reckless. You still have to marry someone in the future." Wu Yin tilted her head and muttered, "Get married." Then she shrugged and asked, "With 3 souls and 5 spirits, I have to find ghost souls to eat. What man could stand that?" Feng Jinyin was curious. "What would happen if you continuously didn't eat dead souls?" Wu Yin shrugged nonchalantly. "I die." Seeing Feng Jinyin's expression, she smiled cheerfully and waved her hand. I'm just tricking you." Feng Jinyin rubbed Wu Yin's head. "If you're really hungry, I'll go out for a walk and see if there are any dead souls." He thought to himself, to avoid being noticed. Wu Yin stopped him. "It's useless. There's something strange here." Feng Jinyin was surprised. "What do you mean?" Wu Yin said seriously, "I specifically pulled you in here to tell you this." Wu Yin explained, "Even if the soul of a recently deceased person leaves quickly, it should still leave some soul energy behind. But I've checked, this village is very clean, not a trace of soul energy." Jinyin pondered, "Could it be that besides you, there's someone else in this world with a passion for eating dead souls?" Suddenly, the door creaked, startling him. Jin Yin went to push the door open, but it didn't budge at all. Wen Yin cried out, "This is not good." Feng Jinyan banged on the door and shouted, stupid third, are you outside?" At the kidnapper's place, someone exclaimed, "You good-for-nothing, you caught the wrong person. Didn't I say to bring the one who beats the drum here?" Jinyu, lying on the ground, thought to himself, beats the drum? What are they talking about? His hands and feet were tied. The other person replied, "Isn't this the one who beats the drum?" Feng Jinyu opened his eyes to look and was startled. "So it's them." Jinyu immediately shouted, "I'm the one who beats the gongs, the gongs. If you don't believe me, look down." The image Wen Yin had imagined of Feng Jinyan beating the drum and Feng Jinyu beating the gongs appeared. The village chief was worried. "Then what do we do with this one?" The spirit medium said, "Keeping him is just a waste of food. Kill him." Just then, Feng Jinyan and Wen Yin kicked the door open, startling the village chief and the spirit medium. Wen Yin's face darkened as she smiled. "So it was you." The spirit medium pointed at them and shouted, "Quick, quick, seize them." The group of villagers immediately advanced with their clubs. Feng Jinyan thought irritably, "A bunch of riffraff." He turned to Wen Yin and said, "Leave them to me." Hearing this, Wen Yin was startled. Old ghost. Feng Jinyan immediately went forward and kicked those villagers. The entire group was wiped out. The village chief trembled in fear and stammered, He's not the one who beats the drum? How is he so powerful?" The spirit medium beside him was silent for a moment, then pulled out a sword. "Beats the drum? I'm not that easy to fool. I'll capture this 1,000-year-old great ghost." She pointed the wooden sword at Feng Jinyan. Wen Yin stepped in front of him to block. "I dare you to try and steal my man." She used 2 fingers to grab the blade of the spirit medium's wooden sword, then used her spiritual energy, and the wooden sword immediately shattered. Seeing this, the village chief hurriedly knelt down. "Great immortal, spare our lives. It was all this woman's idea. We had nothing to do with it." The spirit medium beside him was startled, then cursed, "Useless fool." She immediately took out a bell and rang it. Wind immediately blew in from nowhere. Wen Yin and Feng Jinyan were startled. "It's the scent of dead souls." Wen Yin smiled and waved her hand, and her bracelet immediately lit up. "Just a moment ago, I said this village was too clean, so it turns out they were hidden." The spirit medium continued to mutter while ringing the bell. Feng Jinyan was also affected by the sound of the bell. Wen Yin noticed this and asked him, "Are you all right?" She thought to herself, "What is this bell that it can even affect old ghost?" Feng Jinyan's face darkened. "This is a big problem. I want to go on a killing spree." Outside, a strong wind blew and dark clouds gathered. The third prince, who was pretending to be dead, saw the fight in the room and thought to himself, go on and fight. I'll get up after you're done." So clever of me. Suddenly, a hand groped him, startling him. Feng Jinyu turned his head, shocked, and called out, "Go Z." Go Z quickly untied him. "Big brother, I'm here to save you." Once untied, Feng Jinyu grabbed Go Z's hand and questioned him. "They didn't capture you. Are you in cahoots with them?" Go Z said hurriedly, "There's no time to talk about this. Big brother, run." Feng Jinyu retorted, "No, you tell me." Behind him, zombies appeared, reaching out and approaching. Feng Jinyu sensed something was wrong and turned around. Seeing a horde of zombies climbing up, Go Z immediately pulled his hand and ran. "Big brother, quick, run over there. Go find the horses." The horde of zombies swayed as they advanced towards the two. On the other side, Feng Jinyan had just kicked one man away, his hand choking another, while his other hand pulled the death soul out from inside the man's body. He turned to Wen Yin and said, "Great chieftain, tonight's late-night snack has arrived." With that, he threw it to her. Wen Yin swiftly caught the ghost soul, making it scream in pain. Her bracelet lit up, enveloping the ghost soul. Then, a green talisman appeared and enveloped the resentful soul. Wen Yin smiled and said, "Oh, the 9th level of Avicii Hell is where you belong. It seems you did quite a few evil deeds when you were alive. In that case, I won't be polite anymore." Then she bit hard into the death soul, sucking the resentful energy from the evil soul, making it scream. Seeing this, the village chief trembled in fear, grabbing the shaman's dress and questioning her. "Didn't you say they were just ordinary evil creatures? Why are they so powerful?" The shaman continued to ring the bell, saying, "I don't believe the soul-commanding bell can't take them down." As soon as she rang the bell, Feng Jinyan became unsteady. Wen Yin quickly supported him. "Old ghost, Seeing this, the shaman smiled, just strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Suddenly, Feng Jin Yin moved forward, choked the shaman, and snatched the soul-commanding bell. He held it and interrogated her. "I'll only ask once, where did you get this thing?" Suddenly, a clattering sound was heard from outside. A buffalo charged in, breaking the door and knocking Feng Jinyu down. Feng Jinyu, sitting on the buffalo's back, pulled the reins with all his might to make it stop. The shaman, crawling on the ground, thought tremblingly, "I must take this chance." The shaman and the village chief immediately bolted. "Let's get out of here." Annoyed, Feng Jinyu grabbed Jinyu from the buffalo's back and pulled him down. He stared blankly at Feng Jinyu. The crown prince angrily knocked him on the head and scolded. "You idiot! Are you trying to get yourself killed?" Feng Jinyu trembled in fear. "You scared me to death." Feng Jinyu quickly explained. "I wanted to find a horse to get you two out of here. Who knew this village only has buffaloes? I just wanted to ride it for a bit. Who knew it would run like crazy?" Seeing them fight, Wu Yin pointed to the crowd of corpses outside and said, "Well, a blind shot hit the mark anyway." The three of them, exuding the aura of extremely malevolent fiends, stepped forward to interrogate. Feng Jin Yin spoke up, asking the village chief, "You, tell us what this is all about." The village chief, unable to escape, was forced to kneel on the ground and recount. She had a flood, and many people in the village died. One day, that old woman suddenly came to our village. She said she had a divine technique to resurrect the dead. Gozi hugged Feng Jinyu, crying, "Big brother, I'm sorry. The old granny said that if I lured you big brothers into the village, she would bring my parents back to life." Feng Jinyu held his head in frustration, sighed, and blamed himself. I'm the idiot. Wu Yin sat down and asked the boy, "Gozi, tell me, did that old granny know we were coming?" Gozi shook his head. "No, every few days the old granny would tell me to trick a few people into the village. Otherwise, the resurrected dead in the village would die again. That day, you all just happened to be passing by the village, so the three of them just happened to be passing by, and felt like a bunch of unlucky devils." Wu Yin turned her head and asked the village chief, "Those resurrected people in the village, is it true they don't eat or drink, but have the strength of an ox?" The village chief nodded hastily and said, Yes, how did you know?" Wu Yin crossed her arms smugly. "It seems my guess was right. Someone in she is indeed using dark arts. Those people weren't resurrected at all. They were just being used as blood and chi to nourish death souls." Feng Jinyu, gleefully making a "come praise me" face, spoke up, "See, you two? I really wasn't lying, was I? There really is something strange going on in she." Feng Jinyu turned and covered his mouth. "Shut up for now. There's a pile of dead people at the door right now. We have to deal with them quickly. If the authorities come, it will be hard to explain." Feng Jinyu asked back, "How do we deal with them?" Feng Jinyu rolled up his sleeves and ordered, "Come here and help me carry the bodies for burial." Wu Yin gently rubbed her bracelet and said, "Wait, those deceased whose bodies were used are pitiful people. Let me perform a salvation ritual for them first." A certain villager was hiding behind a tree, peeking at them. Over here, Wu Yin went outside and began the salvation ritual. She mumbled some incantations. A stream of Black Death energy appeared, flying up and clinging to her. She worried, sweating bullets. This is bad. There are too many of them. If they join forces to attack, I'm afraid I won't be able to. Seeing this, Feng Jinyu stood in front of her. Wu Yin called out, startled, "Old ghost, you are a foreign soul reincarnated in a borrowed body. The salvation ritual will make your spiritual soul unstable." Feng Jinyu's face darkened as he retorted, "If you die, I'll be even more unstable." Seeing the resentful energy envelop the crown prince, Wu Yin stared at him blankly, though she smiled and said, "I won't die that easily." Immediately, she gathered her spiritual energy. A howl echoed, while Feng Jinyu stood beside them, bewildered. "Who am I? Where's this? Why is my imperial brother performing a ritual with a sorceress?" Just then, two bailiffs appeared and announced. Someone reported to the authorities that people here are using dark arts to kill. The village chief immediately pointed at Wu Yin, who was performing the salvation ritual, and shouted, "Officers, help! It's these people. Wu Nian and Feng Jin Yin were startled. "We're done for. The authorities are here." Just then, a zombie on the ground sprang up. It swung its hand and clawed fiercely at Wu Nian's back. Attacked unexpectedly, she spat out a mouthful of blood. "I was careless." Feng Jin Yin immediately choked the zombie, then pulled the death soul out from inside it and crushed it. The zombie immediately collapsed. Over here, the village chief screamed in fear. "Sir Officer, look, they're the murderers." The two officers immediately drew their batons, daring to treat human life as worthless in broad daylight. Suddenly, Gozi knelt down. The boy stammered out, I can testify they are being wronged." The village chief quickly covered Gozi's mouth. "Sir Officer, this child has been bewitched by their dark arts." Wu Yin turned her head and said, "Someone is indeed performing dark arts, but it's someone else." The two officers looked blankly at each other. Then one turned to ask the village chief, "What on earth is going on here?" The village chief, startled, broke into a cold sweat. "I don't know. Sir Officer, save me." Wu Yin crossed her arms, looking down at the village chief and questioning him. "You've seen my methods. If you don't tell the truth, not even the heavenly emperor himself can save you." At the same time in the palace, the emperor, having been mentioned, sneezed. He, the heavenly emperor himself, was bewildered and had no idea what was happening. A bailiff, sensing there was more to the story, said sternly, "Since you can't explain clearly, take them all away." Feng Jin Yin thought to himself, "It seems I can only use that thing." So he said to Feng Jinyu, "Third idiot, take out that old man's edict." Feng Jinyu stepped forward confidently. "I'll take it out and open their eyes. Don't blame this prince if you're scared to tears." He reached in his robe to pull it out, but after patting himself all over and not finding it, he mumbled, "It was definitely here." He exclaimed in shock, "I must have lost it when I was riding the buffalo." Wu Nian then asked him, "Isn't your maternal grandfather from a prestigious clan, and she? You should have a token on you." Feng Jinyu's face turned pale as he mumbled, "I do have one. I think I dropped that too." Annoyed, Feng Jin Yin smacked him hard on the head. Wu Nian sighed. "Forget it. We need to enter the city anyway. Let's go with them for a trip." With that, she swayed and fainted. Feng Jin Yin held her tightly and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Wu Nian smiled and said, "Probably just ate too much and got a little dizzy." Feng Jin Yin looked at her with a serious face. "How about this? I'll carry you." With that, he crouched down, surprising her. Meanwhile, inside the forest, a growl was heard. Two people in black cloaks appeared where the sound came from. A beast paw was stepping on the shaman's corpse at their feet. One of the men in black crouched down to examine the corpse. "Already stopped breathing. How uninteresting." The other cloaked man asked, "Did you find the item?" The first man took out a jade pendant and a letter, saying, "Didn't find the soul commanding bell, but found these on her body, the emperor's edict and the Shun family's token." Interesting. Elsewhere, two bailiffs holding lanterns were escorting the village chief in front. Feng Jin Yin was carrying Wu Nian on his back, walking into the city with Jinyu. Wu Nian, on Feng Jin Yan's back, looked at him and thought, "He's usually so fierce, but now he seems so honest." So she leaned close to his ear and whispered, "Thank you." Startled, Feng Jin Yin turned his head and told her, "Speak properly." Wu Nian pouted arrogantly. "I won't." Feng Jin Yin thought in fear. "I thought she was going to bite me. That scared me." So he said sternly, "Any more noise, and I'll throw you down." Wu Nian smiled and closed her eyes. Behind them, Feng Jinyu, who had been kicked by the buffalo, sat down rubbing the sore spot and called out to the two ahead, "Hey, can you two spare a thought for my feelings?" Wu Nian, lying on Feng Jin Yan's back, silently chanted like a mantra, "Can't hear, can't hear." Feng Jin Yin also told Wu Nian, "Go to sleep, don't mind him." Being left behind and ignored, Feng Jinyu fumed and radiated resentment. After a while, Wu Nian slowly opened her eyes. She woke up to find herself in a public hall. She mumbled, What is this?" "I just took a nap." Feng Jin Yin explained to her. "The village chief suddenly died a mysterious death. The bailiffs are convinced we used dark arts to kill him." The magistrate slammed the table and interrogated, "Who are you? Why are you not kneeling?" Feng Jin Yan's face darkened as he replied, "Forcing me to kneel. I'm afraid your one head won't be enough to be chopped off." The magistrate shouted angrily, "Insolent! Give them a good beating for me." The bailiffs immediately rushed towards them with clubs. Feng Jin Yin raised his hand to block. Wu Nian called out worriedly, "Old ghost, are you all right?" Feng Jin Yin rotated his hand, his face grim. "When I was slaughtering my way across 1,000 miles, these guys probably hadn't even been reincarnated yet, right?" Just then, a bailiff ran in to report. "My lord, this is bad outside." Before he could finish, he was kicked aside. A person walked in and bowed. "Your subject pays his respects to His Highness the Crown Prince and His Highness the Third Prince." Then he and a group of people behind him knelt and shouted in unison, "Long live the Crown Prince! Long, long live!" Feng Yin smiled. "You're just in time." As for that magistrate, he was so scared his limbs went soft, and he slid off his chair, mumbling, "Crown, crown, crown prince. Marquis, be careful." An attendant helped the official up after he paid his respects. The official asked respectfully, "Are you two all right?" Feng Yu angrily pointed at the magistrate soldiers. "Not all right. They didn't give me food, and they cursed at me." The two soldiers trembled in fear and kowtowed, begging, "This lowly one deserves death. Your Highness the Third Prince, please forgive me." Yu glared and smiled smugly. "Scared now, are you?" Too late. That magistrate also hurriedly begged for mercy. He was sweating profusely, his whole body trembling like prey begging a hunter for its life. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Third Prince, please forgive me. After the natural disaster, a series of occultists came here. So there have been many incidents of people being harmed by dark arts these past few days, which is why I misunderstood you." Yu said in a low voice. On this side, Marquis Shan understood the hint and turned to give an order. "How dare you speak nonsense in front of His Highness the Crown Prince? Get out." Wen Yin, being sharp, quickly stopped him. "There are clues we must ask about. Don't get out, come back here." Suddenly, Yin pulled her sleeve to remind her. "We've just arrived. We shouldn't act rashly. Understand the situation first before acting." Wen Yin understood immediately and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. The old ghost truly hasn't lived in vain. His schemes run so deep after so many years. Marquis Shen also spoke up. "It's getting late. I invite Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Third Prince, and the State Preceptor." They moved to the Shen residence. After some time, Wen Yin was strolling around the residence when she happened to overhear the maids gossiping. "His Highness the Crown Prince doesn't allow anyone into his room to serve him. Didn't they say the Crown Prince is frail? Why is he so fierce?" Hearing this, Wen Yin suddenly thought of his firm body and six-pack abs. She chuckled lightly and commented in her head, "Actually, he's not exactly frail. Just thinking about it makes me hungry." She walked up and raised her hand to knock on the door. Suddenly, a voice came from inside. "This prince has already said, I don't need anyone to serve me." Wen Yin replied softly, "It's me." He opened the door and stepped out with his clothes in disarray, revealing those alluring abs. Seeing the crown prince before her, her cheeks flushed and her eyes sparkled, clearly showing her immense infatuation. So fragrant, so fragrant, so fragrant. At this moment, he realized something was wrong and got goosebumps, quickly covering himself up. "If you have something to say it quickly." Wen Yin smiled calmly and said, "What are you so nervous about? I just came to bring you medicine." Hearing her reasonable excuse, Yin regained his seriousness. "You look down on me too much. It was just a club. It's not like I'm hurt." The moment he finished speaking, she hit his wound, making him jump in pain. His words were immediately betrayed by his actions. Wen Yin smugly tossed the medicine vial in her hand, provoking him. "You really don't need to use it?" Yin snatched it, trying to suppress his embarrassment. So he quickly tried to escape. "Thanks, rest early." Seeing his practiced movements, she quickly took advantage of the fact that the door hadn't fully closed to slip into the room. He turned his head and looked at her with astonishment. "What are you doing?" She rubbed her hands, her smile gradually losing its humanity. "If you're going to be a good person, you have to see it through. I'm giving you medicine." The crown prince lost his patience. "Stop being so dramatic. I'm serious. Did you leave your brain at home?" Seeing Wen Yin getting closer and closer, he stammered, "You." Yin accidentally saw her alluring collarbone, faintly visible through her thin clothes, and his heart began to struggle. "I still can't bring myself to strike." Yin turned away abruptly, holding his forehead in helplessness. He had to restrain the beast within that wanted to devour the fresh meat that was Wen Yin, who was hovering within his sights. He resolutely walked to the table and put down the medicine vial. He sat down and took off his outer robe, saying nonchalantly, "I'll do it myself. Stop messing around." Then he slowly took off his upper garment, pulling it down. Looking at that body, she couldn't contain the beastly nature within her, her face drooling as if she was completely mesmerized. Yin exclaimed in surprise, "How did this happen? This broken body is like this, just a small wound and it's all bruised." Wu Yin picked up the medicine bottle from the table. Her face was grim. Most of the wounds on your body are from when you helped me with the soul salvation ritual, so I have an obligation to help you apply the medicine. Under the pretext of helping Crown Prince Jin Yin apply medicine, Wu Yin took the opportunity to satisfy her insatiable, boy-crazy, beastly nature. As her hand pulled down his thin robe, her heart pounded. Take it all off. Take it all off. The more you take off, the more fragrant. Although Jin Yin was facing forward, he couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. His back revealed a long and strange tattoo. She was stunned, not knowing what it was, and exclaimed, what is this?" He turned to look at her and replied nonchalantly, "What's so strange about a tattoo? My previous body had one too." Wu Yin voiced her suspicion. "You're a man who rides horses and fights in battles, so it's not strange for you to have a tattoo. But for a sick person who's always bedridden to have a tattoo is very strange." Suddenly, a voice called from outside, interrupting them. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, your bath water has arrived," he said in a low voice. "Bring it in." The servant who had just entered saw a scene he shouldn't have, and he couldn't help but exclaim, "It's always this exciting? Don't move, it's not done yet." Just by looking at the ambiguous posture of Jin Yin and Wu Yin applying medicine, he had already imagined 49 other positions. As for what else they were doing, you can imagine for yourselves. Therefore, the servant quickly left the room, constantly mumbling to himself. Didn't see anything. His appearance at this moment was truly like that of a teenager who had accidentally seen something not suitable for those under 18, full of awe and embarrassment. In another room, Jinyu and Marquis Shun were talking to each other. His Highness the Crown Prince is a world apart from the previous Crown Prince. Your Highness the Third Prince must be careful. Suddenly, a servant came in to interrupt and report the situation. Marquis, just now a servant came to report that the state preceptor is in the Crown Prince's room and even saw the Crown Prince completely naked. Before he could finish, the old Marquis Shun turned in astonishment. "What?" Jinyu shrugged, looking helpless as he held a wine cup, took a sip, and said nonchalantly, "I'm already numb to it, this dog couple." The old Marquis Shun reacted strongly. "Your Highness, how can you be so calm? If Wu Yin has a relationship with His Highness the Crown Prince, it is an extreme threat to you, to noble consort Shun, and to the Shun family." Jinyu glanced at the other person and said, "What does maternal grandfather mean? Isn't she just someone who helps imperial father choose ministers? Pretending to be mystical all day." The Marquis's face darkened again. Her master died long ago, but the Li family behind her still exists. Jinyu arrogantly held the wine pot, pouring as he spoke. "What's there to be afraid of? How could the Li family possibly care about her? What does the third prince mean by that?" He continued schemingly. "How did the old state preceptor Lier die? Could it be that maternal grandfather has never heard the rumors?" Marquis Shun stroked his chin, calculating. "So you're saying the old state preceptor's death is related to Wu Yin?" Jinyu took a sip of his wine. "If my guess is correct, Wu Yin is a thorn in the side of the Linshan Li family." Over here in the Crown Prince's room, Wu Yin had been mercilessly kicked out. "I want to take a bath. You should go back and sleep." "What?" She turned to leave, feeling regretful. "What a pity. I missed a show of the old ghost playing in the water, complete with singing and theatrics." Ahem, ahem. The sound came from a hidden corner. On the path, Wu Yin quickly found a place to hide to see what was happening. It was a young lady with a delicate face. "Eldest miss, please go back. The wind is strong outside, and your illness hasn't fully recovered." With that, the maid draped a cloak over her shoulders. Wu Yin, standing nearby, overheard. "Eldest miss, could this be the Shun family's eldest miss? Shun Jishi?" She gently replied to the maid. "I have already asked the great master. She said that if I pray sincerely on the night of the full moon, the moon goddess will be able to hear me." The maid awkwardly tried to persuade her. "Miss, the matter of entering the palace for the selection of the crown princess has already been reported to His Majesty by the Marquis. It's useless for you to torment yourself." Wu Yin's eyes widened in surprise. "Crown princess? This old ghost has such a difficult taste to find. And just like that, he's getting a wife? What a pity, what a pity." Suddenly, she felt a chill down her spine. "Wait, why is there such a terrifying aura behind me?" It turned out to be Jinyu. At this moment, he was not an innocent prince, but was radiating killing intent. "Crown Prince, you've got some nerve. First, you steal Imperial Father's love, and now you want to steal my cousin." She jumped in fright and shouted, "My God, isn't this the third idiot?" She heard the noise. "There's someone over there." The maid immediately stood in front of her protectively. "Who's sneaking around over there? Get out here now." Jin Yu and Woon Yin struggled, pushing each other back and forth, neither willing to give in. If they came out now, Shi would discover they were eavesdropping. At that point, they'd wish for a hole to crawl into immediately. You go out, I can't lose face. A woman's strength was no match for his. Woon Yin was mercilessly pushed out of her hiding spot. She fell sprawling on the ground. As she got up, she cursed silently. You can't lose face, but I can? What kind of dog prince is this? The eldest miss of the Shun family, Shun Ji-shi, looked at Woon Yin with suspicion and asked, who are you? Woon Yin turned and froze for 3 seconds, then exclaimed, you're quite interesting up close. Shun Ji-shi, seeing Woon Yin appear after a prayer, mistakenly thought, could it be the moon goddess? To save face, Woon Yin shamelessly replied, yes, that's me. The eldest miss is so smart. These tricks of hers could probably only fool a child. The maid smelled deceit as soon as she heard it. Eldest miss, please be clear-headed. But it was unclear whether Shunji, she was pretending not to know, as she asked with a sincere expression, Moon goddess, have you appeared to give this faithful follower some guidance? Woon Yin's smile gradually became inhuman. She cursed silently. Third idiot, just you wait. Who told you to push me out here? She switched on her Hollywood actress mode, exuding an air of otherworldly grace. The moon goddess tells you, the third prince is not a good person. You must not become husband and wife with him. With that, she smiled slyly, her eyes sparkling. I'm waiting to see if you get angry. Jin Yu, hiding behind, was driven mad by her words. You damn dead minister, how dare you frame me? Now I can't appear, but I can't not appear either. After a moment of biting his hand and hesitating, he came up with an idea. I've got it. And so Jin Yu dashed off. Over here, she also stammered at Woon Yin's prediction. The third prince is just my cousin. Woon Yin rubbed her chin as if she had grasped the hidden meaning she was always concealing. Ooh, that just sounds like there's more to the story. She continued her words helplessly. Besides, my grandfather has already submitted a memorial to His Majesty, recommending me as the crown princess. She didn't agree. Woon Yin guessed from the other's expression. Jishi's eyes were filled with sadness. Not daring to speak directly, not daring to be rude. So that means she doesn't agree. I don't know why I feel a sense of relief in my heart. Woon Yin, a loud shout from behind, made her jump. My God, it turned out to be Jin Yin. He was only wearing a thin inner robe and a cloak, looking as if he was in a great hurry. She's made cautiously pulled her back and shouted at him. Who are you? Miss, be careful. However, he paid them no mind, brushing past them and heading straight for Woon Yin. He placed his hand on her shoulder and asked worriedly, Are you all right? Did they rescue you? Faced with his abrupt question, she looked at him in confusion. What rescue are you talking about? Feng Jin Yan's face darkened as he explained. That third idiot said you fell into the lake. It seems he wants another beating. He frowned, but had to restrain himself from flying into a rage on the spot. Perhaps this brilliant plan was orchestrated by Jin Yu. He called Jin Yin to interfere in order to shut Woon Yin up. Turns out the third idiot isn't that idiotic after all. This time, the third idiot is in for it and won't be able to escape. Woon Yin frowned in annoyance and asked Jin Yin, Do I look that foolish? That's what she said on the surface. But in her heart, she had already decided to remove the third idiot from her list of friends. Chi-Ki watched the two of them bicker and cautiously inquired, This young master is? Without hesitation, Woon Yin pointed a finger at him, the crown prince. Shin Chi-Ki's eyes widened in astonishment. What? His Highness the Crown Prince? Jin Yin impatiently pulled Woon Yin away, much to her surprise. Let's go, it's freezing. Are you coming or not? I'm not going. As soon as the words left her mouth, he decisively threw her over his shoulder and headed back to the room. Chi-Ki watched the crown prince's retreating back and Woon Yin's innocent, blameless face, calling out after them, Goddess of the Moon. The maid beside her couldn't help but place a hand on her hip and call out, My lady. How could she possibly be? Shin Chi-Ki laughed out loud. I know, but that young lady is just too interesting. His Highness the Crown Prince is also not what I imagined. It seems things won't be boring. Early the next morning, Jin Yin and Woon Yin went out despite Marquis Shin's advice against it. Your Highness, there's nothing strange in he-she. Please rest assured and stay in the residence for a few days. Suddenly, he turned to look at the Marquis with a sharp, cold gaze. Marquis Shun, Instead of having time to stop me, you might as well go dote on your maternal grandson. Meanwhile, Gene was hugging a blanket and sobbing, a large bump on his head. Boo-hoo-hoo, why am I always the one who gets hit? Woon Yin and Jin Yin went out to the crowded streets. They were leisurely enjoying a bowl of hot noodles while discussing. The one who claims to draw them out, Sean Talisman's made it all up. To the left of the fortune teller's stall, he's pretending to be blind. After surviving the great disaster, the common people are more willing to believe in the power of gods and Buddhas than the imperial court, creating opportunities for swindlers. Seeing her rambling on, Jin Yin cut her off and picked up a drumstick for her. No talking while eating. Seeing this, she let out a surprised "huh." Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps stopped near them. Just as Woon Yin was about to pick up the chicken drumstick to eat, someone ran up and tugged at her clothes. While Woon Yin was still stunned, a man chasing from behind kicked their table hard, sending all the food spilling onto the ground. Woon Yin looked heartbrokenly at her chicken drumstick that had vanished into thin air. "My chicken drumstick!" Gozi grabbed Woon Yin's hand tightly, his eyes welling with tears as he said pitifully, "Big sister, save me." Woon Yin looked at the boy in surprise. "Gozi, why are you here?" At that moment, the thug was kicked to the ground by Feng Jin Yin. "You're looking for death." The thug on the ground looked up and said fiercely, "I work for the Great Master. These things were bought to serve the Great Master. Who among you dares?" Feng Jin Yin glanced at him coldly. "What Great Master? What the hell does that have to do with me?" He growled, apologized to the chicken drumstick. Then he kicked the thug hard in the head. Seeing this, Gozi clutched Woon Yin's clothes and said pitifully, "After you guys left, I begged on the streets to survive. Today, he suddenly wanted to capture and sell me. I'm scared, big sister. Save me." Seeing this, Woon Yin patted the boy's head comfortingly. "Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid." Then she glanced coldly at the thug and asked, "Who is your great master, and where is she?" The thug, terrified and teary-eyed, said, "The great master is called the Blind Lady. Today, she is holding a ritual in the outskirts. Hero, spare my life. This lowly one was wrong." The surrounding commoners heard this and began to whisper, "Aya, you actually dare to offend the great master's people. The blind lady's magical powers are extraordinary. Everyone in she, from high-ranking officials to common folk, has received her blessings." Feng Jin Yin said coldly, "Whether her powers are extraordinary or she's about to go to jail, we'll have to wait until I go see for myself." Half an hour later, Woon Yin, holding Gozi's hand, looked at Feng Jin Yin and spoke. "Passers-by say the Taoist temple is just ahead." Gozi exclaimed in fear, "Big sister, will that great master take me away? I'm scared." After walking for a while, the three of them saw a horse-drawn carriage approaching. Woon Yin clicked her tongue and thought to herself, "This carriage belongs to someone either rich or noble." When the carriage reached the three of them, it suddenly stopped. The person inside gently lifted the curtain. Shen Chi looked at the three in surprise and spoke, "Lord State Preceptor and His Highness the Crown Prince, why are you here?" Woon Yin raised her hand, signaling for Shun Chi to lower her voice. "Lower your voice." She cursed inwardly. It seems that third idiot told her who I am. Shun Chi's eyes widened as she looked at Gozi. This child. Gozi also stared at Shun Chi. In Lady Shun's eyes, it was a happy family of three walking together. Shun Chi smiled faintly. It seems the relationship between these two is indeed unusual. Shun Chi smiled as she looked at Gozi. This child and His Highness the Crown Prince. Hearing this, Feng Jin Yin glanced at Gozi beside him. There seemed to be a strong resemblance. Beside them, Woon Yin's smile was stiff. "Wait a minute, has Lady Shun misunderstood something?" She placed her hands on Gozi's shoulders and explained, "This is Gozi. He has no father or mother and was being bullied on the streets. So I brought him along." Shun Chi covered her mouth in surprise. "So young. How pitiful. The residence happens to be short of a young servant. Why don't I take him back? At least he'll have a place to stay." Woon Yin knelt down, looked at Gozi, and asked, "Gozi, do you want to go?" Gozi nodded in agreement. "I want to go." Shun Chi waved her hand. "Then I'll take this child back to the residence first. That way, it will be more convenient for whatever the Crown Prince and the State Preceptor wish to do." Feng Jin Yin and Wu Yin were stunned. What? Watching the carriage drive away, Wu Yin was helpless. Hey, she glanced at Feng Jinyan beside her and said, Marquis Shun has already submitted a memorial to His Majesty, requesting that Lady Shun be chosen as the crown princess. Feng Jinyan's brows furrowed in anger. How dare he choose a wife for his ancestor? This nephew is getting more and more disobedient. Wu Yin lowered her eyes and asked, if Lady Shun becomes your wife, would you like that? Feng Jinyan flicked her forehead hard. Wu Yin cried out in pain. He narrowed his eyes and said, it seems to me that you like the idea very much. Wu Yin rubbed her forehead. Lady Shun is both beautiful and kind. Of course I like her. Feng Jinyan angrily flicked her forehead again and roared, not aloud. Wu Yin angrily cursed under her breath. Damn it. Feng Jinyan turned and walked away in a huff. The crowd is getting bigger. Let's get going. Behind him, Wu Yin clutched her head and squatted on the ground. Ow, ow, ow. She frowned and thought to herself, is his unstable mood due to his unstable soul? I'll have to do some research when I get back. The two of them arrived in front of a Taoist temple and saw a long line of people waiting to go inside. Looking at the queue in front of them, Wu Yin was surprised. There really are a lot of people. An old man carrying goods on his shoulder looked at Feng Jinyan and said enthusiastically, young master, since you have to wait anyway, why not pick a trinket for this young lady? Hearing this, Feng Jinyan walked over to the old man and looked at the jewelry in front of him. All right, she just lost her chicken drumstick. I'll give her something else as compensation. Wu Yin smiled and waved her hand. You're too kind. Why don't you just give me the silver directly? Feng Jinyan glanced at her with disdain. So materialistic. His eyes suddenly narrowed as he looked at Wu Yin, whose hair was messy from the wind because they had left in a hurry. Feng Jinyan handed Wu Yin a comb. This is for you. Wu Yin took the comb and looked at him in surprise. He's giving me a comb. The old vendor clapped his hands and smiled happily, wishing you two 100 years of blissful union. The people around heard this and also clapped to bless the two, a talented man and a beautiful woman. 100 years of blissful union. Wu Yin's face darkened. What blissful union? What 100 years of union? At this moment, a loud voice came from inside the Taoist temple. The next group can enter now. Don't push. Wu Yin was caught off guard as she was jostled by the crowd and bumped into someone. Feng Jinyan quickly steadied her. The bell on Wu Yin's person accidentally fell to the ground, jingling a few times. Hearing this bell, everyone suddenly fell silent, which was very strange. Wu Yin picked up the bell and, noticing the unusually quiet atmosphere, became vigilant. What's going on? The atmosphere suddenly changed. It's a bit eerie. Wu Yin whispered to him. These followers are a bit strange. Feng Jinyan nodded with a hum. The moment the soul-controlling bell fell, it suddenly became so quiet. Wu Yin wiped the corner of her mouth and narrowed her eyes. But there's no taste at all. It's probably not a broken, deathly soul. The people in line suddenly became noisy again. Don't push, there are too many people. I want fish, I want beef noodles. Looking at the boisterous crowd, Wu Yin touched her chin and frowned, thinking, could it be that the strange feeling just now was just my imagination? An incense sticks time later, a young Taoist priest looked at Feng Jinyan and Wu Yin and asked, you two look unfamiliar. Is this your first time here? Wu Yin smiled and grabbed Feng Jinyan's arm. Yes, this is my older brother. Ever since he was swept away by the flood, he's become this foolish. We heard the blind lady's powers are very strong, so we came here especially. Feng Jinyan's face darkened, a foolish older brother with water in his head. The young Taoist priest waved his hand impatiently. All right, I'm tired of hearing those stories. Then he gave them 2 red strings. If you're new, wear this. Remember, you can't take it off at any time. Feng Jinyan took the bracelet and sniffed it, so fragrant. Then he handed the bracelet to Wu Yin with bold reasoning. Help me put on. Wu Yin sighed, took his hand, and put the red bracelet on him. Feng Jinyan pressed his lips together in a slight smile. The young Taoist priest saw this and sneered. He can't even do something like this. He really is an idiot. Feng Jinyan shouted angrily. What did you say? The young Taoist priest cowered. Wu Yin gently patted Feng Jinyan's head. Older brother, be good, don't scare people. Feng Jinyan's cheeks flushed as he stared at her. At this moment, a young female Taoist priest ran out and said, "Everyone, please understand, the great master is not feeling well today. We hope you will come back another day." Feng Jinyin blurted out angrily, "Then wasn't my act of playing dumb all for nothing?" Hearing this from behind, Wen Yin covered her mouth and snickered. "It doesn't count as an act. You really are the idiot older brother, the big brother of the third idiot." Elsewhere, in a dark room behind a curtain, a voice spoke. "I already gave that old woman the soul-controlling bell. Why did it appear here? Disguise yourself and follow them to see what's going on." The young Taoist priest bowed his head and answered yes. Feng Jinyin looked at Wen Yin and analyzed. That blind lady suddenly closed her doors and refused to see anyone. There must be a reason. In a corner not far away, someone was quietly watching the two of them. Feng Jinyin, who was walking, suddenly stopped. He glanced warily behind him. "Wen Yin, we have a tail?" Wen Yin blankly touched her own bottom. "I don't have a tail." Feng Jinyin sighed and looked at her, saying, "Are you an idiot? I mean, we're being followed." Hearing that, Wen Yin turned her head to look behind them and saw a figure quickly dart into a corner. Wen Yin smiled coldly. If he wants to follow, then let him follow to his heart's content. And so, in the morning, they climbed mountains to admire flowers and butterflies. In the afternoon, they went boating and fishing on the lake, and at night they strolled through the night market. The follower behind them was dizzy, stumbling step by step after the two. I can't follow anymore." At the Shun residence, Feng Jinyu squinted at old man Shun. "I heard my maternal grandfather intends to offer my cousin as the crown." Princess Marquis Shin coughed a few times and replied, "This is just a temporary measure. Once he becomes crown prince, Chi Qi will naturally be." At this moment, a subordinate ran in, panting, "Not good. The eldest miss has fallen into the water." Feng Jinyu shot up an alarm. "What?" In the library pavilion, Feng Jinyin frowned at the book in his hand. Wen Yin sighed wearily. "So tired. The library pavilion in the Shun residence holds thousands of books. How long will it take to find it?" Feng Jinyin looked at her and explained. The moment the soul-controlling bell fell, the surrounding atmosphere was very abnormal. That blind lady first closed her doors to visitors, then sent someone to follow us. Feng Jinyin continued with a frown. It's very clear that the fall of the soul-controlling bell attracted her attention. Wen Yin sighed and said, It seems we have no choice but to clarify the origin of this soul-controlling bell." He pointed to a page in the book. "Found it." Wen Yin stood up and looked at the book in his hand. "The holy cult of the southern borderlands has a magical artifact that can control people's souls. It's an item of the holy cult of the southern borderlands." Feng Jinyin murmured, "The holy cult of the southern borderlands." Wen Yin looked at him in surprise and asked, "Did you discover something?" Feng Jinyin rested his face on his hand, narrowed his eyes, and pondered. "In my past life, I was in the southern borderlands to suppress that holy cult. Before I closed my eyes, I also heard the sound of a bronze bell." Wen Yin looked at him with a serious expression. "Such a coincidence. Could it be that your death is also related to this soul-controlling bell?" At this moment, a child's voice cried out from outside. "Help! Help! The eldest miss has fallen into the water." Hearing the commotion, the two looked out the window and saw Go Zi sitting on the ground crying. "The eldest miss has fallen into the water." Feng Jinyin frowned. "Let's go. We should go take a look too." Wen Yin hummed in agreement. By the lake, everyone was shouting anxiously, "Eldest miss, eldest miss." A person surfaced from the water and asked, "Found her yet?" The other person shouted, "It's too dark. I can't see clearly. She's not over here." Wen Yin also ran over at this time, rolling up her sleeves and saying boldly, "I'll go save her." Feng Jinyin pushed her back. "Someone like you who relies on a deathly soul to stay alive, just obediently stay alive for me. I'll go save her." Wen Yin quickly stopped Feng Jinyin. "You can't go. For the past 2 days, I've seen your mood swing wildly. Your soul must be unstable." The two stood there, pulling back and forth. I'll go, neither would give in. At this moment, Feng Jinyu also ran over. He ignored the other two and quickly jumped into the lake. Seeing this, Feng Jinyin forgot about arguing with Wen Yin and cried out in alarm. That third idiot. Seeing Feng Jinyu's action, Wen Yin couldn't help but clap in admiration. Wow. Let's give the Third Highness a round of applause. The subordinate on the bank saw Feng Jinyu's dangerous action and panicked. "Third Highness, you don't know how to swim." Under the water, Feng Jinyu's face changed. "This is bad, I forgot." After saying that, he began to struggle in the water, trying to surface but couldn't. On the bank, Feng Jinyin and Wu Yin slapped their foreheads in helplessness. What mess! How can he be so stupid? Feng Jinyin sighed and took off his outer robe. Fine, I guess I should be the one to go. After saying that, he quickly jumped into the lake. He pulled the unconscious Feng Jinyu's arm and brought him to the surface. Feng Jinyin pushed the coughing and sputtering Jinyu towards the bank and angrily scolded, "You're heavy as hell." His other arm was carrying the unconscious Shun Chi over his shoulder. Wu Yin also ran to help pull Jinyu ashore and, hearing Feng Jinyan's words, hummed in agreement. The maid hugged the unconscious Shun Chi and cried, the eldest miss doesn't seem to be breathing anymore." Jinyu stood up and staggered towards Shun Chi. His eyes were filled with worry. "Don't be afraid. I'll save you right now." After saying that, he was about to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation, but was pulled away by Wu Yin. "No, men and women should not be so intimate." She pushed Feng Jinyu away and said with a frown, "Let me kiss her." "No, save her." After saying that, Wu Yin moved closer to Shun Chi, puckering her lips to perform resuscitation. Just then, Shun Chi's eyes flew open and she shoved Wu Yin away in alarm. Wu Yin fell and cried out, "Aya!" The dead person suddenly sat up. She clearly wasn't breathing just now. Feng Jinyu went to help Shun Chi up, calling out worriedly, "Chi." Jinyu hugged Shun Chi and asked anxiously, "Are you all right?" Chi covered her nose, coughing violently. After a moment, feeling a bit better, Shun Chi slightly distanced herself from Feng Jinyu. "I'm so cold. I want to go back and rest." Seeing this, Jinyu was on the verge of tears. "Chi is treating me so coldly." In the room, Shun Chi said softly, "Lord State Preceptor must know why I specifically asked them all to leave." Wu Yin looked at Chi and said with a frown, "Lady Shun, if you have something to say, please say it." Shun Chi lowered her eyes. "I was pushed into the water by Gozi." Wu Yin looked up, her eyes serious as she said, "Gozi." At that time, he was the first one to cry and run everywhere looking for someone to save you. "This must be a misunderstanding." Shun Chi frowned. "In that case, you were the one who gave me this child. You wanted to harm me." Wu Yin pointed a finger at herself in surprise. "Me? I eat your family's food, drink your family's water, live in your family's house. Why would I want to harm you?" Shun Chi shouted angrily. "I saw that you like the crown prince, so you hold a grudge against me." Wu Yin was so surprised she used an exclamation. "I like the crown prince?" Shun Chi's brows knitted tightly. "So it's true. Could it be that you're jealous that I'm about to become the crown princess, so you plotted to harm me?" Wu Yin narrowed her eyes and stared at Shun Chi. Lady Shun's speech and actions after waking up are truly strange. I might as well go with the flow and probe her a bit. Thinking of this, she feigned surprise. "Crown princess? I thought Lady Shun seemed unwilling." Before, Shun Chi sneered, "I've reconsidered. After all, when His Highness the Crown Prince saved me, we had physical contact." Wu Yin tilted her head with a half-smile and said, "I think you're deliberately seizing this opportunity to secure the connection." Shun Chi gritted her teeth in anger. "What is your relationship with His Highness the Crown Prince that you dare to speak to me like that?" Wu Yin didn't answer her. She raised a finger to her lips and said with a smile, "Take a guess." Her personality has completely changed. So strange. Wu Yin frowned and asked the guard, "Where is the crown prince?" The guard quickly said, "Reporting to the state preceptor, His Highness the Crown Prince is in the library pavilion." Wu Yin stood before the library pavilion door, hands on her hips, glaring at it angrily. She raised her hand to open the door, but suddenly stopped. She touched her chin, her face scrunched up in thought. "What am I angry about? Why am I angry?" She turned to leave. "So strange. I'll just go back to sleep." Wu Yin told herself inwardly, "You are just protecting your food. Protecting food is a human instinct. Don't retreat, charge." Wu Yin had an epiphany and gave herself a thumbs up. Well said. Inside the library pavilion, Feng Jinyin had gotten tired from reading and had fallen asleep at the table. Wu Yin reached out and carefully pulled a book from under his arm. Unfortunately, she bumped a bowl of water on the table and it fell to the floor. Feng Jinyin shot up, glancing warily to the side. "Who's there?" He grabbed Wu Yin's arm and pinned her neck with his other hand. Wu Yin's face contorted as she struggled to breathe. He looked at her in surprise. Wu Yin. Wu Yin coughed up blood, hacking a few times and said weakly, "How long are you going to hold on? I'm about to die." He let go of Wu Yin and looked at her, asking, not sleeping in the middle of the night, running around again. Wu Yin lay on the desk and stared at Feng Jinyin. Let me ask you a question. She sat up straight, cupped his face, and said seriously, if someone covets the chicken drumstick in your bowl, what would you do? Feng Jinyin looked straight into her eyes and said nonchalantly, finish the chicken drumstick, then beat him up. Wu Yin smiled in satisfaction. All right, then I won't be polite anymore. After saying that, she kissed him on the lips. Feng Jinyin let out a surprised hum. A moment later, Wu Yin pushed Feng Jinyin away and said with a frown, the taste isn't quite right. Seeing that he was being disdained, Feng Jinyin got angry. You're being picky? Wu Yin grabbed his collar. Then let me try again to see if the taste is right. Wu Yin came to her senses, covered her mouth, and turned her face away. Oh my God, her cheeks flushed. Doing this kind of thing with someone who has lived for over 100 years is indeed a bit strange. He also turned his head away and slapped his forehead in helplessness. This is not the action of a gentleman. I shouldn't be angry with her. Their thoughts were completely different. Wu Yin licked her lips and patted his shoulder comfortingly. Even if you can't be my chicken drumstick, don't be too sad. I'll think of another way. Feng Jinyin was fuming. Who cares about being your chicken drumstick? Wu Yin ignored his anger and turned to leave. She touched her chin, thinking seriously. Let me think, I seem to have read a relevant ancient book before. As she was walking, Wu Yin slipped and fell against Feng Jinyin's chest. Her hand accidentally pulled off his red bracelet, which fell to the ground. Wu Yin looked at the bracelet in shock. Her eyes widened. The taste is back. Late at night, Wu Yin sat in her room, examining the red bracelet in her hand. Could the problem be this bracelet? She looked at him and exclaimed, give me your hand. Feng Jinyin cooperatively held out his hand for her. Wu Yin tied the bracelet back on his wrist. After she was done, Wu Yin moved close to his face and sniffed. Sure enough, after you wear the bracelet, the taste of your deathly soul disappears. Feng Jinyin frowned at the bracelet on his wrist. So, the scent of this thing can mask the taste of a deathly soul. Wu Yin narrowed her eyes, right? Do you remember the strange atmosphere when the soul-controlling bell fell? I suspect that the people in front of the Taoist temple were not living people. Hearing Wu Yin's analysis, Feng Jinyin shot up in shock. Let's go to the Taoist temple again and see. Wu Yin quickly pulled the agitated man back. No, we've already been exposed. If we suddenly run to the Taoist temple, I'm afraid we won't be able to get in. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Your Highness, this is Shun Chi-Ki. Are you inside? Hearing this voice, Wu Yin suddenly felt a surge of anger. The chicken drumstick snatcher has arrived. She smiled, spoke, and went outside. I'm inside too. Hearing that Wu Yin was also inside, Shun Chi-Ki's expression immediately darkened. What a nuisance. Composing herself, Shun Chi-Ki pushed the door open and entered with a smile. Chi-Ki is grateful for your Highness's life-saving grace, so I brought some snacks. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the room. Feng Jinyin ran into the room and was surprised to see everyone. Chi-Ki, so you're here. Imperial brother, why are you here? The two women sat opposite each other, having a staring contest. Feng Jinyin sat between them in helpless silence. Seeing that everyone was here without him, Feng Jinyin said pitifully, why didn't you guys call me to come along? Shun Chi-Ki placed a small box on the table and said with a smile, Your Highness, I made this myself. Feng Jinyin took the box and frowned. You just fell into the water. You should go back and rest. Shun Chi-Ki rested her chin on her hand and smiled gently. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Jinyin ignored her and pushed the box of pastries in front of Wu Yin. See if there's anything you like to eat. Seeing this, Shun Jishi's smile stiffened and her face darkened. This man, he's not moved in the slightest. Feng Jinyin, sitting beside her feeling wronged, tugged at Shun Jishi's clothes. Jishi, I'm hungry too. Shun Jishi irritably pushed him away. Then she feigned weakness. I didn't mean to. But you don't touch me. Wu Yin squinted, looking over. Miss Shin seems to be very afraid of the third fool. Feng Jin, you still remembered when they were little. Shunji, she gave him a box of pastries. Third prince, this is for you. Back then, he had happily given Shunji a flower in return, but now his cousin didn't need him anymore. Feeling hurt, Jinyu sat in a corner, nursing his sorrow. Jinyin looked at Ji Shi and asked coldly, Miss Shin just said she wanted to repay me. Shunji, she nodded shyly. Yes, I'm willing to offer myself. Feng Jin Yin narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold. I met you at the Taoist temple before. It seems Miss Shun is also a patron there. Why don't you make another trip tomorrow, Mississippi? Shunji, she looked at him in surprise. Wu Yin pretended to be friendly, leaning on his shoulder and saying with a smile, let us ride in the carriage with you, Mississippi. That way, we won't be discovered. Shunji, she was flustered. My body is still weak. I want to rest in bed. Wu Yin took a bite of a pastry and, upon hearing that, let out a huh. Didn't you have the energy to make pastries? So delicious. She stood up and said, feigning weakness, Your Highness, the Crown Prince. She remembers your kindness and tried her best to make these pastries. I'm extremely tired now. Please excuse me. I will go rest first. Seeing this, Feng Jin quickly said, I'll walk you back. But the response was the cold sound of her door shutting. Feng Jin looked at him and said nonchalantly, if she insists on not going, you'll have to lead the way tomorrow. Feng Jin was speechless, watching Wu Yin calmly eating from the box of pastries. He angrily turned and snatched the pastry box. The pastries she made are mine. The next morning, a guard saw the two of them come out and bowed respectfully. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, Grand Preceptor, the third prince has been waiting for a long time. Feng Jin, sitting in the carriage, lifted the curtain and shouted angrily, hurry up, you're so slow. Feng Jin helped Wu Yin onto the carriage. Suddenly, she heard two guards whispering not far away, I heard the Marquis wants to deal with that child. The guard next to him asked, the one the eldest miss brought back yesterday. The other guard said mysteriously, that's right, it almost caused the eldest miss's death. Wu Yin narrowed her eyes. They're talking about Xiaozi. She turned around, worried, and oh, I have to go see. In the guest hall, Marquis Shen exclaimed in surprise. What? You want to let him go? Shunji, she nodded. It was a misunderstanding yesterday. I thought he was cute, so I gave a brother Xian's old toys. She looked at the pinwheel in her hand and continued, who knew it would startle him and he would accidentally bump into me, causing me to fall into the lake. Xiaozi, with tears welling in his eyes, looked at Shunji. She moved. Eldest, Mississippi. Wu Yin leaned close to Feng Jinyan's ear and whispered, she didn't say this last night. It's like she's two completely different people. Marquis Shun spoke angrily. How many times have I told you? You are not allowed to carry these things with you. Shunji, she lowered her head and was about to say something when Wu Yin stepped forward from behind and said in a serious tone, Marquis, I was the one who brought this child into the manor. I bear some responsibility as well. Hearing this, Marquis Shun sighed. If the Grand Preceptor is pleading for him, then let it be. Jishi, something happened at that lake. You should go there less often in the future. Shunji, she nodded. Yes, father. Outside the room, Shunji, she smiled and curtsied. Thank you, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Grand Preceptor, and also the third prince. Seeing Shunji, she smiled at him. Feng Jinyu's eyes lit up. Wow, Jishi is calling me so sweetly again. He looked at her gently. Jishi, you should rest well. I have to make a trip to the Taoist temple today. Shunji, she smiled brightly in response, that I'm fine now. I was just thinking of going there myself. The three of them looked at her, helpless. That's not what you said yesterday. In the carriage, Wu Yin had now changed into a different set of clothes and makeup. Shunji, she's eyes sparkled. Grand Preceptor, you're so cute. Wu Yin looked at her helplessly. Last night, didn't you find me very annoying? After complimenting Wu Yin, Shunji, she turned to Feng Jinyan and asked with a happy smile, isn't that right, Your Highness the Crown Prince? Hearing this, he also moved closer to Wu Yin's face and stared at her. Wu Yin backed away in alarm. What are you doing? Feng Jinyan looked at her thoughtfully. Not bad. Jinyu leaned over to look at Wu Yin. Immediately, Jinyan pushed Jinyu away. You're not allowed to look. Shunji, she covered her mouth and giggled. Wu Yin turned her face away, embarrassed. All right, stop fooling around. Let's talk business. She cleared her throat and continued, in a moment, Miss Shun and I will go question that blind lady. Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you can sneak into the backyard to see if you can find any clues. Feng Jinyu pointed at himself expectantly. What about me? What about me? Wu Yin looked at him helplessly. You can just wander around the entrance of the Taoist temple and wait for us. Jin Yu exclaimed, unconvinced. On what grounds? I want to go in with Ji Shi. Feng Jin Yin grabbed him by the collar and warned, do as the Grand Preceptor tells you, and stop talking so much. Shun Ji Shi laughed. Third Prince, just wait for us at the entrance. If anything happens, we'll have someone to back us up. Jin Yu cried out, feeling wronged. Ji Shi, you two? Inside the Taoist temple, a young Taoist priest held a piece of paper and announced loudly, next, the eldest miss of the Shen Manor. Shun Ji Shi and Wu Nian went inside together. Wu Nian narrowed her eyes. I wonder if Feng Jin Yin managed to get in through the back door. Yet, in a room, a person was sitting behind a curtain. Shun Ji Shi went in, sat down, and looked at the person behind the curtain. Speaking up, Master, was the matter from last time handled successfully? The blind lady behind the curtain replied unhurriedly, your younger brother died by falling into a lake. It's not simple to have him spiritually guided. Your heavy resentment is also due to the influence of your brother's ghost. Furthermore, there seems to be another heretical presence in your manor. Shun Ji, she looked up, stunned. The blind lady continued, have there been any strangers in your house recently? Without waiting for Shun Ji Shi to answer, Wu Nian, behind her, suddenly grew interested and spoke up. Master, there are indeed guests in the manor. Eldest miss, your servant thinks those two are no good. The blind lady smiled faintly. Bring them here, and I will surely help you. Just then, an old woman burst through the door. The young Taoist priest behind her tried to stop her in a panic. Stop! The old woman kowtowed on the ground. Master, I beg you to save my son again. The old woman knelt on the ground, crying loudly. M.Y.'s son was swept away by the flood. Although he doesn't eat or drink, and his temperament has changed drastically, at least he's still alive, but now he... Wu Nian frowned and glanced at the old woman. Doesn't eat or drink, drastic change in temperament. Could she be with the same group as the godwoman from Qing Shui village? The blind lady took a step forward and smiled faintly. All right, I know you're anxious, but there can be no noise in the inner hall. Miss Shun, my apologies. She lifted the curtain. The blind lady had a white cloth tied over her eyes and held a fan as she continued. I'm afraid I'll have to trouble you to go to the backyard for some tea and flower viewing for a while. After I help this lady deal with her demonic matter, I will continue to resolve your doubts. Shun Ji, she stood up politely. A matter of life and death is of great importance. Ji Shi understands. The two of them walked out and looked at the closed door behind them. Wu Nian's gaze was sharp. She narrowed her eyes. Luckily, I once cultivated the leopard ear divine art, which allows me to hear sounds from afar for a short time. Wu Nian focused her hearing. If you want to save your son, that's fine. But the only thing you can give me, it seems, is your own soul. Wu Nian's eyes constricted. This is bad. She wants to steal the soul of a living person. Seeing Wu Nian standing motionless, Shun Ji, she turned to look at her and asked, what's wrong? Wu Nian took the hairpin from her hair and urged Shun Ji Shi, go out quickly and find the third prince. Tell him to bring people here. Say that someone is about to be killed inside. Shun Ji, she looked at Wu Nian worriedly. Then what about you? Wu Nian's expression darkened. To me, I'm naturally going to save her. After speaking, she kicked the door open and rushed into the room. Looking at the flame in the blind lady's hand and the old woman lying unconscious on the ground, her life unknown, Wu Nian narrowed her eyes and said coldly, as expected, a heretic deceiving the world to gain fame. The blind lady retracted the flame and said in a cold voice, barging in here like this, you truly aren't afraid of death. Wu Nian's face was cold as she shouted angrily, you use the bodies of those who died in the flood as vessels to nurture souls, turning them into walking corpses to wreak havoc. The one who deserves to die is you. The blind lady smiled sinisterly. Little girl, it seems you're no ordinary person. In that case, I'll have him come and greet you. Then she began to chant an incantation. Those corpses suddenly went blank for a moment, then all ran towards the room. The walking dead ran over and surrounded Wu Nian. She held the soul-controlling bell in her hand and said coldly, if you have any other tricks, you should use them now. These walking corpses are fundamentally nothing. Then she began to ring the bell in her hand. Hearing the ding-dong of the bell, the walking corpses began to contort, no longer under the blind lady's control. Seeing this, she angrily questioned, who on earth are you? Why is the soul-controlling bell in your hands? Wu Nian gave a faint smile and spoke. Wu Yin, Grand Preceptor of Decai, using the dead to nurture souls. What is your ultimate goal? The blind lady's face darkened. Grand Preceptor, no wonder there's been no news from that old god woman. It seems you took care of her. The sword on the rack suddenly trembled, causing the corpses to fall to the ground. Wu Yin frowned. The blind lady touched her lips. Oh, what if you have a soul-controlling bell? What can you do to me? Wu Yin rushed towards the sword. It's that blade that's causing trouble. As her hand was about to touch the sword, it suddenly shook violently, throwing her back. Wu Yin coughed up blood, lying severely injured on the ground with a pale face. That demonic blade. I can't get near it all. The blind lady licked her fingers and said seductively, the Grand Preceptor of Decai, as a vessel for my soul nurturing, the very thought is exciting. You there, drag her before me. Just then, a loud bang was heard. The crown prince leaped into the room from outside. His gaze was sharp as he looked at the blind lady and said coldly, you dare harm her? Do you think you've lived too long? Wu Yin looked up, worried. Feng Jin Yin, be careful of that blade. He glanced at the blade, then stood up, walked over, and gripped the blade firmly in his hand, lifting it up. The blind lady screamed in astonishment. He can actually lift the soul-shattering blade. Jin Yin coldly swung the blade once. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. The blind lady fell backward, clutching her injured arm. She was still in shock. The soul-shattering blade can recognize a master. Other than its master, no one can touch it. Who are you? Feng Jin Yin rested the blade on his shoulder and narrowed his eyes. I should be the one asking you. Why is my thing in your possession? The blind lady exclaimed in disbelief. You are impossible. That person died 800 years ago. Feng Jin Yin said impatiently, too much nonsense. He raised the blade, about to strike the blind lady down, when a weak voice called out, wait. Wu Yin weakly stopped him. Don't kill her. I still have questions for her. At this moment, Jin Yu and Shun Ji, she arrived with men. Jin Yu frowned. He saw Feng Jin Yin holding a blade, standing in the middle of the room, surrounded by corpses. The blind lady saw the newcomers and tried to shout, officers, these two have killed so many commoners. You must seek justice for the people. Shenji, she looked at Feng Jinyu and quickly explained, third prince, that's not it. These people suddenly went mad. Feng Jinyu narrowed his eyes. I understand. I'm afraid these people are just like the ones in Qing Shui village, no longer truly living. Jin Yin walked to Wu Yin's side, held her in his arms, and said softly, it's all right. Then he picked Wu Yin up and looked at Feng Jinyu. I'll leave this to you for now. Capture that blind lady and lock her in the dungeon to await my interrogation. That night at the Marquis Manor, Wu Yin lay unconscious on the bed, her face pale and her brows tightly furrowed. Monster living on dead souls. You will surely not live past 20. You're doomed to die. Treacherous disciple who killed her master. Wu Yin's eyes suddenly flew open, tears streaming down her face. She screamed in a panic, no, I'm not, I didn't. Seeing she was awake, Jin Yin immediately pulled her into his arms to comfort her. After a moment, he loosened his hold slightly and looked at her tear-filled eyes. He said, his heart aching, today I'll allow you to treat me as medicine. Hearing this, Wu Yin's eyes lit up. I can treat you as medicine. Wow. She couldn't wait any longer and moved close to his face. A promise is a promise. Don't you dare go back on your word. After speaking, Wu Yin bared her teeth and opened her mouth. Suddenly, she stopped her movement. Wu Yin looked left and right, sniffing the aura on his body. She frowned deeply. The old ghost's aura is a bit weak. Are you tired from the fight? Wu Yin planted a light kiss on his cheek and said gently, I'm not that hungry. Just a little taste. Jin Yan's cheeks flushed as he looked at her and asked, in your sleep, you kept calling for your master. What happened to your master? Wu Yin lowered her eyes. It's nothing. He passed away many years ago. Jin Yin, not knowing how to comfort her, blurted out, oh, that's just like me. When I get a chance to meet him, I'll send him your regards. Wu Yin exclaimed helplessly, Feng Jin Yin, is it because you never got married in your past life? Hit right on the mark. He looked at her blankly. How did you know? Wu Yin said nonchalantly, after all, someone who talks so blandly like you, normally, no one would want to marry you. Hearing this, Jin Yin was so angry he could spit blood. Wu Yin tilted her head and exclaimed, "Ah, I'm so hungry." Feng Jin Yin was stunned. "Didn't you just say you weren't that hungry?" "I'm not always this generous, you know." Seeing his misunderstanding, Wu Yin said helplessly, "The kind of hungry I'm talking about is the kind that wants to eat a meal." She smiled cheerfully and continued, "Don't be nervous." Jin Yan's face darkened with anger. "That who's nervous?" Wu Yin raised her hand, looking at the bracelet on her wrist with a smile. "Although getting beaten this time was a bit humiliating, at least I managed to harvest quite a few dead souls. In that regard, I've stored up a good amount of food." Feng Jin Yin gently stroked her head. "That it's not humiliating. You protected others at a critical moment. You did very well." Wu Yin turned her face away, embarrassed. "That's right, it's all that blade's fault. Otherwise, I definitely could have handled the blind." "Lady," Jin Yin held the blade in his hand. "You mean the soul shatterer?" Wu Yin fearfully dove under the covers. She peeked her head out, looking at the blade warily. "Why was your blade from your past life in the blind lady's hands?" He caressed the blade in his hand. In my past life, I died during the campaign against the southern borderlands. The soul-shattering blade was most likely lost in the southern borderlands. I'm afraid this blind lady is connected to the southern borderlands." Wu Yin excitedly emerged from the blanket. "It's the southern borderlands again." "That's right. She said the godwoman from Qing Shui village was one of her people, both connected to the southern borderlands." Feng Jin Yan's gaze sharpened. "The southern borderlands, they caused my unclear death, and now they've come to harm the people of Dakai. What exactly are they plotting?" "In the study of the Shun Manor," Feng Jinyu exclaimed in frustration. "It was just supposed to be an investigation into the flood disaster. Now there's a pile of dead bodies. How am I going to explain this to Father Emperor when I get back?" Marquis Shen looked at him and said, "Your Highness, this is a great opportunity." Jinyu looked at him, confused. "Huh?" Marquis Shan frowned and said, "The Crown Prince massacred commoners. This is a serious crime. We just need to embellish it a little, and we can make His Majesty reconsider the matter of choosing an heir." Jinyu sat up straight, serious. "Grandfather, you don't know. The Grand Preceptor saw long ago that the blind lady used dark arts to alter their souls. Those people were actually already dead." Marquis Shin shot to his feet, furious. "Your Highness, how can you believe this heresy meant to deceive the masses?" Jinyu earnestly defended. "Grandfather, I truly encountered these things before in Qing Shui village." Marquis Shun's face darkened. "If your Highness is so soft-hearted, then I will lend you a hand." Late at night, watching Feng Jinyu's departing figure, Marquis Shun ordered his subordinate behind him, "Find someone to dispose of that woman in the prison. Tomorrow, find people to spread the rumor that the Crown Prince massacred commoners and killed the witness, the blind lady, to silence her. Make the commotion as big as possible." In the dark prison, the sound of footsteps echoed in the night. The severely injured blind lady sat leaning against the cold wall. The footsteps grew closer and closer. The blind lady sat up slightly and said faintly, "I knew you would come." Feng Jinyin asked coldly, "Speak. Why was the soul-shattering blade in your hands? What is your relationship with the southern borderlands holy cult?" The blind lady laughed. "Your death in the southern borderlands back then was caused by the holy cult. As for me, I am merely a disciple of a branch of the holy cult." Jinyin narrowed his eyes. "What else do you know?" The blind lady leaned back and continued, "Make a deal with me, and I will tell you more about what happened back then." Jinyin drew his blade and held it to the blind lady's neck, his voice cold. "You want to make a deal with me? Do you think you're qualified?" The blind lady laughed loudly. "Are you really willing to accept this? Don't you want to return to 1,000 years ago, change history, and take back what belongs to you?" Feng Jin narrowed his eyes. The blind lady continued, "If you cooperate with me, you can." Jin Yin began to waver. Suddenly, a hand appeared abruptly. Wu Yin cupped Jin Yan's face, looked straight into his eyes, and said seriously, "Don't believe her. She's very good at bewitching people's hearts." At that moment, an arrow suddenly flew out and struck the blind lady's neck. Blood splattered everywhere. Wu Yin and Feng Jin were alarmed, their expressions changing slightly. "This is bad. Someone is shooting arrows from the shadows." The prison lock was severed. Wu Yin went to the blind lady's side and asked, "Are you all right?" The blind lady grabbed Wu Yin's clothes. She clutched the wound on her neck with one hand and grabbed Wu Yin with the other, saying weakly, "Save me. If you want to know why you have to eat dead souls to live, then Save me. Wu Yin was plunged into memories of her childhood, being shunned by everyone. Monster, living on dead souls. You definitely won't live past 20. Kill her, the treacherous disciple who killed her master. Wu Yin was shocked. The reason I have to eat dead souls. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. This is bad. The Crown Prince and the Grand Preceptor have killed someone. Hearing this, Wu Yin's expression grew solemn as she turned to look at Jin Yin. A loud thud was heard. Shun Ji Shi, holding a large club, walked over and looked at the two of them. I've knocked the bailiffs unconscious. You two should go quickly. Jin Yin frowned at her. Why are you here? Wu Yin was stunned. Miss Shun. Shinji, she turned her head away and said, You protected me, Ji Shi, once during the day. I'm not an ungrateful person. Wu Yin and Jin Yan's faces darkened. She's not like she was during the day again. The three of them looked at the blind lady on the ground, and their faces grew even darker. This is bad. The blind lady is dead. Shunji, she looked up at the two of them, worried. You must leave quickly. Jin Yin frowned at her and asked, How did you know something would happen here? Jishi's expression was grave. You don't need to worry about that. In short, the urgent matter at hand is... Jin Yin said faintly, We can't leave anymore. If I'm not mistaken, this was all planned in advance. The moment we step outside, we'll be walking right into a trap. Jishi looked up and said, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, you still don't trust me? But right now, we're surrounded by high walls. Do you two have a way out? While the two were still arguing, Wu Yin raised her hand. I have an idea. She held up her bracelet and said with narrowed eyes, This blind lady used corpses as tools to manipulate souls. After her death, she should also get a taste of what it's like to become a tool herself. After speaking, Wu Yin touched 2 fingers to the blind lady's forehead. Go on, put on a good show, or else I'll eat you. At this time, Marquis Shin also arrived with his men. Seeing the unconscious bailiff on the ground, he became furious. Why is the bailiff unconscious? Who did this? Marquis Shin strode inside and frowned at the 3 of them as, Oh, it's your highness, the Crown Prince and the Grand Preceptor. Wu Yin and Feng Jin Yin looked at him and said faintly, Marquis. As for Shanji Shi, seeing her father arrive, she hid fearfully behind Wu Yin, not daring to peek out. Marquis Shin looked at the blind lady on the ground and feigned surprise. Why is this prisoner dead? He knelt beside the blind lady's corpse and said in a low voice, Your Highness, the Crown Prince, although this person was a suspect, she cannot be killed arbitrarily. At that moment, a hand suddenly shot out and grabbed Marquis Shin's hand. The blind lady had suddenly come back to life and leaned against him, smiling seductively. Master, have you come to play? Marquis Shan scrambled backward, his face pale. How are you still alive? Wasn't it supposed to be taken care of? Marquis Shan frowned at Feng Jin Yin. Your Highness, the Crown Prince and the Grand Preceptor, why are you here so late at night? Feng Jin Yin glanced at him coldly. I need the Marquis's permission to interrogate a prisoner. Marquis Shun realized his earlier outburst was too rash and said, No, I wouldn't dare. Then he looked at Shun Ji-shi and asked, And what about you? Ji-shi lowered her face and said weakly, Ji-shi once asked the blind lady to guide my late brother's spirit. I was worried, so I came to ask. The 3 of them all put on an expression that said, I am being completely honest. At this moment, the blind lady once again threw herself into Marquis Shun's arms, seductively. Old master, why are you ignoring me? Marquis Shun's face darkened as he shouted, Men, drag this crazy woman away. Feng Jin Yan's mouth twitched as he asked Wu Yin, What kind of soul did you end up picking? Wu Yin whispered, This person was a brothel madam before she died. Feng Jin Yin gave her a thumbs up. Clever. Wu Yin looked over at Ji Shi and asked her, Do you think the 3rd fool told Miss Shun to come help us just now? Feng Jin Yin praised. If that's the case, the 3rd fool can be considered quite filial. Elsewhere, Jin Yu was sleeping soundly in his bed, completely unaware of the night's events. In his sleep, he mumbled, Imperial brother, spare me. Don't hit me. I don't suspect you. The next morning, the whole town was abuzz with discussion. Have you heard? Last night, the Crown Prince wanted to secretly dispose of that blind lady, to kill her, to silence her. Luckily, the master had divine protection and turned peril into safety. Someone asked doubtfully, Is she still alive? Isn't that just a lie to appease the people? The way I see it, she was probably secretly dealt with already. In the Marquis's manner, Jean Yu slammed the table and stood up, shouting angrily. Didn't I say not to make a move against the Crown Prince? Why did you still try to frame him? Marquis Shun feigned innocence that I am wrongly accused. That woman must have made too many enemies and met with a fatal disaster. Besides, she didn't die. Then he frowned, trying to sow discord. Does your highness not suspect the Crown Prince in the slightest? Fong Kindu, immersed in fear, didn't pay attention to his words. This is bad. This is bad. Could Imperial Brother think I did this? Marquis Shun saw his expression was off and asked, Your Highness, is your determination to fight for the throne wavering? Kindu, terrified, hugged himself and thought, I need to be alive to fight for it. Scheming is only satisfying for a moment. Then you get beaten and buried. Marquis Shun, seeing his attempt to entice him with the throne had failed, sighed in disappointment and left. Just as Fong Kindu was despairing, feeling like he was about to shrivel up, he suddenly heard Kindiem's voice calling. Him, third brother. Kindu jumped in fear. He's here, I'm going to die. Kindiem walked over, reached out, and pulled Kindu into a hug. Kindiem smiled and patted his head. Such a good, sensible child. Kindu's face was blank and bewildered. What? Good child? Does that mean I'm safe? He didn't dare to ask. Kindiem continued. Last night, it was fortunate you were so clever. Kindu, with a clueless face, recalled that he had gone to bed early last night. Last night, what did I do? Kindiem smiled. You told Miss Shun to come help us. Hearing this, Kindu was surprised, then said worriedly, She just slipped out last night. It's very dangerous for a girl to be out like that. Seeing his expression, Kindiem laughed inwardly. Indeed, it's impossible for the stupid third brother to become smart. Fong Kindu reacted and thought. Why did his face suddenly darken? Was there a flaw in my words? Kindu tried to curry favor. Ah, that's right. I searched the blind priestess's temple and found some ancient books. I'll give them all to you. Kindiem took the books and flipped through them. That blind priestess knew quite a few old stories. These books might be useful. Seeing Kindiem carrying the stack of books away, Kindu hurriedly asked, Imperial Brother, where are you going? Fong Kindiem said coldly, to find Gunian. Kindu laughed a few times in his heart. Man. Gunian and Kindiem sat in the study, engrossed in reading. Gunian suddenly stopped. This book records some unbelievable things. Could there really be a secret art in this world to turn back? Time and space? She looked up, her fingers toying with a lock of hair. Kindiem looked at her and asked, Yesterday, you didn't answer the blind priestess's question. Can you answer me today? She narrowed her eyes. If you could, would you want to go back 800 years? Kindiem frowned, and after a moment, he looked at Ngo Nian and asked, I've returned. So what would you do? Ngo Nian waved her hand nonchalantly and said, Don't worry. Without you, I still have other ways. Kindiem's face darkened. Other ways? He grabbed Ngo Nian's chin, forcing her to look in his eyes, and said through gritted teeth, Find a few more men like me? How could a Kai let you cause harm so easily? Kindiem, feigning the air of a righteous gentleman, exclaimed, As the crown prince of the Kai, I will reluctantly sacrifice myself. Outside on the streets, public opinion has shifted. Have you all heard? The blind priestess seems to be from the southern borderlands. Now, not only has she been arrested, but other sorcerers have also been driven away. A woman in an eatery said, If it were me, it doesn't matter who they are, as long as they can use magic to help people, it's fine. The person next to her agreed. That's right, the authorities are so tyrannical. At the next table, a man sat quietly, listening to the two women chat. The woman at the next table saw him. Her eyes lit up, and she whispered, Look at the Taoist priest at that table. So handsome. The woman in pink robes covered her mouth and laughed. No matter how handsome he is, he'll be thrown in the great prison when he gets back. That Taoist master put down his chopsticks and said lightly, The bill. The waiter looked at the money on the table in alarm. Taoist master, a bowl of noodles doesn't cost this much silver. That Taoist master said lightly, Tell me the story about the people from the southern borderlands they were talking about. The remaining silver is yours. Elsewhere, Kindu stood outside the door, secretly peeking at Ngo Nian and Kindiem reading inside. Although there's no proof, I suspect those two are up to something. Kindiem suddenly turned his head and shouted coldly, Stupid third brother, what are you doing? Kindu walked in angrily. If you call me stupid third brother again, I'll get mad. The matter you told me to find a corner for, I've already done it. Can we get down to business now? Seeing Kandu had done his assigned task so well, Kandium nodded in approval. Good boy. Kandu snorted proudly and continued. I'm just afraid that after returning to the capital, I'll be implicated by you and scolded by Imperial Father. Imperial Brother, don't overthink it. Ngunian looked up in surprise at Kandium. You already have a countermeasure? Kandium chuckled softly. Kandu waved his hand and said, if it were me, I'd just randomly pin the crime of treason on those who are dissatisfied. Kandium flicked him hard on the forehead. Is that what your father taught you? Kandu remembered what Imperial Father once said. My son, Imperial Father has high hopes for you. He couldn't help but feel guilty. At this moment, Katu rushed in from outside and exclaimed urgently, this is bad. Someone has brought coffins to the front of the Marquis Manor to cause trouble. They say they want justice for their relatives who met with misfortune at Tongbao Temple. Outside the Marquis Manor, a large crowd of people had gathered. Someone outside shouted loudly, the Marquis Manor is hiding murderers. The Crown Prince and the State Preceptor are killing commoners. My husband just went to the temple to pray for blessings, and he lost his life. My son, too. Marquis Shin stood in a dark corner and whispered to a person in commoner's clothes. Have you remembered the Marquis' instructions clearly? The man nodded. I've remembered. At this moment, Kandium walked over. Everyone fell silent upon seeing him. Someone whispered weakly, this person looks so scary. Someone else wondered, who is that? Fong Kandim glanced coldly at the people outside. I am the Crown Prince of Dakai. He swept his gaze over the people outside and said coldly, the blind priestess was able to bring the dead back to life by using dark arts. Your relatives, after coming back to life, didn't eat or drink, and their temperaments changed. Did you not suspect anything at all? After speaking, Fong Kandium ordered the person behind him, Coroner, open the coffins for an autopsy. A person stepped forward to block the coffin. Isn't it enough that you've killed people? You also want to desecrate the bodies? The surrounding people also cursed angrily. Demons, that's right, no autopsy. At this moment, Ngunian also came out and spoke up. I am the State Preceptor of Dakai. I can prove to everyone that the blind priestess was indeed using dark arts. The man who had just been instructed by Marquis Shun began his act. A young girl like this can be the State Preceptor? Our Dakai State Preceptors have clearly always been from the Leaf family of Linshan. I heard the death of the old State Preceptor is related to her. If not, how could the position of State Preceptor fall to her? At this moment, a tomato flew from somewhere and hit Ngunian straight on the head. She closed her eyes in fear, remembering the image of her. Master, Ngunian narrowed her eyes, looking at everything unfolding before her. Suddenly, something whizzed past her face. Ngunian clenched her fists, her eyes cold. Kandium stood in front of Ngunian, shielding her. Ngunian, you go back to the manor first. I'll handle things here. Suddenly, a sharp object flew by, cutting Kandium's face. Ngunian's expression grew even darker. She gently shook the bracelet on her wrist and then lightly wiped the blood from Kandium's face. Seeing Ngunian walk forward, Kandium called out softly, Ngunian. Ngunian raised her hand, looked at the crowd, and said coldly, committing evil in the name of justice. Do you think that if the law isn't enforced, anyone could do whatever they want? If you want the dead to rise, then don't regret it. Then she waved her hand, and a coffin suddenly moved. The surrounding people curiously moved closer to look. What kind of dark art is this? The coffin is moving. Ngunian laughed coldly. How ridiculous. That blind priestess and I use the same methods. So how is it that she's a goddess descended to earth, but when it comes to me, it becomes dark arts? At this moment, a skinny hand with sharp claws pried opened the coffin lid and stood up. Seeing this, everyone cowered in fear and backed away, no one daring to say a word. Ngunian stepped forward and continued coldly. The dead coming back to life is an absurd matter to begin with. A soul-swap person only has 3 months to live. Although they act as usual, their personality changes drastically. Did no one notice anything strange? She let out a cold laugh. No, you just didn't want to believe it, so you took your anger out on the innocent. The tongues of the world can erode even iron and stone. Ngunian raised the bracelet on her wrist. Fine, if you insist on demanding justice. Ngunian, with a dark expression, looked at the crowd and said with a cold smile, then I will grant your wish. After speaking, she waved her hand, and the person in the coffin stepped out with a ferocious face and walked towards the crowd. The crowd screamed in fear and ran away quickly. Ngunian smiled coldly. What, scared now? Kindiem frowned, looking at Ngunian. Something's not right with Ngunian. At this moment, a Taoist priest suddenly appeared. Haven't seen you in 3 years. Still playing with those dead souls? You really haven't improved at all. Ngunian was startled. It's you. He squeezed the dead soul's head. This dead soul thing is truly nauseating. Then he crushed the dead soul. Ngunian covered her face with her hands. At this moment, footsteps rushed over. Fong Kindiem stood protectively in front of Ngunian. The two men stared at each other. Kindiem said coldly, "Who are you?" The Taoist priest smiled. "I am Lai Nu of Linshan, and also—" His sharp gaze glanced at Ngunian behind Kindiem, the fiancé of the woman behind. "You." The three of them stood outside the Marquis Manor gate, glancing at each other in a very strange manner. Kindu, hiding in the shadows and enjoying the show, was also full of questions. What is this situation? A battle to protect love. Kindiem said coldly, "The two of you are not compatible. The engagement is cancelled by imperial decree." Kindu, in the shadows, was fuming. Imperial father is still healthy. When did it become your turn to issue imperial decrees? Lai Nu smiled and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this engagement was arranged by the late Emperor." Kindiem looked at Lai Nu and continued coldly, "Then you can go to the underworld to find him." He laughed inwardly. "The late Emperor was just my great-great-great-grandson, the grandson of one of my underlings." Lai Nu, living in the mountains with outdated news, thought angrily, "Who said the Crown Prince was sickly and weak?" Then he looked at Fong Kindiem. "So what is this incompatibility the Crown Prince speaks of based on?" Kindiem stepped in front of Lai Nu from above, looking down with a cold smile. "It's based on your shortness." Then he made a gesture comparing their heights. Seeing this, Kindu was moved to tears. Finally, a second person has appeared to be despised. The henchman ordered by Marquis Shan began to incite the crowd. "Hey, everyone, don't believe his words." Before he could finish, he was kicked and sent flying. Lai Nu spoke with a half-smile. "Weren't you the ones shouting to find the Li family of Linshan? What are you not satisfied with now?" The henchman lay on the ground in pain, looking up in astonishment. "Just because you say you're him, that makes it so? Empty words are no proof." Lai Nu bent down and smiled coldly. "Turning you into that thing in the coffin will be proof enough." Kindu was about to go crazy, clutching his head and screaming. "So what right do you have to despise Ngunian? You're clearly even scarier." Kindu rushed to Ngunian's side and said anxiously, "If more people die, there'll be no way to explain it to Imperial Father. Think of something." Ngunian looked at Kindu and replied, "His arrival is timely. Given our status, we can't act against commoners." Fong Kindu was confused. "Then what was that thing you did earlier?" Ngunian narrowed her eyes and continued coldly, "These madmen are different. It's perfect to let him scare these people with ill intentions." Fong Kindu fearfully took a small step back. He even deceives his own fiancée. To stay alive, I must be wary of Ngunian. Lai Nu stomped hard on the henchman's head. The henchman said in fear, "Taoist master, spare my life. It was the Marquis. The Marquis told me to come and cause trouble." The crowd was shocked to hear this. "What? So the recent rumors were all fake? I heard Marquis Shun and the Crown Prince's faction don't get along." In his manner, Marquis Shun, his evil deeds exposed, was furious. "Men, arrest these people for me. How dare you commoners? You must have been arranged by someone in the city to frame the Crown Prince these past few days, and now you dare to come here and spread provocative rumors." Kindiem and Ngunian silently watched. "You perform." Marquis Shin sat in the middle of the room and asked Lai Nu, "I wonder what brings Mr. Li here so suddenly." Lai Nu looked at him and said indifferently, "I've come to arrest someone." Kindiem looked at him with a wary gaze. "Humph." Ngunian didn't know what to do. "Huh." Fong Kindu's gossipy eyes darted back and forth between them. Although Fong Kindiem clenched his fists. Lai Nu smiled and said, "I want the person from the southern borderlands in your prison." Kindu asked in disappointment, "Ah, so you're not here to snatch the bride?" Kindiem angrily pinched Kindu's hand and said through gritted teeth, "What are you looking forward to?" Seeing his anger, Kindu aggrievedly bowed his head before the fierce power. Ngunian, sitting to one side, breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing this, Lai Nu turned his head, glanced at her, and said with a smile, "Don't tell me. Were you waiting for me to snatch you away? For our wedding?" Kindiem, unable to bear the sight, shot up and shouted angrily, "Men, drag him down and beat him to death." Kindu hurriedly held back his furious brother. "Oh, your poor little brother. Imperial father will kill me." Ngunian stood up, looked at Fong Kindiem, and reassured him. Your Highness, the Leaf family of Linshan specializes in dark arts. Why not let him go into the prison and take a look? She smiled smugly in her heart. He hates dead souls the most. He definitely won't hold back. It's a good chance to borrow his hand to solve this trouble. Kandiem's face was dark with anger. Ngunian actually helped him. Late at night, in the Marquis manor, Lai Nu grabbed a subordinate's arm and asked, "Where's Ngunian?" Seeing the questioner was Lai Nu, the subordinate pointed in a direction. "Her ladyship, the state preceptor, is in the courtyard over there." Ngunian's room was pitch black at this time. Lai Nu walked to the bedside with a fierce look in his eyes. "How much longer are you going to stand in my way?" Then he drew the sword from his back and slashed down at the bed. Just then, Fong Kandiem emerged from under the covers and blocked the descending sword. The two men narrowed their eyes at each other. Kandiem looked coldly at Lai Nu. "Do you want to try the feeling of reincarnation?" Lai Nu turned away and said in a cold voice, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please continue sleeping. I'm going to find Ngunian." Fong Kandiem angrily kicked in the rear, sending him tumbling to the ground. After doing so, he sat down on the bed, one hand holding his sword, and looked at him coldly. "Did you ask me before you try to draw your sword on her?" Elsewhere, Kandu, who was sleeping soundly in his bed, frowned. Oh, the continuous noise from outside was preventing him from sleeping well. Kandu sat up angrily and shouted, in the middle of the night, "Who's making a racket? Men, go and arrest them." A subordinate rushed in and said, "Your Highness, His Highness the Crown Prince and Mr. Li are fighting in the courtyard." Fong Kandu scratched his face in surprise. Could it be because of... He recalled that afternoon, Kandiem had frowned at him and said, "I'm afraid that guy will do something to Ngunian. Swap my room with Ngunian's for a bit. Don't let the news get out." Thinking of this, Kandu quickly threw on a robe and hurried outside. Wow, Imperial Brother's crow-like mouth was right. Suddenly, a sword whizzed by and embedded itself in the pillar, inches from Kandu's head. Fong Kandu's face changed, and he stood frozen in fear. Kandu's face was pale as he clutched his chest and said weakly, "I can't be of any help, so I'll take my leave." The sword on the wall was suddenly pulled. Out. Lai Nu caressed the sword in his hand. This sword only reacts to magical artifacts. His eyes suddenly narrowed. Could it be? Lai Nu looked at Fong Kandiem and continued, "This blade is no ordinary item. Where did your Highness the Crown Prince come from?" Ngunian suddenly appeared and said angrily, "His Highness the Crown Prince's belongings. Do you need to report them to you?" After speaking, she pulled Fong Kandiem's hand and left. Closing the door, Ngunian leaned her hands against it and looked at Kandiem seriously. "Don't go near him again." Kandiem questioned angrily, "On what grounds? Not only do I want to go near him, I want to punch him." Ngunian caressed his face. "Be good." Then she took his hand with the red bracelet and said seriously, "If this breaks, he will sense the aura on you. I'm afraid if he discovers your true identity, it will not be good for you." Seeing her worry for him, Kandim gently hugged her. "So you do have some conscience." Then his voice suddenly turned cold. "If you protect him, I'll go out there and kill him right now." Ngunian thought to herself, "I'm not protecting him." Kandim suddenly pushed her away a little and continued, "That's right, that engagement is also not allowed. I'll find the dead soul for you, and you'll continue to live with me in this world. This is our agreement." Fong Kandim looked deep in Ngunian's eyes and said, "I've done my part, so don't you have any regrets?" Ngunian's cheeks flushed red. She scratched her face, thinking, he's not wrong, but it still sounded a bit strange. Ngunian smiled and patted his shoulder reassuringly. "Don't worry, I won't pay you any mind. I'll reconnect your bracelet for you. But don't cause any more trouble tonight. If you want to settle scores with Lai Nu, you have to wait until tomorrow. I'll go out and say a few words to him to prevent him from..." She raised her hand to open the door, but a strong hand pressed hers firmly against the door. Kandim threw her over his shoulder impatiently, nagging, "You're sleeping here tonight." After speaking, he pressed Ngunian onto the bed. She lay on the bed, her eyes wide, staring at him. Oh my God, the plot from the storybooks is actually happening to me. In Ngunian's storybook brain, Fong Kandim pressed down on her, gently kissing her fair neck. After a moment, Kandim gently removed the clothes on her. But in reality, after placing Ngunian on the bed, Kandim stood up straight. "His target is you. You'll be safer by my side." Ngunian let out a disappointed hiss. "Ngunian, wake up. Storybooks are all fake." Having said what needed to be said, Fong Kandim took a blanket and pillow, spread them on the floor, and lay down. "I'll sleep here." Call me if you need anything. Ngunian lay on the bed, her hand propping up her cheek, and smiled. Fawn condemn, you're very bold. Aren't you afraid I'll do something to you while you're asleep? He lay down, closed his eyes, and replied nonchalantly, at most, you'll just kiss me a few times. What else can you do? Ngunian turned over, hugging her pillow tightly. Then I might as well tell you about the engagement. Kindiem opened his eyes and listened silently. Ngunian recounted faintly. It was just a joke by the late emperor. It was never meant to be. If you say Lai Nu has some motive towards me, then it can only be to kill me. Hearing this, Kindiem immediately stood up and uttered coldly, it's still better to just chop him to death. Ngunian hurriedly held back the agitated him. Why are you angry again? Calm down. The two of them suddenly slipped and fell. Backwards, Kindiem fell on top of Ngunian. The weight of his body on her made her cough up blood. I'm dying, I'm dying, I'm dying. Kindiem quickly rolled over and sat beside her, asking worriedly, are you all right? Ngunian, helped up by him, said weakly, not good. I feel like I'm about to die. Kindiem immediately turned to go outside. You wait here. I'll go get someone. Ngunian quickly grabbed his hand. Don't go, she said guiltily. You just sit here. I'll be fine in a moment. Kindiem had no choice but to sit down, his brow tightly furrowed. Ngunian sat helplessly beside him, looking at him. She said softly, Lai Nu is not only the new master of the Li family, but also my master's biological nephew. Fong Kindiem's face darkened. Childhood sweethearts, senior brother and junior sister. Fong Kindiem looked at her, confused, and asked, then why does he want to kill you? Ngunian hesitated, not knowing how to say it. He gently stroked her head to comfort her. If you don't want to say it, I won't force you. Go to sleep. After a while, Ngunian, lying on the bed, spoke up. Today, with those people causing trouble at the manor gate, I lost a bit of control. Ngunian's voice grew softer and softer. I'm a little scared of myself. If I lose control again, will I harm others? Harm you? Fong Kindiem lay down and fell asleep instantly. Hearing his snores, the corner of her mouth twitched, and she tooted. Suddenly, a shadow flashed by. Ngunian immediately got up, walked to the door, and opened it. Outside, Ngunian's eyes turned cold. Attacking the crown prince at night is enough to be sentenced to death. His Highness the Crown Prince let you go once. If you know what's good for you, you'll stop. Lai Nu looked at her and spoke. You swapped the soul of that woman from the southern borderlands because you wanted to hide something? Where did that woman's soul go? Ngunian sighed. It scattered. Lai Nu was furious. Ngunian frowned at Lai Nu. What about you? The Li family has been in seclusion for many years. Why did you suddenly choose to come down from the mountain? Lai Nu narrowed his eyes. The affairs of my sect are not for a traitor like you to ask about. Then he looked in Ngunian's eyes and continued. Or do you think that because the crown prince is protecting you, I won't dare to do anything to you? This mountain you're leaning on is good, but it's not so solid that it can't be pushed over. Hearing this, she frowned. Causing trouble shouldn't involve friends and family. If you dare to touch him, I will definitely not let you go. Lai Nu patted her face lightly and then laughed coldly. What are you so nervous about? I'm not stupid enough to plot against the crown prince. But if he weren't the crown prince? Ngunian angrily slapped his hand away. Her eyes narrowed. Could he have sensed something? Lai Nu turned his back and said coldly, just you wait and see. Your peaceful days are about to end. Ngunian silently watched Lai Nu leave. Early the next morning, Kindu opened the door and called out loudly, Imperial brother, Imperial brother. He ran quickly into the room, suddenly tripped over something, and fell to the ground. Ouch! Hearing the loud noise, Ngunian, who was sleeping on the bed, rubbed her eyes and sat up. She sleepily covered her mouth, yawned, and looked down at the floor. Kindu was momentarily stunned to see Ngunian here. His eyes were full of surprise as if to ask, why are you sleeping here? Suddenly, a growling voice came from beneath him, startling him, and he immediately jumped to his feet. Kindu hummed and looked down to see Kindiem lying underneath. A large bump quickly swelled on Kindu's head, causing him immense pain. He plopped down next to the table, clutching his head, laughing happily, and exclaimed, that Taoist priest killed the blind priestess. This time, we can finally wash our hands of this. Kindiem looked up at Ngunian, thinking deeply. Could it be that last night, Ngunian deliberately led Lai Nu into the prison? Hearing this, Ngunian gave a forced laugh. She sighed softly. Lai Nu is from the Li family. The person he killed must be a demon. This matter no longer concerns us. We can return to the capital to report. Kindu immediately reacted, raising his hand to signal a stop. Wait. He whispered and stammered. I want to stay a few more days. Ngunian tilted her head and looked at him intently, asking, "You still want to stay in Hashi?" Kadu scratched his head and replied with a forced smile, "Just for a few more days." Kandiam stood up and slowly walked out. He waved his hand and said, "You take your time. We'll meet back at the palace." Kindu suddenly threw himself on the ground, rolling around and wailing, "I already told Chi-Ki that the four of us would go see the Li Xia Lantern Festival together." He suddenly sprang up, clenching his hands into fists. His eyes flashed with determination. "This time, I must clearly show my feelings to Chi-Ki." Ngunian stood speechless, watching Kadu crying and making a fuss like a child. Meanwhile, Fong Kandiam frowned angrily at the chaotic scene. Bringing a child along is so troublesome. Fine, have it your way. We'll stay a few more days." Kandu looked up, bewildered and confused. Bringing a child? What child? On the night of the Li Xia Lantern Festival, the streets were ablaze with brilliant lights, and crowds of people eagerly flocked to the festival. Ngunian, licking a lollipop in her hand, said, "Let's go on ahead. Kid number 3 over there should be fine, right?" Kandiam waved his hand nonchalantly. "He's fine." He said he has everything prepared. At this moment, Kindu was gleefully bathing, muttering to himself while looking in the mirror, "Today, I must be more charming than my older royal brother." At the festival, a cute little girl in a short pink tunic held a bamboo basket, introducing with a bright smile, "Everyone, come buy a water lantern and make a wish by the riverbank. They're very effective." Ngunian, attracted by the shimmering lanterns, stopped to look. Fong Kandiam asked curiously, "What are you wishing for?" Ngunian replied as she wrote, "For money to fall from the sky." Fong Kandiam shook his head, speechless. He looked at her helplessly and said softly, "Be a little more ambitious." Ngunian looked at the pile of brilliant lanterns in her hands and exclaimed with excitement, "Wow, it's really effective." She enthusiastically raised her hand and called out, "Shopkeeper, one more please." Then she skipped to the riverbank and released the water lanterns one by one. Fong Kandim walked beside her and asked softly, "What did you write on the second one?" Ngunian dodged his hand as he tried to grab the paper, her lips curling into a smile. "If I tell you, it won't come true anymore." Fong Kandim, embarrassed, turned his head away and pouted slightly. Clearly, telling me would make it even more effective. Ngunian lowered her gaze. "In the end, no one can help me with this." She raised her head and looked ahead, suddenly catching sight of a familiar figure. Li Nu. He had his head down, releasing a water lantern to float away with the current. Ngunian walked up to him and said in surprise, "You're making a wish too?" The moment Li Nu saw it was her, he immediately shot to his feet, his eyes glaring angrily. He said, "Who needs your concern?" Ngunian paid him no mind. She bent down to look at his lantern, which was wobbling and about to sink. She quickly lifted the lantern, muttering, "It's not good for someone's water lantern to fail right at the starting line." Lai Nu glared sideways, snatched the lantern back with a cold voice, "Don't touch it." During the struggle, the wish paper stuck to the lantern fell off. Ngunian bent down and picked it up. Her eyes narrowed slightly when she saw the words, "Save Uncle." She looked up at him, her voice trembling slightly. "This lantern is yours." Lai Nu snatched the wish paper back from Ngunian's hand. Seeing him about to leave, Ngunian hurriedly called after him, "Wait, what do you mean by save Uncle?" Lai Nu strode away coldly, his voice dry. "It has nothing to do with you." Suddenly, a horse carriage came speeding from a distance. People shouted in alarm, "Look out!" Ngunian was still stunned, not yet recovered from her shock, and couldn't react in time. Fong Kandiam quickly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her tightly into his embrace. "Are you all right?" Ngunian struggled out, saying agitatedly, "Lai Nu would never joke about my master. He must have come down from the mountain for a reason this time." She struggled to break free from his embrace, her expression anxious. "I must get to the bottom of this." Fong Kandiam gently held Ngunian's face. His finger lightly touched her lips as he whispered, "You've been too tense lately. Relax tonight. We'll talk about Lai Nu's matter later." He took Ngunian's hand and pulled her along. "We have an appointment with number 3 on the bridge. Let's go." Ngunian took a deep breath to calm down and nodded slightly. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Tam Chi-Ki was sad and unhappy. Her eyes darted around as if searching for something. Kindu stood beside her with a sorrowful gaze. Everything seemed different from what he had imagined. In his dreams, he saw Chi-Ki shyly holding his hand, but reality was completely different. When he saw Tam Chi-Ki walk away, Chuka hurriedly chased after her, calling out, "Eldest young lady, please walk slower. Eldest young lady, even the third prince can't keep up with you." Tam Chi thought angrily to herself, "I shouldn't have agreed to go out with that guy." Just then, Kadu approached holding a stuffed rabbit, his face beaming. His voice was full of hope. "Chi, look, I remember you really liked this when we were little." Tam Chi frowned indifferently. "Why don't I remember?" Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she had an idea. She smiled faintly, feigning gentleness. "Now, I like lotus lanterns. Could you buy one for me, cousin?" Hearing this, Kindu smiled happily. "All right, wait a moment. I'll go buy it right away." Watching his retreating back, Chi-Ki's expression immediately changed. She turned to Chu-Ka with a cold voice, "That I'm not feeling well. I want to go back to the residence." Chu-Ka asked doubtfully, "Aren't you going to wait for the third prince?" "No, he's having fun. I can go back by myself." She sneered inwardly. It wasn't easy to get away from him. "Why wait?" Chu-Ka smiled slyly. "Eldest young lady, I know a shortcut back to the residence that's very fast." The two of them walked for a long time, only to end up in a dead-end alley. Chi angrily scolded, "How audacious. You dare to lead me on." Chu-Ka's expression suddenly changed. His voice was full of contempt. "Young lady, you think you're worthy?" Tam Chi backed away in horror. "What do you mean?" Chu-Ka advanced step by step, the corner of his mouth lifting into a sinister smile. "That you're a terrible actress. Sister Chi is the truly gentle one. You're not like her at all." His eyes were dark and vicious. Tam Chi trembled and asked, "Who are you? How do you know I'm not her?" Chu-Ka answered, "She indulged you, so I let you be for a few days. But now I'm about to leave. I can't let you continue to take her place. So you should just go and die." With that, he took out a small bell from his clothes. Tam Chi was horrified. Ngunian's soul-controlling bell. The boy shook the bell. Her body crumpled to the ground in pain. Chu-Ka laughed coldly. "You adults, you all look down on children." As he finished speaking, he reached out his hand to finish her off. In that instant, another hand forcefully pulled him back. Lai Nu appeared, his eyes cold. "And no wonder, I always felt a rotten smell in the residence. So was you." He pressed the tip of his sword against Chu-Ka's neck, growling out each word. "What in the world are you?" Just then, a volley of arrows suddenly flew towards them. Lai Nu dodged nimbly, his sharp eyes prepared for battle. Chu-Ka glanced quickly at him. Taking the opportunity, he spun around, kicked Lai Nu, and broke free. The boy's movements were agile. With one leap, he disappeared into the darkness. From behind, a mysterious person spoke up, head of the Lai family. "I've heard you've always been seeking a way to resurrect someone." Lai Nu's eyes were ice cold as he replied, "Stop beating around the bush." A deep voice echoed from within the carriage that, "If you spare that child today, the holy sect of Nanjiang will surely repay you in the future." Lai Nu just snorted coldly and fell silent. Late at night, the bright moon cast a silver glow over the road. Ngunian's group was waiting anxiously. Just then, Kindu ran over breathlessly and asked urgently, "Did Chi come looking for you?" Fong Kindiem frowned in reply. "Wasn't she with you?" Kindu said, panting, "Chi and Chu-Ka have both disappeared." At that moment, the bracelet on Ngunian's wrist glowed brightly. She gripped her wrist. "I can feel Lai Nu performing a spell. We have to go check." On Lai Nu's side, he was carrying Tam Chi, walking with heavy steps. The three of them arrived just in time to see that scene. Kindu immediately rushed forward, calling out, "Chi." Then he angrily grabbed Lai Nu's collar and yelled, "What did you do to her?" Lai Nu's face remained calm, his voice even. "Let go. And while you're at it, take her. She's very heavy." Back at the Tam residence, the group sat before Marquis Tam to report. The old man frowned in disbelief. "How could you call harm Chi? He's just a child." He glanced at Fong Kindiem, his gaze profound. In my opinion, there must be a hidden story to this. We just need to bring Chu-Ka here for questioning." Kindiem chuckled and clicked his tongue. "This old man wants to stir up trouble again." Lai Nu lifted his teacup, took a sip, and said frankly, "Chu-Ka is no ordinary child. When I caught him and was about to interrogate him, several people from Nanjiang suddenly appeared, attacked, and helped him escape. If I'm not mistaken, he is now the holy child of Nanjiang." The three of them were stunned to hear this. The holy child of Nanjiang. Marquis Tam's face darkened, his voice grave. What a holy child of Nanjiang. To arrive at such a time. He immediately clasped his hands and said to condemn, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, the Holy Child of Nanjiang is an old acquaintance of yours and the state preceptor. If it weren't so, Chi would not have kept him by her side. This humble subject must report this to His Majesty to demand an explanation." Fong Condiem gave a faint smile. "Please feel free. Go ahead and report your own ancestor and his useless grandnephew." Hearing this, Kandu angrily clenched his fists. In grandfather's eyes, is Chi just a tool to overthrow the crown prince? If I have to use her to defeat my older royal brother, then I'd rather not. Thinking this, he shot to his feet, his voice resolute. "Grandfather, in Tantui village, it was I who disobeyed my older brother and insisted on helping Chuka. Therefore, I will take responsibility for Chi's injury this time." Fong Condiem looked at his younger brother with a flash of surprise, then smiled faintly. This kid wasn't raised in vain. Marquis Tam shouted angrily, "Nonsense! Although Chi is the third prince's cousin, you cannot arbitrarily take responsibility." Ngunian then stepped forward, her voice serious. "Everyone, please be quiet for a moment." Kandu anxiously asked her, "How is Chi?" Ngunian replied, "Chuka stole the soul-controlling bell and used it on Chi. Her soul is now damaged." She sat down dejectedly next to Fong Condiem, blaming herself that it was my carelessness. "I was afraid the Lantern Festival would be too crowded, so I left the soul-controlling bell at the residence." Lai Nu looked at her and sneered. "The books say the soul-controlling bell only works on dead souls. Miss Tam is a living person. How could she be injured by it?" Ngunian glared at him. This guy clearly knows more. He's just afraid the world isn't chaotic enough. Ngunian replied, "This matter is indeed strange, but please rest assured, Marquis, I will definitely find a way to deal with it." Marquis Tam sighed, his voice heavy. "Then I shall wait for the state preceptor's news. Chi is my most beloved granddaughter. If anything untoward happens, my only recourse is to ask His Majesty to pass judgment." In the library, Ngunian was buried in a pile of books, searching frantically. Fong Condem came up from behind, wrapped his arms tightly around her, and said softly, "You're too tired. Go rest." Ngunian turned and shook her head firmly. "I can't. What happened to Chi was an accident, and it's my responsibility. I must save her." Condem looked at her worriedly, his gaze softening. "All right, then I'll reluctantly lend you a hand. You said before that the aura of a 1,000-year-old wandering soul is highly nourishing. In that case, you should nourish yourself a bit more." Ngunian's lips curled into a slight smile. "Your condition isn't bad today. Let me try a more nourishing way to eat." Fong Condiem was stunned, instinctively sensing danger. Ngunian gently caressed his chin, then suddenly opened her mouth and bit down hard on it. Condiem's face flushed red as he struggled and yelled, "Let go, let go." Outside the door, Kandu happened to see the scene and was startled, quickly hiding around the corner. Inside, a humiliated and angry Fong Condiem growled, "I'll give you one more hour. When I come back, you must be asleep." With that, he pushed the door open and walked out. The door slammed hard into Kandu's head, making him yelp in pain. Before he could recover, his older brother grabbed him by the hair and pulled him up, shouting in a cold voice, "You want another beating?" Fong Kandu hurriedly explained, "I didn't do anything. I came to report to you about the investigation from before." The two sat down on the steps. Kandu recounted seriously, "You told me to interrogate the followers of Lady Man-Nan. They said she brought a young boy with her when she entered the city. After that boy ran away, she's been searching for him frantically." Fong Condiem continued, "Then that boy must be Chuka. When Gunian and I were out, we saw him being chased by a group of people. We saved him and brought him back to the residence, and only then did we notice the existence of Lady Man-Nan. None of this was a coincidence." Kindu thought back with a hint of sadness. "So you're saying the incident in Tantui village was also orchestrated by him alone?" Fong Condiem pondered, "Not necessarily, but at the very least, he took advantage of the situation." The two fell silent for a long while, both covering their faces with their hands in helplessness, feeling utterly humiliated at the thought of being deceived by a child. Just then, someone came to report, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Third Prince, the eldest young lady is awake." Both of them immediately went to Chi's room. A maidservant trembled, crying as she spoke. "The eldest young lady has been crying ever since she woke up. She refuses to talk or see anyone." Gunian said coldly, "It's all right, leave it to me." Hearing footsteps, Tam Chi said with a choked voice, "I said I'm not seeing anyone for now." Gunian spoke up, "It's me." Tam Chi Ki looked up and, upon seeing her, called out in surprise. State Preceptor. Ngunian pulled up a chair and sat opposite her, asking calmly, "Who are you crying for?" Chi Ki asked softly in return. "A cold and intelligent person like the State Preceptor must. I've already guessed, right?" Ngunian replied. "After you fell into the water, your soul state was sometimes dim, sometimes bright. I guess something was attached to you, but I didn't expect you to be willing that you knew that soul." Tam Chi Ki bit her lip, her voice choked with emotion. "That is my younger brother, Chi Hien. He harbored feelings that the world could not accept, and at 15, he impulsively jumped into the lake. I sought out Lady Man Nan to help me find his soul." Ngunian's voice was grave. "So you want to perform a salvation ritual for him?" When I fell into the water that time, I discovered that Chi Hien had always been by my side, protecting me. I know he has caused a lot of trouble for the Crown Prince and the State Preceptor these past few days." Ngunian frowned. "Could it be that he likes the Crown Prince?" Tam Chi Ki quickly replied, "No, he's just worried about me. He wants to help me become the Crown Princess, so that I can live the most honorable life." With that, she tremblingly took Ngunian's hand. "I apologize to you on Chi Hien's behalf. Actually, I never wanted to marry the Crown Prince." Ngunian muttered to herself, "The despised old ghost. I don't think he's that bad." Afterwards, Ngunian stepped outside. Kindu and Marquis Tam immediately came forward and asked worriedly, "How is Chi Ki?" Ngunian calmly replied, "She needs to rest and recover. Everyone should return to their rooms and rest for now." Marquis Tam frowned suspiciously and asked, "The State Preceptor was inside for so long. Did Chi Ki say anything?" Just then, Fonk and DM appeared from behind the door, suddenly cutting in. "No news is good news. Why ask so many questions?" He extended his hand towards Ngunian, gesturing, "Let's go back to sleep." Ngunian was slightly surprised, but followed him and left. On the way, Kandiam muttered in a low voice, "That old man is suspicious. Luckily, I was there to cover for you. Otherwise, you'd be stuck with him and could forget about going back to sleep." He walked on, talking non-stop, which made Ngunian frown. "Are you a nanny? You're nagging endlessly." Fonk and Dim immediately turned around and glared. "What did you just say?" Ngunian smiled faintly, her lips curling up. "I just said the Crown Prince shouldn't be telling a Grand Duchess to go to sleep." "Huh, you must find this sentence interesting." As she finished speaking, she reached out and grabbed a lock of his hair, then gently kissed it. "Tell me, what are you thinking about?" Fonk and Dim blushed, caught off guard by her and not knowing how to respond. Seeing his embarrassment, Ngunian chuckled to herself. He's flustered. He turned away huffily, his voice full of indignation. "Let's not talk about these things anymore. I'm asking you about official business. What exactly happened to Tam Chi Ki?" Ngunian suddenly stopped walking. She glanced around, then said to herself in a serious tone, "This matter absolutely cannot be known by others." Then she beckoned with her hand. "If you want to hear, come over here, and I'll tell you." Fonk and Dim snorted coldly, his eyes sharp. "Am I someone you can summon and dismiss at will?" But despite his annoyed tone, he obediently walked closer. "Hurry up and say it." Ngunian leaned in and whispered in his ear. After hearing it, Fonk and DM was startled and blurted out loudly, "Two souls in one body, and they can share a consciousness?" Ngunian was alarmed and quickly covered his mouth. "Shoo, keep your voice down. This is the first time I've encountered something like this. Do you feel anything different in your body now?" Fonk and DM frowned and shook his head. "No." Ngunian sighed softly. "That's true. The original Crown Prince was already useless. I'm afraid he's really dead." The next morning, Ngunian went to find Lai Nu. He narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. "It's not impossible for me to save Chi Ki, but..." Ngunian cut him off coldly. "What are the conditions?" She silently reached out and touched the green bracelet on her wrist. It was a magical artifact given to her by her master, mainly used to destroy souls. If she switched to the red bracelet, which was meant to nourish souls, Chi Ki's situation could surely recover quickly. Lai Nu said slowly, "Trade it for the Crown Prince's dagger." Ngunian was stunned, thinking angrily to herself, "You've calculated this well. Could it be that he already knows the origin of the soul-shattering blade?" Just then, Marquis Tam walked over, smiling and clasping his hands. "Young Master Lai, State Preceptor, so you two are here enjoying tea at your leisure." Ngunian immediately stood up. "Marquis, is there something you need from us?" Marquis Tam replied calmly, "I was looking for young Master Lai because of Chi Ki's illness. I hope young Master Lai will take good care of her from now on." Ngunian whipped her head around to face Lai Nu. What? You've already agreed to help the Marquis treat Chi Ki's illness. She gritted her teeth, growling softly. This bastard dared to trick me. Lai Nu calmly sipped his tea and smiled faintly. The origin of the magical artifact on the crown prince is unknown. As the state preceptor, you must naturally investigate it thoroughly. Seeing the two of them whispering, Marquis Tam coughed several times to remind them of his presence. There is another matter concerning the state preceptor. Ngunian turned back and nodded. Marquis, please speak. Marquis Tam said gravely, a letter just arrived from the capital. His Majesty misses the Crown Prince and the Third Prince, and urges your Highnesses and the State Preceptor to return to the palace soon. Very quickly, a carriage was prepared in front of the Marquis's residence. Fong Kandiem impatiently grabbed Kandu. Stop making a fuss and come with me. Kandu struggled fiercely. Chi Ki isn't fully recovered yet. I want to stay. Marquis Tam saw the two of them to the door and bowed respectfully. Third Prince, please rest assured. Young Master Lai will stay at the residence to nurse Chi Ki back to health. Please return to the palace with peace of mind. And don't let Her Highness the noble consort worry any further. With that, the old man unceremoniously pushed Kandu's head into the carriage. As the carriage departed, he secretly clenched his fist in encouragement. Get your fighting spirit back, Third Prince. In the carriage, Kandu was dejected and sad, his eyes gloomy. Will that rotten Taoist do anything to Chi Ki? Ngunian comforted him. Third Prince, please rest assured. Lai Nu's temperament may be gloomy and erratic, but his character is not bad. Hearing this, Fong Kandiem frowned. In displeasure, Kandu immediately retorted, good character? Then why was he secretly hiding in a corner, eavesdropping on our conversation? Ngunian was startled and quickly asked, since when? Kandu puffed out his chest proudly. Last night when you two were talking in the corridor, I happened to be passing by. He was standing in the shadows and must have been there for a while. After speaking, he puffed out his chest arrogantly. Hurry up and praise me. If I hadn't discovered him, he would have stayed there and refused to leave. Ngunian glanced at Fong Kandiem. How much do you think he heard? Does he suspect anything about your identity? Fong Kandiem's lips curled into a disdainful smile. What's there to be afraid of? If he has the guts, he can just confront me directly. In the Tam residence, Lai Nu sat before the sickbed and said softly to Tam Chi Ki, the other day, your soul was damaged by the soul-controlling bell, but the part of the soul that was lost did not belong to you at all. Tam Chi Ki's eyes widened in fear. Trembling, what did you just say? Lai Nu continued slowly. There is a fragment of a soul hidden in your body. Not only did it take the brunt of the attack for you, but it has also been secretly extending the lifespan of your main soul. Tam Chi Ki asked in a panicked, urgent voice, what? Then what happened to that soul now? Lai Nu replied coldly, its soul has scattered and dispersed. Tam Chi Ki trembled, her voice cracking. That soul is my younger brother. Young Master Lai, Chi Ki begs you to save him. She knelt down and pleaded. But Lai Nu just stood up, the hem of his robe fluttering slightly, his eyes ice cold. He turned to leave, that will see what my mood is like. The bracelet in his hand suddenly glowed a brilliant red. His voice echoed with a faint laugh. Such deep sisterly love. For your sake, I'll keep her around for a few more days. Perhaps she'll still be useful. Later, at the imperial court, the officials gathered, buzzing with discussion. I can't believe the crown prince has truly recovered. Moreover, he even resolved the strange affair in Hushi. Even the third prince has to admire the crown prince a little. It seems the rumors about the crown prince suffering from delusions were just baseless rumors. Indeed. Upon returning to his residence, Fong Kandiem collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, his breathing heavy. This broken body is so useless. Just a few days on the road, and it's already worn out, as if it's about to fall apart. At this moment, the emperor strode in and shouted, insolence! You return to the palace without reporting and dare to lie around here. Fong Kandiem slowly sat up, yawning widely. Isn't it enough that number 3 reported? Father Emperor, you're still young, yet you're already nagging so much. The emperor was stunned to hear this. Still young? It seems his son's delusions haven't fully recovered. The old man frowned, sighed, and sat down on the edge of the bed. Father Emperor is about to select a consort for you. You can't keep talking so wildly like this. Fong can DM glance sideways at his father emperor, his lips curling slightly before he casually lay back down on the pillow. That I'm not selecting anyone. I'm still young. The old emperor's face turned red with anger as he slammed the table. When I was your age, I already had number 3. He pointed a finger straight at him. The matter of selecting a consort is settled. I will have a state preceptor check the horoscopes and choose a few suitable noble ladies. Fong Condemn narrowed his eyes nonchalantly and sighed. As you wish. It's not like Ngunian will agree anyway. That night, while Ngunian was engrossed in her work, Fong Condemn angrily shoved the door open and strode in. The rough action made the door slam with a bang, startling her. He felt utterly slapped in the face. It was one thing for that grandnephew of his to cause trouble, but for even Ngunian to actually nod and agree. He strode forward and snatched the paper from her hand that are not allowed to look. Ngunian looked up and said calmly, "Defying an imperial edict is a beheading offense, big brother. If you don't want to marry, do you want to be married off instead?" Fong Condemn grabbed the brush and drew a heavy line. He crossed out all the names on the paper. Wu Yin frowned and quickly reached out to stop him. "Stop it, my head is about to fall off my neck." Fong Kanayan immediately leaned in close and said, "If I take a wife, who will immortalize your soul? How will you help me hide my identity? At that point, both of us will be in danger." Wu Yin's gaze wavered slightly. Fong Kanayan pressed a step closer. "Besides this aura of a 1,000-year-old ghost soul, do you really not want it?" He gritted his teeth and tried his best to release his special fragrance. Wu Yin blushed, her heart pounding uncontrollably. At that moment, a young eunuch ran and flustered. "State Preceptor, Your Excellency." Seeing the scene before him, his face immediately flushed red as he stammered. "His Majesty sent this servant to ask how the horoscope reading is progressing." Wu Yin, as if suddenly awakened, quickly turned around. She glanced at the list, her heart growing more anxious. "This is bad. The names of all the young ladies on the list have been completely crossed out." Fong Kanayan placed a heavy hand on her shoulder. "The State Preceptor once said the Crown Prince's fate is too fierce. Whoever marries him will surely meet a deadly fate. I want to see who else dares to come." The next day at court, Wu Yin reporting to Your Majesty, "The Crown Prince's fate is extremely fierce. If a marriage is forced, the woman's side will easily fall gravely ill and die." Upon hearing this, the emperor's face darkened. How can this be? San Yu glanced sideways at Fong Kanayan. He sighed and spoke, "If my fate is already so, then let's not harm others." San Yu sighed again. "Some people look formidable, but in the end, it's all just fate." The emperor frowned and said, "But how can he not take a wife? Why not find another master to help the crown prince?" After a moment's thought, he clapped his hands in realization. "That's right. Isn't the third son of the Li family from Linshan also in Hushi? Why not ask him to find a way to break it?" Fong Kanayan froze for a moment, remembering Li Ru, Wu Yin's childhood fiancé. His eyes darkened as he glanced at Fong Sanyu and nudged him with his elbow, signaling frantically. Sanyu screamed internally, "Why do you keep dragging me into your business?" He quickly fabricated a story. When Li Ru was in Hushi, he was severely injured while helping us. He is currently recuperating at the Shun residence. I'm afraid it would be inconvenient for him to travel. The emperor frowned and huffed that we do not care. As the state preceptor, Wu Yin must help the crown prince defy heaven and change his fate. Wu Yin could only force a smile. If this subject had such an ability, I would have changed my own fate long ago. An idea suddenly flashed in her mind, and she quickly said, "That's right, your subject has a way. If we can find a woman whose fate is even fiercer than the crown prince's, we could try to match them. Your Majesty may choose freely, and this subject will personally confirm it." Hearing this, the emperor's spirits lifted, worthy of being the state preceptor. "We will immediately send people to inquire which family has a daughter with an extremely fierce fate." Fong Sanyu suddenly spoke up. "There's no need to search. No one is fiercer than the state preceptor." Then he burst into dramatic sobs. "Father Emperor, your son's time in Hushi was truly miserable. The state preceptor can summon any kind of bad luck." The emperor pondered for a moment, muttering, "The state preceptor? How could that be?" Then he mentally slapped himself that, and oh, that's not right. The state preceptor is clearly a genuine young maiden in her prime. Phone Kanayan immediately turned to stare at Sanyu. Flustered, Sanyu hastily shielded himself with an exaggerated gesture. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't say anything wrong. Phone Kanayan fell into deep thought. On second thought, if it's Wen Yin, it's not entirely impossible. Although she always wants to eat me. Wen Yin immediately voiced her objection. Absolutely not. Her resolute gaze made him slightly frown. He then glanced to the side. Sanyu, who was looking bewildered, was hit squarely by the rejection and recoiled. He clearly looked despised. Wen Yin calmly continued, Your Majesty, please do not take the third prince's recent words seriously. Sanyu immediately pointed at himself, his eyes wide, that I wasn't joking at all. Phone Kanayan glanced at him and then immediately rushed over to drag him away. The third prince and I have some business. We'll take our leave. The emperor roared in anger. Rebellious son, did we give you permission to leave? Phone Kanayan brushed past Wen Yin. She frowned in confusion. Doesn't he not want to get married? I'm clearly helping him. What is he angry about? She could only sigh helplessly. You are truly hard to understand. The two of them had just stepped out into the corridor. The palace maids standing in a line bowed and greeted in unison. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Your Highness the Third Prince. Phone Sanyu forcefully shook off Phone Kanayan's hand, his face full of dissatisfaction. What are you doing? You angered Father Emperor and then dragged me along. Phone Kanayan suppressed his anger, raising his hand as if to rap him on the head. You still dare to talk. It was clearly because you talked too much just now. Phone Sanyu quickly ducked, covering his head in a flustered manner. Wasn't I just trying to do what's best for you too? That's why I said it. He lowered his head and muttered, Who would have thought you'd despise me for it? Phone Kanayan's gloomy expression grew increasingly unsightly. Sanyu immediately put on a placating smile. Come on, cheer up. I have a great idea. Speak. Very quickly, a rumor spread throughout the palace. Did you hear? His Highness the Crown Prince angered His Majesty again. That's right. I'm afraid His Highness's delusions are acting up again. He's even set his sights on the state preceptor. At this moment, Wen Yin was passing by and paused when she overheard. She asked, Has His Highness the Crown Prince not returned yet? Reporting to the state preceptor, it seems His Highness the Crown Prince has left the palace. Wen Yin was startled. Just a few days ago, he was lying around refusing to move. Now, he has this much energy. This is not good. I have to find him. I absolutely cannot let him do something foolish and expose his identity. With that thought, she hurriedly turned to leave. Just then, Phone Kanayan returned from outside, his cloak disheveled, his face a little weary. Wen Yin ran up and asked, Where did you go? Why do you look like you've just been trampled? Phone Kanayan suddenly remembered Sanyu's advice. You must be cold and disdainful. He lifted his chin and walked straight past her, his voice indifferent. This prince goes where he pleases. It's not for you to manage. Wen Yin, bewildered, only replied with an oh. This caused a fire of anger in Phone Kanayan's heart to flare up. Oh, is that all? He immediately strode into the room. Wen Yin remained outside, calling after him. Try not to go out alone in the future. It's very dangerous. His voice echoed from inside the room. I went to a brothel to drink. Then the door slammed shut. Wen Yin immediately imagined a scene of beautiful young ladies surrounding him, cooing coquettishly. Young master, you're so wonderful. Young master, you smell so good. A hot rush of blood surged through her, and she shouted in anger. You have some nerve. Inside the room, Phone Kanayan heard her, and a smirk crept onto his lips. Not bad. That idiot third brother is reliable for once. Wen Yin stomped over resentfully and kicked the door, her voice stern. Don't be so debauched. It will destabilize your soul. Phone Kanayan immediately reached out, grabbed her wrist, and pulled her straight into the room. His voice was low. Then why don't you help me check if it's stable or not? Wen Yin found this extremely strange. Normally, he tried his best to refuse her. So why was he suddenly so proactive today, even inviting her repeatedly and teasing her with bold words? Come and eat me. She worriedly placed her hand on Phone Kanayan's forehead. Are you all right? Has her mind gone bad? Phone Kanayan again remembered Sanyu's advice. You have to find a way to provoke her, make her feel a sense of danger. He lowered his head and smiled, his voice deliberately nonchalant. A whole bunch of young ladies surrounded me. I felt it was really quite good. Wen Yin's face darkened, a dangerous glint slowly appearing in her cold eyes. She asked slowly. They've already touched you? Phone Kanayan, still not realizing the situation, nodded and replied casually, they have. Wu Yin took a deep breath, her fingers tightening as if wanting to crush something. Her voice was heavy with pressure. Where did they touch? Phone Kanayan replied with a confident smile, everywhere. He even had the audacity to lean down and gently stroke her chin. You're angry, aren't you? Do you regret casting me aside? Now, a sharp slap echoed. Wu Yin swung her hand straight across his face, her eyes as sharp as knives. Whether I'm angry or not is one thing, but you are definitely asking for a beating. She pushed him forcefully, causing him to fall backward. Phone Kanayan's eyes widened in bewilderment, thinking to himself, why is this situation not like what my third brother described? Wu Yin immediately pinned him down, her lips curling into a strange smile, her voice low. You want me to check, don't you? Don't be scared. The intense pressure from her seemed to freeze the air around them. Phone Kanayan suddenly found his body completely unable to move. He thought in horror, she's so angry, she's even using magic. Wu Yin slowly bent down and kissed his neck, her voice a whisper, once my food, always my food. The consequences of violating our agreement will be very serious. After speaking, she gave a light bite, her expression relaxing slightly. Very good. This spot doesn't have the scent of anyone else. Let me check another spot. Her hand slid down lightly. She lowered her head to inhale the scent on his skin, then suddenly frowned. This lipstick mark. Wu Yin shot up, her eyes icy. Why does it smell like ink? Phone Kanayan started, his heart pounding wildly. I've been found out. Wu Yin quickly pulled open his robe, her eyes flashing with anger. You drew these on yourself. Phone Kanayan blushed, turning away in embarrassment. He tried to keep his voice calm. If you want to eat, then eat. If not, then fix my clothes. Why so much talk? Wu Yin narrowed her eyes, questioning. Why did you do this? Phone Kanayan was stunned. His mind was in chaos. That's right, what on earth am I doing? He recalled the moment just now, his face burning hot. Only one thought was in his head. Could I really be possessed? Then Sanyu's voice echoed in his memory. Please trust me, your well-read younger brother. Just do as I say. Phone Kanayan gritted his teeth. I really was possessed by that idiot third brother. Wu Yin sighed softly at this moment, her hands gently fixing his clothes. Her voice softened. It was my fault. I scared you just now. Phone Kanayan blinked in surprise. His body could move again. He immediately sat up and forced a laugh. Are you kidding? How could a situation like this scare this prince? Wu Yin didn't answer, just watched him intently. She asked softly, did you feel that what I did during the day made you lose face? Phone Kanayan was silent. Wu Yin continued, the dignified crown prince of a nation, having his engagement rejected in front of so many people. You felt humiliated, so you deliberately provoked me, wanting to get even. Phone Kanayan looked stunned for a moment, then nodded slightly. That's right, it seems so. Yes, that must be it. Wu Yin turned away, her gaze deep. How could I ever cast you aside? I still have to rely on you to prolong my life. Her words made Phone Kanayan freeze. He quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her back. Wait, what do you mean prolong your life? Aren't you just addicted to eating strange food? Wu Yin's lips curled into a slight smile. Her voice was soft, a slip of the tongue, a slip of the tongue. I mean, I take the aura of dead souls as food. Phone Kanayan's eyes were full of suspicion that you're lying to me. Wu Yin sighed softly. Fine, since you already know, I'll tell you. The truth is, I only have 1 year of life left. I can only rely on using yang to supplement yin to prolong my fading. Life and your body is just too robust. As Phone Kanayan was listening intently, Wu Yin burst out laughing. A mischievous glint appeared in her eyes. I'm just tricking you. That's a plot point from the recent hit. The super hot, delusional crown prince. Don't overthink it. Go to sleep early. With that, she stepped out of the room. As the door closed softly, the smile on her lips vanished, her face sinking into gloom. On Feng Sanyu's side, he was currently kneeling before his mother, her face cold. What kind of bewitching potion did the crown prince give you? You actually schemed to help him with the consort selection. Sanyu quickly replied, your son heard that maternal grandfather intended to have Jishi participate in the crown princess selection. But if the crown prince makes Wu Yin his consort, maternal grandfather will have even less of chance. His mother angrily clenched her fists. Your father is truly an old fox of the court, always leaving a way out for himself. But no matter what, Wu Yin cannot become the crown princess. That year, she killed her master and was expelled from the Li family. It was your father, Emperor, who forcibly suppressed the rumors. Only now have a few people started mentioning it again. Feng Sanyu's eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, what? That rumor is true? She then recounted, "Your father would rather offend the Li family and the entire court to insist on elevating her to her position. If she truly becomes the crown princess, she will definitely be a disaster from within." The next morning in court, the emperor sat on the dragon throne with a weary expression. The matter of selecting a crown princess was giving him a splitting headache. At this time, the court officials all knelt down in unison. "Your Majesty, my daughter has suddenly contracted a serious illness. Your Majesty, your humble subject's daughter looks exactly like your humble subject, so I'm afraid she is not suitable. Your Majesty, my daughter was just married off yesterday." Each official gave an excuse to back out, their hearts trembling. Wealth and honor are good, but one must be alive to enjoy them. The emperor sat in silence, his eyes dark. Below, the civil and military officials were all restless. His Majesty has been silent for a long time. Why does no one dare to speak up? One thought to himself, "I'm clumsy with words. If I displease the emperor, I will surely be punished." Another thought, if the ruler wants his subject to die, the subject cannot but die. In the emperor's heart, however, a breath was caught between laughter and tears. Raising a son is truly harder than ruling a country. Indeed, it's not easy for our beloved ministers either. Outside the main hall, Wu Yin and Feng Kanayan quietly glanced at each other. A look of satisfaction flashed in their eyes. "Perfect," Wu Yin said softly. "Don't worry. Just let this situation continue. His Majesty certainly won't be able to find a suitable candidate for a while." "That's right. Next, I want to go into seclusion to meditate for a while." Feng Kanayan unexpectedly grabbed Wu Yin's hand and pulled her back, a worried look in his eyes. "Meditate? What's wrong with you?" Wu Yin scratched her head slightly, her voice hesitant. "Eating evil souls all year round. It's inevitable that some evil energy enters the body. Before winter, I want to go into seclusion too. Regulate it." She reached out and gently caressed Feng Kanayan's arm, her tone half teasing, half coaxing, so tense. "Are you perhaps afraid of being lonely and empty all by yourself?" Feng Kanayan quickly turned his face away, his voice stiff. "Do you think this prince is a child? Don't come looking for me for the next few days." Wu Yin was stunned for a moment, then laughed. "Huh? I don't have that kind of ability." 5 days later, Feng Kanayan sat alone under a tree, his gaze melancholic and distant, his heart filled with gloom. "Why isn't Wu Yin out yet?" Feng Kanayan stood behind a tree, quietly observing Wu Yin's room, when he suddenly spotted a eunuch tiptoeing in front of the door. He kept looking back and forth, appearing extremely suspicious. Feng Kanayan immediately strode closer, his cold gaze sweeping over the eunuch as he spoke in a low voice. "What are you doing skulking around here?" The eunuch jumped and spun around. As soon as he saw who was behind him, he trembled with fear. He quickly bowed deeply in greeting, stammering, Your Highness the Crown Prince." This servant was ordered by the noble consort to deliver some items to the state preceptor, but the door was sealed, so this servant took the liberty. Just then, the sound of porcelain shattering came from inside the room. Feng Kanayan's expression changed, and he immediately kicked the door open and rushed in. The sight that met his eyes was Wu Yin with a ferocious expression sitting on the floor. As soon as she saw someone burst in, she roared angrily, "Get out!" Feng Kanayan rushed over in a panic and knelt beside her, his voice urgent and worried. "What's wrong with you?" But Wu Yin had completely lost her reason, a cold light shining in her eyes. She suddenly reached out and squeezed his neck tightly, her voice hoarse and grating through her teeth. "Looking to die?" In that life or death moment, Feng Kanayan did not dodge, but reached out to hold the back of her neck tightly and forcefully placed a kiss on her lips. The ferocity in Wu Yin's eyes gradually faded. Her chaotic breathing slowed, and her gaze softened. A moment later, after she had regained her senses, he released her lips and asked softly, "How did you get this hungry?" Wu Yin frowned and pushed his hand away, her voice hoarse and trembling. "I told you not to come. Go away. I can't control myself." Feng Kanayan looked at her earnestly and said, "If you're hungry, I can." Wu Yin covered half her face with her hand, her eyes narrowed with a hint of demonic allure. "What can you do? Can you give your entire self exclusively to me?" As she finished speaking, she suddenly pulled his collar closer. Her other hand moved as if to push him away. But Feng Kanayan, quick as a flash, grabbed her wrist tightly. His eyes were filled with worry, his brows furrowed. Her mind is not clear. I can't let her hurt herself. Wu Yin's eyes suddenly turned red, her breathing becoming chaotic. Feng Kanian realized with horror, this is bad. She's using magic. His strength was rapidly draining, his face growing pale. Just as he was about to collapse, a cold sword flew past and embedded itself in the wall. Separating the two, Li Ru walked in, his sharp gaze fixed on Wu Yin. She clutched her bleeding arm and growled through gritted teeth. He immediately rushed forward, grabbed her shoulders, and forcefully pinned her against the wall, his heavy hand slapping her cheek. A sharp crack. Li Ru touched the wound on his face and snarled angrily. On the anniversary of my uncle's death, I was humiliated because of you. You are not worthy to wear this bracelet. He coldly raised 2 fingers and placed them between Wu Yin's brows. A burst of magical power erupted, and she immediately collapsed unconscious into his arms. Li Ru hurriedly caught her. Feng Kanian frowned, tightened his grip, and pulled Wu Yin back into his own arms. His voice was as sharp as a blade. No need to trouble you. She's only in her inner robes. Others are not allowed to look. As soon as he finished, he casually tossed Li Ru a small vial of medicine. Li Ru caught the vial that Feng Kanian threw while he carried Wu Yin into the inner room. His movements were both gentle and careful, placing her on the bed and gently pulling the blanket over her. He spoke calmly, "Thank you for just now. You may leave." Li Ru crossed his arms and watched the scene, a sarcastic smile on his lips as he spoke. Is His Highness the Crown Prince not curious as to why I suddenly appeared? Feng Kanian glanced at him, his eyes as cold as ice. Old man Shun asked you to bring Shun Qishi into the palace. Does this even need to be guessed? Old man Shin probably hasn't received the latest news. Li Ru shrugged with a faint smile. That was just a favor on the side. Actually, the purpose of my visit is... Feng Kanian's hand, which was gently adjusting the corner of the blanket for Wu Yin, suddenly paused. He turned his head to look at Li Ru. Countless people have designs on this prince. If you want to get in line, then queue up. Stop bothering me. Li Ru let out a bitter laugh. Then I'll be direct. Could I borrow your saber for a moment? He stepped closer, pressing toward Feng Kanian, his voice lowered and provocative in exchange for her past. How about it? Feng Kanian's sharp eyes flashed. What do I need her pass for? He immediately reached out, grabbed Li Ru's collar, and slammed him against the wall, his breath as cold as a knife. If she wants to tell me, she will tell me herself. What need is there for you to meddle? Li Ru smiled instead of getting angry. Every year on the anniversary of our uncle's death, she is consumed by suffering. That is the karma she must bear for killing her master. But what if I have a way to help her escape this suffering? At that moment, a cup flew through the air and smashed straight into Li Ru's head, accompanied by an angry shout. Shut up! Li Ru was stunned by the impact and cried out, ouch. Feng Kanian released him and quickly turned to look at Wu Yin on the bed. She was awake. His voice softened slightly. You're awake. Wu Yin leaned weakly against his chest, her gaze sweeping over to Li Ru. Her voice was hoarse, but firm. Li Ru, that saber is not something you can control. Li Ru grimaced and rubbed his head with a click of his tongue. Well, that's strange. A spiritual weapon that a cultivator like me cannot control. Yet His Highness the Crown Prince wields it with such ease. Wu Yin frowned slightly. She felt that he had indeed realized something. She gently reached out to stroke Feng Kanian's hand on her shoulder. The red cord is still here, enough to conceal Feng Kanian's aura. She tilted her head to look at him, her voice gentle. Your Highness, I have something I want to say to Li Ru in private. Feng Kanian looked at her, his eyes hesitating for a moment, but he still stood up and walked out. At the door, he paused and glanced at her one last time, said nothing, and closed the door. When the door was shut tight, Wu Yin immediately sat up straight, her eyes icy as she looked at Li Ru. Her voice was sharp. Speak. What is your real purpose? Li Ru dropped his playful demeanor, his gaze turning serious. The southern border's sacred cult has a secret art that can resurrect the dead. I want to bring my master back. Wu Yin looked at him in surprise. Before she could speak, Li Ru continued. That year, when the blind lady fled the sacred cult, she took 2 things with her. One was the sacred pupil, and the other was the soul-shattering sacred object. I want to trade that saber for one use of the secret art. Wu Yin clenched her fists in anger. Li Ru, have you forgotten our master's teachings? Disciples of the Li family must never get involved with the southern border's sacred cult. Li Ru burst out laughing. Teachings? If he wants to punish me, he'll have to come back to life first. He stopped laughing, his eyes darkening. Besides, I also know a little secret about His Highness the Crown Prince. His voice dropped to a whisper. Just think about it. What would happen if His Majesty found out that the real Crown Prince's soul has been swapped? Wu Yin's brows knitted tightly. He really did overhear that night. She shot up and pushed Li Ru back, her voice cold. If you have proof, then present it. To His Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince has recovered from his illness and is diligently handling court affairs. His relationship with the third prince is also harmonious. The brothers are of one mind. If this wonderful situation is shattered, who do you think His Majesty will hate? Wu Yin's eyes were resolute as she pushed Li Ru further away, her voice firm. Remember this, he is the one and only genuine crown prince. Li Ru's eyes narrowed slightly. Li Ru suddenly clutched his stomach and roared with laughter. The mocking sound echoing and making Wu Yin so angry her face turned black. She gritted her teeth, wishing she could just lunge forward and give him a beating. Li Ru laughed while clutching his face, his lips curled into a derisive smile. Wu Yin, do you know who you look like right now? You're just as foolish as our uncle was back then, willing to protect you even in death. His eyes suddenly turned cold. Are you so sure I can't find any flaws? The more you want to protect him, the more I want to destroy it. He was still leaning lazily against the door when it was suddenly kicked wide open. At the same time, Feng Kanayan vaulted in through the window. He dusted off his sleeves with an innocent look. I changed my mind. I don't want to go out anymore. So I came back. Li Ru was knocked to the ground by the force of the door. He angrily looked up and roared, You did that on purpose, didn't you? Feng Kanayan acted as if he didn't hear, walking straight over to take Wu Yin's hand. His voice was calm, yet filled with dominance. This place is cold and old, and there's even a demon causing trouble. Get dressed properly and come back to the Eastern Palace with me. Li Ru looked at him with a faint smile. Your Highness, don't you want to reconsider my earlier proposal? Feng Kanayan glanced at him. Tomorrow, at the training ground, if you have the skill, take it from my hands. Li Nu smiled, the corners of his lips curling. Why must it be so troublesome? Feng Kanayan replied coolly, What, you don't dare? Li Nu smiled with narrowed eyes. If this commoner were to accidentally injure the crown prince, I hope your highness will be magnanimous and forgive me. The words had just left his mouth when Feng Kanayan was so angry he gritted his teeth. Just as he was about to shout, his whole body suddenly swayed. His head throbbed as if being split by an axe, and his face turned pale. Wu Yin frowned and quickly reached out to support him. I'm afraid it's because the suction earlier was too strong. She whispered worriedly, Hurry back to the Eastern Palace so I can check your wound. Feng Kanayan leaned back on the ground and said hoarsely, I'm fine. I still want to go back and settle the score with him. Wu Yin placed her fingers on his forehead, checked, and then frowned. It's not too serious, but your spiritual soul has been damaged. I'm sorry. Perhaps we should cancel tomorrow's match. Feng Kanayan gently stroked her head, his voice softening but still firm. It's just a small wound. I must go. Otherwise, that guy will never give up. Wu Yin sighed in resignation. All right then, you should sleep. Only after you're asleep can I withdraw and regulate my energy. She sat by the bed, watching him intently as he fell asleep, her slender fingers resting lightly on his forehead. The flow of energy stabilized only after 3 double hours. Just as she was about to let go, Feng Kanayan suddenly grabbed her wrist tightly. His voice was low and hazy. I dreamed that you wanted to kill me. His eyes opened, looking straight at her with a frown. Wu Yin was startled, her fingers unconsciously fidgeting, her awkwardness apparent. She lamented inwardly, This is bad. Did my demonic appearance this afternoon really scare him into developing an inner demon? She smiled and soothed him gently. How could I kill you? Go to sleep. Don't be afraid. Only a fool would burn down their own granary. If you're scared, how about I give you a little kiss to soothe you to sleep? Hearing this, Feng Kanayan blushed and quickly turned away, avoiding her gaze. Seeing him turn his back, Wu Yin blinked in confusion. I don't understand what's wrong with him. Fong Condiem sat bolt upright and grabbed the saber beside him, his voice firm. You should go back to your room and rest. I'm going to have to practice my saber for a while. He swung the saber, putting force into every move, sweat dripping down and soaking the hem of his robe. Each slash seemed to want to banish the image from his nightmare. In the dream, Wu Yin's eyes were ice cold as she slashed her saber straight into his chest. Fong Condiem let out a low growl and stabbed the blade forcefully into the ground. His brows furrowed tightly. What on earth is wrong with me? It was just a ridiculous dream. Why am I still letting it haunt me? He scowled in frustration. Wu Yin, sitting nearby, could only feel helpless watching him. She sighed inwardly. Is everyone in the palace too idle? Where do they even hear this news? At that moment, in the distance, Fong Kindu was gathered with a group of palace maids. Beating a drum, he shouted to the heavens, the most invincible on heaven and earth. Come on, let's play blind man's buff and touch the crown prince's abs. The crowd cheered and shouted nonstop, go, go. Fong Kindu shouted even louder, Imperial brother, go for it. Our Fong family cannot lose. Fong Condiem helplessly slapped his forehead. Can this kid please bother to use his brain at the right time for once? Fong Kindu was stunned as if petrified, his eyes wide, not understanding what had just happened. He stood motionless on the spot. Suddenly, a loud, crisp clang rang out. Fong Condiem appeared just in time to block Li Nu's sharp slash that was heading straight for him. Li Nu, with an innocent expression, raised his hands and gave a faint smile. Ah, how rude of me. My apologies, my apologies. I mistook the third prince for his highness, the crown prince. Wu Yin frowned helplessly, taking the hand of the still dazed and bewildered Kindu to lead him away. She tilted her head and sighed. How many times has it been? I don't know where his eyes and nose have wandered off to. Fong Condiem's figure vanished in a flash, his silhouette gliding like the wind to appear right in front of Li Nu. His voice was deep and cold. You dare touch my family. His gaze grew increasingly sharp, as if wanting to tear the very air apart. Li Nu quickly retreated to dodge a fatal blow, the corners of his lips curling into a faint smile. Your family? His surname is Fong. As for you, I'm afraid you're not, are you? Fong Condiem's eyes narrowed, his killing intent palpable. Whether I am or not, you'll find out for yourself when you meet King Yama later. The saber in his hand swung down forcefully. Li Nu hurriedly raised his saber to block, his arm trembling from the force. He cursed inwardly. What kind of monster is this fellow to make the sacred artifact of the southern border unleash such terrifying power? Another slash came down, the cold blade grazing past his face and slicing off a lock of Li Nu's hair. He was knocked back several consecutive steps, looking hard-pressed. At that moment, a piercing bell suddenly rang out. Wu Yin's entire body trembled, her eyes constricting. Could it be the soul-controlling bell? How could it be on his person? The soul-controlling bell was taken by Zi. Could it be that Li Nu is colluding with the sacred cult of the southern border? Thinking of how Fong Condiem was still injured from yesterday, if Li Nu uses the soul-controlling bell against him now, it will be dangerous. She cried out in alarm, Your Highness the Crown Prince, be careful of the soul-controlling bell. A glint flashed in Li Nu's eyes. He rushed towards the bell that had just fallen to the ground. Just as his hand was about to touch it, a ferocious slash came down, shattering it into pieces. The force of the aftershock sent dust and sand flying. Both Fong Condiem and Li Nu were thrown back several steps. Fong Condiem dropped to one knee, his body swaying, his face deathly pale. Wu Yin's heart pounded, and she trembled as she immediately ran over. She never expected the soul-controlling bell to possess such terrifying power. She quickly bent down, worried, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Seeing this, Kindu frantically grabbed her hand, his voice urgent. What are you interfering in a fight between men for? If you get hurt, I'll be beaten to death. All he could think was that if anything happened to Wu Yin, his imperial brother would take his life. He still wanted to live for a few more decades. Li Nu approached, His sharp, cold eyes looked at Fong Condemn, who was kneeling on one knee, and the corners of his lips curled into a sneer. "Ah, so you're that afraid of the soul-controlling bell. It seems you're nothing more than an aggressive dead soul." Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt an icy coldness against his neck. His entire body stiffened, his eyes widening in shock. Fong Condemn's saber was already at his neck. Fong Condemn's breathing was heavy, but his eyes were as cold as ice, his voice low. "I've won." Li Nu narrowed his eyes, choked with anger, but before he could argue, Fong Condem cut him off coldly. "Say one more word, and your head will leave your neck." Li Nu gritted his teeth, roaring inwardly, but reason splashed cold water on him. Wen Yin was right. He had no proof. If he recklessly exposed him, it would only be to his own disadvantage. Finally, he had no choice but to take a deep breath to suppress his anger, his voice hoarse and dull. Li Nu accepts defeat. Fong Condem used his saber to stand up straight, his breathing ragged, but his gaze still sharp. Accepting defeat is not enough. What I wagered was soul-shattering. You, on the other hand, haven't put anything on the table. In the stands, Kandu saw that his imperial brother had won and was still standing firm. He quickly turned to comfort Wen Yin, who was so tense her hands were clenched. "See? Imperial brother still has the energy to talk so much. He's definitely fine, don't worry." Wen Yin kept frowning, staring intently at Fong Condem. Her heart was uneasy. He's still wearing the bracelet. Why can't I sense his aura? Is he really okay? At this moment, Fong Condem looked straight at Li Nu and continued, "I've thought of your wager. From now on, you're not allowed to harm Wen Yin. This is a bet between you and the Crown Prince. If you dare to go back on your word, anyone inside or outside this imperial palace can kill you." Hearing this, Fong Kindu immediately raised his hand. This prince is willing to be a witness. Behind him, the crowd of palace maids and eunuchs also shouted in unison, "Me too." Wen Yin was momentarily stunned. A flicker of doubt appeared in her eyes. Is there something wrong with Fong Condem's head? Why is he saying such strange things? She hurried towards the stands. Before Kadu could stop her, he called out loudly, "Wen Yin." She didn't stop, but went straight to grab Fong Condem's hand, her voice trembling, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." He glanced at her, snatched his hand away, and replied curtly, "I'm fine. Let's go back." Wen Yin refused, standing in front of him, her voice stubborn. "You can't go. Give me your hand." Fong Condem sighed helplessly. He wrapped his arms around her, pulling her into his embrace, his voice low and tinged with misery. That broken bell, how could it be so powerful? Wen Yin was held tightly in Fong Condem's arms. She struggled slightly and said softly, "Let me go so I could take a look." But he just held her tighter. His pale face trembled slightly, his breath faint and weak. He whispered in a choked voice, "In the future, if you get hungry, what will you do?" As soon as he finished speaking, his body went limp and collapsed onto Wen Yin's shoulder, causing her to startle and tremble as she reached out to hold him. Outside, the emperor, with a grave expression, hurried towards the Eastern Palace. Walking quickly, he urgently asked the eunuch following him, "How is the Crown Prince?" The eunuch bowed, flustered, and replied, "Reporting to your majesty, the imperial physician is on his way. The national preceptor is still inside." Inside the Eastern Palace, Wen Yin's trembling hand gently touched Fong Condem's forehead, her eyes filled with unease. She told herself to be calm, remembering the red string. She hurriedly took it off his wrist and placed it in her own hand to sense his aura. But when she realized there was no fluctuation at all, her vision darkened. Her trembling voice uttered, "There's nothing. His aura is gone." Just then, the emperor arrived and heard her words clearly, and his whole body shook. His expression changed drastically. He staggered, almost falling, and cried out softly, "Wen Yin, what did you say? The Crown Prince is no longer breathing?" The eunuch beside him frantically supported the emperor, calling out in alarm, "Your Majesty." Seeing this, Wen Yin quickly stepped before the emperor and bowed. She forced her voice to be calm and said, "Reporting to your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is in no great danger. He will wake up soon." Hearing this, the emperor felt as if a great weight had been lifted. His heavy breathing gradually stabilized. The stone in his heart was finally set down. He turned and urgently asked the eunuch beside him, "Has the imperial physician arrived?" A moment later, the imperial physician rushed in, knelt on the ground, and said fearfully, "This old subject has arrived late. I beseech your majesty to bestow punishment." He quickly went forward to take Fong Condem's pulse. Wen Yin quietly retreated towards the emperor. She bowed slightly and said softly, "Your subject will withdraw first so as not to disturb the imperial physician's diagnosis." After speaking, she turned and walked quickly out the door. Tears she could no longer hold back streamed down, wetting her entire face. In her eyes was a look of grief and despair. After the imperial physician finished his examination, his face was full of doubt. He mumbled, "The crown prince's body had clearly recovered. Why is his pulse so weak today?" Just then, Imperial Consort Shin walked in from outside. She snorted angrily. The imperial physician may not know the reason, but this consort does. Kindu, walking beside her, interjected anxiously, "Mother consort, you must be mistaken. Wen Yin would absolutely not do that to imperial brother." When the emperor heard imperial consort Shun say she knew the reason, he immediately turned his head, his brows furrowed tightly. His gaze was as cold as ice. He said in a low voice, "What is it?" The eunuch behind imperial consort Shun hurried forward, presenting a piece of paper with both hands. Imperial consort Shun took it and held it before the emperor, her voice sharp and cold. "Your Majesty, this is a draft found in the medicine room. The national preceptor Wen Yin is using dark arts to manipulate the crown prince, with the intention of aiming for the position of crown princess." Wen Yin, who had reached the door, froze. Her trembling hand wiped the tears from her face. She turned her head and glanced at Imperial Consort Shun, a cold glint in her eyes. She recalled the day Fong Can DM had burst into her room. Right behind him was a young eunuch. That person must be one of Imperial Consort Shin's people. Wen Yin took a deep breath to compose herself. Her sharp eyes narrowed as she stared at Imperial Consort Shun. Her voice lowered. "First, let's not talk about what these drafts are. The medicine room, where elixirs are refined, is a crucial place. The elixirs inside are all used by your Majesty daily. For your ladyship, the Imperial Consort, to send someone to sneak in so casually, what exactly is your intention?" Her face darkened slightly. Her already uneasy mood worsened, and the anger in her heart surged. To encounter this right at this moment, Imperial Consort Shun faced her, her expression grim, her tone heavy. "For the sake of my son's great cause, I must bring you down today." She looked straight at Wen Yin and questioned her. "In Hushi, the way you treated the third prince was nothing short of meticulous care. This consort was grateful in my heart, so I had you deliver his meals. However, the eunuch who delivered the food discovered you acting suspiciously. He then brought these discarded drafts to me. This consort has also invited a sorcerer. Why not have him confront you right here and see what these things really are?" Fong Kadu pressed his lips together tightly. His heart was anxious as he thought to himself, "Those sorcerers have surely been instructed by Mother Consort beforehand. If they're allowed to speak, Wen Yin will be framed." Thinking of this, he stepped forward and said, "Why not have Li Nu come and take a look? Your son has just ordered him to be imprisoned. Bringing him here now would be a good opportunity for him to redeem himself. Compared to those mediocre sorcerers, he is a professional and understands these things better." After speaking, Kindu felt a little smug, silently praising himself for his quick thinking. Not long after, Li Nu was brought in, handcuffed. He was extremely aggrieved. He hadn't even had a chance to settle down in the great prison before being dragged out. The emperor frowned as he looked at the notes on the paper and said sternly, "Li Nu, we will give you a chance to redeem yourself. Come here and see, what is the meaning of these talismans and notes?" Wen Yin narrowed her eyes slightly at Li Nu, thinking coldly to herself, "He has always seen me as a thorn in his side. I'm afraid he will take this opportunity to get rid of me." Fong Kindu quickly stepped in front of Li Nu, pointed, and shouted, "This matter concerns His Highness the Crown Prince. You must answer truthfully." Imperial Consort Shun stood silently to the side, observing a calculating glint in her eyes. She thought to herself, "I've long heard that Li Nu hates Wen Yin to the bone. My clever son has indeed made the right move." Li Nu took the paper and glanced at the contents. The corners of his lips lifted slightly, and he sneered inwardly. As expected, it's all related to dead souls, just as I predicted. But as he flipped through a few more pages, his gaze suddenly froze, and his heart was slightly shaken. Wait, why are there signs of life extension? The emperor, seeing him suddenly fall silent, frowned in annoyance, his voice stern. "What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and speak." Li Nu immediately bowed, his voice low as he replied, "Reporting to your majesty. These are merely common cultivation notes." Imperial consort Shun's expression changed upon hearing this. Her voice wavered. Impossible. The sorcerers clearly said this was dark magic. Wu Yin was also momentarily stunned. She couldn't believe Li Nu would pass up a chance to frame her. Why was he covering for her? The emperor waved his hand impatiently. How can those mediocre sorcerers compare to the head of the Li family? The crown prince needs to rest. All of you withdraw. Wu Yin and Li Nu wait in the side hall. He thought to himself, when the crown prince wakes up, he can be examined then. In the side hall, Wu Yin and Li Nu sat opposite each other. The room was silent, the atmosphere tense. Both remained quiet, each lost in their own thoughts. After sitting for a while longer, Wu Yin stood up. She was restless and couldn't sit still. A determined glint flashed in her eyes, and she started to walk. She thought, I must go to the library pavilion to see if there's a way to save him among the ancient books stored there. Seeing that she was about to leave, Li Nu quickly reached out and grabbed her wrist. His gaze was solemn, and his low voice rang out. Where are you going? The dead soul's chances are slim this time. This is the fate he must bear. Wu Yin narrowed her eyes slightly. Her cold gaze bored into Li Nu, her voice calm but firm. Now that you've picked up your life, you should hurry back. The rest has nothing to do with you. Hearing this, Li Nu's anger flared. He forcefully grabbed her by the collar, his face flushed, his voice harsh. Nothing to do with me? Your very life was saved by my uncle. How have you been trampling on it? Wu Yin forcefully pushed his hand away, her eyes blazing with fury, her words laced with bitterness. So that's the reason you didn't expose me just now. Just as the tension reached its peak, a eunuch hurried in, bowed, and reported. National Preceptor, His Highness the Crown Prince has awoken. His Majesty summons you to go there quickly. On the other side, the Emperor was personally helping Fonk and DM sit up, his eyes filled with anxiety, his voice trembling. How are you? Do you still feel uncomfortable anywhere? Fonk and DM coughed a few times, his face pale, his voice weak. Imperial Father, why did you come here yourself? The snow has been falling non-stop these past few days. I didn't want to trouble you to step out in the cold. The Emperor was momentarily stunned. His eyes, full of doubt, stared at him. It's not even winter yet this year. Where would the snow come from? Fonk and DM's brows furrowed tightly, his gaze hazy with suspicion. Then, when he saw Wu Yin walk in, he immediately asked, Isn't the National Preceptor praying for my well-being? Why have you come here? Hearing this, Wu Yin's hand clenched slightly. A complicated look flashed in her eyes. A moment later, she bowed and said in a calm voice, Your Highness the Crown Prince, you have slept for a very long time. The Emperor was so moved that he hugged Fong and DM tightly, his voice trembling as if choked. Imperial son, your paranoia is finally cured. Fong and DM was stunned. A flash of astonishment appeared in his eyes. The words paranoia, His Majesty's perception, and after effects of the illness echoing in his mind. He crossed his arms, his gaze deep and cold as he looked at the Emperor, his voice carrying a commanding presence. Nephew. Wu Yin stood by, observing quietly. She thought to herself, it's time for her to leave the Eastern Palace. She then bowed to the Emperor, her voice respectful. Your Majesty, His Highness the Crown Prince is no longer in any danger. Your subject wishes to request. Before she could finish, Li Nu suddenly stepped forward, his gaze sharp, his voice interrupting. Your Majesty, could the Crown Prince's saber be bestowed upon me to bring back to Linshan? Wu Yin frowned slightly, looking at him, a chill in her heart. He really hasn't given up his greed. As soon as the Emperor heard Li Nu's unreasonable request, he immediately became furious. He pointed straight at him, his voice as heavy as thunder. How audacious! We heard that it was because of this very saber that you dared to fight with the Crown Prince. And now you have the gall to ask for it again. Seeing the Emperor's anger, Li Nu remained calm. The corners of his lips lifted in a faint smile. Your Majesty misunderstands. This commoner wishes to take the saber back because it contains an evil aura. If His Highness the Crown Prince keeps it by his side, I fear his old illness will relapse. As soon as he finished speaking, Both Fong and DM and the Emperor stared at him, stunned. Li Nu then revealed a helpless expression. This commoner had previously seen that there was something strange about this saber, which is why the match at the training ground occurred. Hearing this, Wu Yin's face filled with anxiety. Her palm clenched unconsciously. What should I do? How can I debunk his fabrication? Just as she was in a bind, Fong and DM suddenly spoke. If that's the case, the National Preceptor should be the one to take responsibility. Then he took the saber and held it out towards Wu Yin. His gaze was serious. Find a way to resolve the evil aura within it. Wu Yin stared at the saber, her heart tense and conflicted. What do I do? I can't touch soul-shattering. Seeing her standing motionless, Fong and DM sighed softly, a self-deprecating smile in his eyes. It was my oversight. This saber is heavy, and a National Preceptor is a woman. I'm afraid it would be difficult for you to hold. I will have someone deliver it to your room later. Wu Yin let out a soft sigh of relief, her heart feeling much lighter. But Li Nu still glared at her with sharp eyes. You can't escape. I must save my uncle. Wu Yin shot him an angry glare, fire flashing her eyes. You walk a crooked path. Do you think your master would let you be? Fong and DM slowly drew the saber from its sheath. A sliver of doubt arose in his heart. It's just an ordinary saber. Is the evil aura really as obvious as the Li family head claims? Seeing this action, Wu Yin was instantly stunned. Her eyes widened in shock. Only he can draw soul-shattering. Could it be he's still? The Emperor then remembered and turned to ask. That's right, National Preceptor, what was the request you wanted to make earlier? Wu Yin bowed and replied, your subject wishes to continue staying in the Eastern Palace. Late at night, in the bedchamber, Fong and DM lay on the bed, his face scrunched in discomfort. Suddenly, he let out a cry and woke with a start, his wary eyes scanning the room. He then saw Wu Yin standing by his bed, staring at him. His face paled slightly, his voice trembling. National Preceptor? National Preceptor, why are you here? Wu Yin feigned composure, bowed her head, and said calmly, His Highness the Crown Prince has no issues. Your subject is relieved. Farewell. As Fong and DM watched her leave, his heart was filled with doubt. He immediately called a eunuch and asked, was there no one on night watch today? The eunuch bowed his head and replied softly, you yourself previously instructed that the National Preceptor could enter and exit the bedchamber freely. Fong and DM's brows furrowed tightly. So that's how it is. Back in her room, Wu Yin sat with her chin in her hand, pondering. Are you looking at one mountain while longing for another? Anyone can draw it out. Suddenly, Fong and DM's saber vibrated slightly. She jumped back, crying out inwardly. Can't mess with it. Can't mess with it. After a while, exhausted, she sighed, her stomach growling with hunger. She thought again of how all the dead souls before had been tasteless and dull. Only that fellow was more interesting. Before long, Wu Yin slumped over the table and fell asleep. Suddenly, a gentle hand was placed on her head, stroking it. Half awake, left, leaving behind a sentence. You should think carefully about what to do. If you can't make up your mind, let me lend you a hand. The next morning, a panicked palace maid ran in. State Preceptor, this is bad. His Highness the Third Prince is fighting with His Highness the Crown Prince. Ngunian, who was flipping through a book, immediately looked up and frowned, thinking to herself, the Third Prince doesn't know the Crown Prince's soul has been swapped. I'm afraid a misunderstanding has arisen. On the other side, Fong Kandu, his face drained of all color, staggered to support Fong and DM and stammered. I only shook him a few times. How did he faint on his own before he could even hit me? Ngunian hurriedly pulled Kandu outside, knocked him on the head, and said in annoyance, You're the biggest fool there is, running over to provoke him. At that moment, Fong and DM propped himself up, his face pale. Third brother, I have no memory of what you just said. Kandu pointed at Ngunian resentfully. You be the witness. Didn't Imperial Brother say he didn't like Chi-Ki? Why did he now agree with Father Emperor to make her the Crown Princess? Ngunian lowered her eyes, her voice as light as a breeze. His Highness the Crown Prince has agreed to select a consort. Fong Kadiem slowly looked at her and asked back, should this prince not have agreed? Ngunian was startled, her heart trembling slightly. Then she bowed her head to regain her composure. This subject wouldn't dare to speak recklessly. Fong Kandu shouted in anger. You two? He turned and left in a huff. Fine, whatever, this younger brother will figure something out myself. I take my leave. As Ngunian was about to leave, Fonkin DM suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. State Preceptor. Ngunian turned her head in surprise, her gaze meeting his deep eyes. He said slowly, "Third brother just told me what happened in Hate. I don't remember it clearly, but if I truly offended you, I beg your forgiveness." Ngunian smiled and bowed her head, her voice soft yet firm. The third prince enjoys listening to storybooks. He must have been joking. His Highness the Crown Prince and this subject merely went to Hate to handle official business. In the desolate mass grave outside the city, the wind blew mournfully. Ngunian stood there alone, her hands clenched into fists. She hypnotized herself. They are two different people. She raised her wrist to look at the silver bracelet. Compared to sentimentality, eating one's fill to survive is what's important. Late at night, Ngunian dragged her wounded body back to her room. She propped herself up before collapsing onto the bed, panting as she thought. Peaceful days are truly a luxury. Even a single meal can lead to a surprise attack. Exhaustion caused her to quickly fall asleep. The next morning, a soft voice called to her, Ngunian. Ngunian groggily opened her eyes and met the gaze of Fonkin DM. She was shocked to find herself sitting in his lap and hurriedly scrambled back in a panic. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this subject has been presumptuous." Fonkin DM tightened his grip, holding her back, his eyes flashing with jealousy. "And yet you want to be intimate with someone else in your dreams." Ngunian was suddenly stunned. This tone, Fonkin DM, her voice trembled weakly. "This is my dream. If it's a dream, then it doesn't matter what I say." Ngunian wrapped her arms around Fonkin DM's neck and gently whispered, "These days when you're not here, I've been truly hungry." Fonkin DM was speechless as he looked at her. His eyes were filled with helplessness. He leaned in slightly to touch her lips, then sighed. "As expected, could I really expect you to say anything else? Seeing you so weak like this, I might as well take the initiative to feed you." With that, he bent down and kissed her on the lips. The gentle kiss lingered, their breaths mingling. A moment after they parted, Ngunian whispered softly, "I missed you too." Fonkin DM pulled her into a tight embrace. His warm hand gently pulled down her clothes, revealing her injured shoulder. He bent down to kiss the wound lightly and said softly, "If anything makes you sad or hurts you, you must tell me." Ngunian answered softly. Then she suddenly woke up, her hand on her forehead. She thought with melancholic eyes, "Tisk, happy times are always so short-lived." She sat up, calculating to herself. "Fong Vo Du took the initiative to visit my dream. So should I burn some paper money for him? Consider it payment for the meal." Just then, a voice came from outside. "Your Highness the Third Prince, the State Preceptor is not yet awake. You cannot go in." But Fonkidu paid no heed. He barged in with a group of palace maids and eunuchs and ordered loudly, "Hurry up, be quick, do this well, and this prince will reward you handsomely." Ngunian sat on the bed, resting her chin on her hand, looking at him in confusion. Kindu frowned and said, "Father Emperor intends to choose a crown princess for imperial brother, and Chi is the most likely candidate. It's all because of that rotten Taoist priest, relying on the fact that he's from the Lai family to spout nonsense. He convinced His Majesty that the crown prince's exorcism is complete and he can now select a consort." Ngunian angrily gritted her teeth and thought, "That bastard Lai Nu is really getting on my nerves again." Fonkindu suddenly grabbed her hand excitedly and said, "Ngunian, our friendship is stronger than life itself. You must help me." Ngunian sighed helplessly and asked, "How can I help?" Fonkindu then smiled smugly. "Today, this prince will make you the greatest beauty in the imperial palace." A moment later, a palace maid reported, "It is done." Ngunian was forced to be beautifully made up and groomed. She looked at him coldly and asked, "What exactly are you trying to do?" Fonkindu rubbed his hands and chuckled. "We're so close, I wouldn't harm you." But right after, a eunuch suddenly swung his hand and struck her hard on the back of the neck. Before Ngunian could react, she was wrapped in a blanket and hoisted onto a shoulder. Fonkindu turned and ordered, "Take her to the crown prince's chambers." He thought to himself, as long as imperial brother truly loves Ngunian, there will be no room for any Chi. Night fell, and Ngunian slowly regained consciousness. Her head was dizzy, and looking around, she realized this was the crown prince's bedchamber. She immediately understood the foolish third brother's dirty scheme. She cursed angrily in her heart. That idiot really needs a beating. Outside, Fong Kindu sat shaking his legs smugly, thinking to himself that since Imperial Brother hadn't come to punish him, he must be having a good time inside. In the room, Ngunian shot up, planning to sneak away before being discovered. But just then, Fong Kindiam, bare-chested, entered while parting the curtains with one hand. He was followed by palace maids and eunuchs. They were horrified to see Ngunian in the room. Thinking the crown prince and the state preceptor had already taken the final step, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. Ngunian and Fong Kindiam's eyes met. He frowned and asked, "State preceptor, why are you in this prince's bed?" Ngunian quickly picked up the robe that had fallen on the floor, handed it to him to wear, and said calmly, "You'll have to ask His Highness the Third Prince about this. This subject will find him and ask him clearly." After saying that, she quickly fled outside. But just as she reached the door, she suddenly stopped, turned her head to look at him, and asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, why has the tattoo on your back disappeared? This body was given by my parents. How could this prince possibly have a tattoo?" She returned to her room and opened an ancient book to investigate. Her heart grew heavier. The baseless disappearance of the tattoo, along with the disappearance of Fong Vo-Du. Such a coincidence could absolutely not be random. She had to investigate it thoroughly. Her gaze stopped on a line of text. Her trembling finger pointed at the page as she exclaimed excitedly, "Here it is. This place records a special pattern used for soul summoning." She rubbed her forehead. "It looks similar, but I can't be sure yet. If I had known this earlier, I would have looked more closely at that old ghost body back in Ate." She closed her eyes softly. She mumbled in her mind, "I'm not sleepy. I can keep searching." Suddenly, her consciousness was pulled to the familiar tree. She frowned. This dream again. I heard that in dreams, you can remember things you've forgotten. She looked around, thinking that perhaps the Fong Kindiam in the dream would have the tattoo. But where was he? She ran around the tree, calling out loudly, "Fong Kindiam, old ghost." A teasing laugh came from above, where Fong Kindiam sat casually on a branch, looking down and saying, "What are you wearing that for? Aren't you cold?" Ngunian crossed her arms and huffed, saying she disliked this and that. "So who's the one blushing now that you see me? If you have the guts, come down here. What are you doing hiding in a tree?" Fong Kindiam snorted coldly and jumped down to the ground. "Who's hiding?" Ngunian quickly wrapped her arms around his neck with a teasing tone. After a lot of nagging, she said, "If you're not pleased with this outfit, then take it off yourself." Fong Kindiam's cheeks flushed red, and he stammered, "What? What kind of behavior is this?" Ngunian smirked, then pulled open his collar. "If you won't make a move, then it's my turn." With that, she tore his clothes. Fong Kindiam's face turned completely red. Ngunian walked around him, meticulously examining the patterns stretching across his back, nodding as she looked. "Aha, it's true that you can remember forgotten things in dreams." Seeing him about to pull his clothes back up, she frowned and stopped him. "Let me take a closer look. Just a little." Fong Kindiam, embarrassed and angry, said, "What are you trying to do in broad daylight?" Ngunian clasped her hands behind her back. She analyzed continuously. "It's identical to the pattern in the book. It seems you weren't summoned here by chance. But why did the tattoo on the little crown prince disappear? Does that mean the spell has lost its effect?" Fong Kindiam frowned and asked, "The tattoo really disappeared?" Ngunian nodded. "That's right. Moreover, the little crown prince didn't even know he had this on him." Fong Kindiam put his clothes back on and said in a low voice, "He doesn't know, so it wasn't him, and it wasn't me. It wasn't you either. So who on earth made it appear?" His gaze suddenly tightened. "Wait." His voice became indignant. "How did you know the tattoo on that crown prince's body had disappeared? Could it be that he bullied you?" Ngunian smai vonya lin lung han. "Bullied? How was I bullied? Like this?" She suddenly stood on her tiptoes and kissed him lightly on the neck, then sighed. "I can't reach. It's too tiring." Hearing this, Fong Kindim immediately lifted her up. Her eyes lit up as she looked at him. "Just the right height. In that case, I won't be polite." The two brought their lips close. Just as they were about to touch, an urgent call rang out. "State preceptor, state preceptor." Ngunian's eyes snapped open. It was just a dream. She slammed her hand on the bed in frustration. "I was so close." This dream was too real, completely like the real Fong Kindiam. Could he still be here? She hurriedly called out a few times, "Fong Kindiam. Fong Kindiam, are you here?" Just then, a palace maid rushed over to report, State Preceptor, Lady Chi suddenly fainted. The imperial physicians can't find the cause, and head lies not in the palace. The third prince said only you would have a way. Ngunian looked at her in surprise. How did Chi faint? The palace maid knelt on the ground and said frantically, Her Highness the noble consort was blaming the third prince, and Lady Chi shielded him. She accidentally hit her head. Elsewhere, in her bedchamber, noble consort Tam was angry and said, You've made a huge mess. Now everyone in the palace thinks it's a done deal between the crown prince and Ngunian. She was so angry she could only lament. Now even your father emperor is starting to look favorably on Ngunian as the crown princess. Fonkendu crossed his arms stubbornly and said, That's even better. Chi wasn't willing to be the crown princess anyway. Just then, Ngunian walked in. Your Highness the noble consort. Your Highness the third prince, this subject has arrived. Seeing Ngunian arrive, noble consort Tam turned away and angrily flicked her sleeve. The imperial physicians are all helpless. What can a charlatan do? Ngunian walked to the bedside and lightly touched her finger to Tam Chi forehead. Lai Nu promised to help her nourish her soul until it was healthy. Why is her soul still so weak? Ngunian frowned. She touched her finger to Tam Chi forehead again. The green ring is mainly for destroying souls. This is too much of a stretch. It would be great if I had Lai Nu's ring, but that fellow isn't in the palace right now. Fonkendu anxiously walked to Tam Chi's bedside. Chi, you're finally awake. Ngunian mercilessly pushed Fonkendu away. Lady Tam still needs to rest. Hearing this, Kadu happily ran to noble consort Tam's side. Mother consort, see, I told you Ngunian is trustworthy. Let's go outside first and not disturb Chi's treatment. Seeing that everyone had left, Tam Chi grabbed Ngunian's arm. State Preceptor. Lately, I've been feeling constantly panicked. The imperial physician's medicine is not effective at all. Ngunian looked at Tam Chi and thought to herself, although her current state is due to her own request, I also bear some responsibility. I can't just ignore it. Thinking of this, she smiled faintly and said, How about this? Before Lai Nu returns, I will help you recuperate. After Ngunian left, Tam Chi sat up straight, remembering the red string from before. Luckily, my sister didn't lose this. Stop eat, Tihin, Don Zodis. A voice echoed incessantly in Tam Chi's mind, constantly poisoning her thoughts, constantly seizing control from Tam Chi. Tam Chi tried to resist. I don't want to enter the palace. That voice echoed relentlessly. No, you must climb to the top, otherwise you will be a tool of the Tam family for your entire life. If you don't want to do it yourself, then let me do it for you. Tam Chi's eyes gradually grew cold. Ngunian, why have you also become a candidate for Crown Princess? If that's the case, I might as well ruin your reputation. Back in her room, Ngunian changed the dressing on her shoulder wound. It hurts so much I can't sleep. Ngunian frowned slightly at the wound on her shoulder. Her hand unconsciously reached up to touch it, and the image of that person appeared in her mind. Clearly, her condition had improved greatly after the first dream of the old ghost. Yet now it had become serious again. She closed her eyes and sighed, her voice soft as if talking to herself. It seems it's because regulating Chi's energy exhausted my soul too much. I'm really useless at nourishing souls. Just then, a steady knock came from a door. Ngunian was slightly surprised, then went to open it. When she saw the person standing outside, she was instantly stunned. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Fonkendu looked at her with a complicated expression. He slowly began to speak. State Preceptor, this prince has something to discuss with you. Ngunian frowned. Looking troubled, her voice slightly rushed. Whatever your Highness the Crown Prince has to say, please let's talk about it tomorrow. I'm not even halfway done applying this medicine. Before she could finish, Fonkendu reached out to stop the closing door. A hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Originally, this prince thought I had only slightly offended you in Hate. I didn't expect it to turn into something else. Ngunian tilted her head slightly, looking at him in confusion and asking, what thing? If we're talking about being presumptuous, it was me who was presumptuous, right? What does it have to do with you? Fonkendu blushed slightly. His gaze shifted away, then became firm. Third brother talked to me for a long time today. He said that between the two of us, we have already. Ngunian immediately cut him off. Absolutely not. I remember everything I've done very clearly. That never happened. Elsewhere, the third prince was laughing gleefully, seeing himself as a matchmaker of the mortal world. But over here, Fonkendiam was still unconvinced, his eyes shining with a mix of shame and determination. I know you're denying it because you're afraid of causing me more trouble. If there was really nothing, why would you react like that? You have definitely seen my body. Ngunian froze, her eyes wide. She stammered in her heart. I was indeed moved by his body, but that wasn't me. Fonkendim suddenly became agitated, gripping her shoulders tightly. His teasing voice was as firm as a nail. Don't worry, this prince will take responsibility for you. Ngunian's mouth twitched. She cried out to the heavens in her heart. There are thousands of good women, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Please don't have such foolish thoughts. She hurriedly took a few steps back. Her voice rushed. Also, this subject is currently injured. I bid Your Highness the Crown Prince farewell. With that, without waiting for a reaction, she immediately closed the door, her exhausted body collapsing onto the bed, her eyes gradually closing. Sorrow piled upon sorrow. Misfortunes never come singly. The wound on her shoulder throbbed even more. She cracked her eyes open. She unconsciously recalled the image of Fong Kendiem gently. Bending down to kiss her wound, her heart suddenly skipped a beat. A thought flashed through her mind. I'll go to sleep and dream of him. Maybe eating the old ghost in my dream is another way. However, she tossed and turned in bed, both in pain and excitedly nervous. But in the end, she couldn't fall asleep at all. Ngunian, who was lying down, suddenly sat up, thinking to herself, forget it, I'd better go check on Chi Ki. At this moment, on the wooden bridge over the fish pond, under the clear water, schools of red carp swam about, fighting for food. A maidservant approached and spoke respectfully to Tam Chi Ki. Miss Tam, last night the Crown Prince went to the state preceptor's room. Tam Chi Ki was leaning over, scattering handfuls of food onto the water's surface. Hearing this, she stopped and turned her head slightly to ask, today is the last time the state preceptor will come and treat me, right? Ngunian followed another palace made from behind. Her eyes were slightly gloomy, and she sighed in distress. My body and bones are getting weaker, and on top of that, I'm suffering from chronic insomnia. I can't even touch the old ghost. She walked closer to Tam Chi Ki and saw her pointing down at the pond. Her voice was worried as she called out to her, State Preceptor, look, so many fish in this pond have suddenly died. What should we do? Ngunian gently reached out, intending to touch Chi Ki's shoulder to console her. Your body is just recovered. You shouldn't be out in the wind. We should go back. Suddenly, Chi Ki unexpectedly grabbed Ngunian's arm and yanked her forward. The moment Ngunian was touched, she felt something was wrong, and a sense of alarm flashed in her mind. She immediately spun around, grabbed the other's clothes, and forcefully threw her back onto the bridge. Tam Chi Ki scrambled up, her eyes flashing with a fierce light. Ngunian watched the scene and thought to herself, just as I thought. She squatted down and looked directly at the other person. She asked in a low voice, so you've been secretly nurtured by Lai Nu? The person occupying Chi Ki's body laughed coldly. Ngunian said resentfully to Chi Hien, grab me and jump down together, then turn around and say I wanted to kill you for the position of Crown Princess. You haven't read any new storybooks in a long time, have you? Storybooks aren't written like that anymore. Ngunian quickly deflected the blow, tightly grabbing the opponent's wrist and twisting it behind their back. Her other hand squeezed the neck of the person in Chi Ki's body. Her voice was as cold as ice. Nowadays, the world prefers to watch intense fight scenes. The other person cried out, wait until the noble consort arrives and see how you explain yourself for assaulting someone in public. Ngunian raised his chin with her hand and smiled faintly. Once Chi Ki regains control of her body, will I still need to explain? Tam Chi Ki gradually regained consciousness, her eyes hazy, then she fainted. Ngunian also staggered to her feet, panting and muttering, my body is too depleted. I don't have the strength to eliminate it at the root. I can only temporarily seal in the ring for now and deal with it later. Just then, the noble consort and her entourage rushed over. As soon as she saw the scene, she shouted. Ngunian, is this a place for you to act so outrageously? Her words were still echoing when Ngunian suddenly collapsed to the ground. The noble consort rushed to support her. Her eyes widened in shock. How audacious! Why did you faint? I haven't even made a move yet. Seeing that Ngunian had truly fainted, the noble consort panicked and shouted, Someone, come quickly. The emperor asked Lai Nu in a low voice, It's fortunate you returned in time. What is the condition of Chi Qi and Ngunian now? Lai Nu bowed and replied, Miss Tam has woken up and her body is no longer in great danger. But Ngunian's soul has been damaged for a long time, and now it has been further weakened by using too much power to treat Miss Tam. I beseech your majesty to allow this subject to take her back to Linshan for recuperation. As soon as Fong Condiem heard this, he took a step forward, his voice firm. No, she's the chosen one to be this prince's crown princess. Lai Nu raised his eyebrows slightly and said, His Highness the Crown Prince has perhaps forgotten that Ngunian and I have an engagement. Fong Condiem immediately turned to the emperor, his voice filled with urgency. Father Emperor, your son requests to annul the engagement. Hearing this, Lai Nu was slightly shaken and thought to himself, What's going on? I was only gone for a few days. How could their feelings for each other have become so deep? The emperor waved his hand for silence. Then he said slowly, The old state preceptor once said that Ngunian's constitution is special, and now it seems that perhaps only Linshan has a way to help her. Lai Nu, you should take her back there. At this time, Ngunian was still unconscious, and in her dream, she saw the figure of her former master. His voice echoed, Even if master used all his methods, I can only protect you until you are 18. After that, you must rely on yourself. Ngunian was still young then. She frantically ran after him, grabbing the hem of her master's robe. Her voice choked with sobs. Master, don't go. I don't want to be left alone. Her master flicked his sleeve, his gaze stern. Anian, you're not a weak child. You must absolutely not give up. In the middle of the dream, Ngunian suddenly woke up, calling out softly, Master. Fong Condem immediately rushed to her and held her. He held her tightly in his arms. I haven't gone to that place yet, so you're not allowed to go either. At that moment, the scene changed. Ngunian found herself with Fong Condiem in the middle of a dense forest. Sunlight pierced through the canopy, shining down on the two of them. Fong Condiem looked straight at her, his eyes as deep as an abyss. Is it true that you only have 1 year left to live? Ngunian smiled faintly, her eyes shining with determination. Since you've seen through it, I won't hide it anymore. The truth is, I only have 1 year of life left. I can only rely on absorbing yang to supplement yin to continue my life. And you have a strong body. In fact, ever since Hate, I've been thinking of ways to eat you clean. After saying that, she suddenly reached out and pushed Fong Condem, causing him to fall onto the grassy ground. He just smiled, his eyes burning as if on fire. In that case, hurry up and make your move. Ngunian looked at Fong Condem, her voice lowering, If I do that, you will die. Fong Condem took her hand and smiled in reply. I was supposed to have died a long time ago anyway. Ngunian tremblingly bent down and kissed him on the lips. Her voice choked as she whispered, It's all too late, because I can't bear to do it anymore. She sat up straight, hugged her knees, and sighed. It would be so nice if everything in dreams was real. Fong Condiem then reached out and pulled her back. His strong hand yanked down Ngunian's clothes. He bent his head and kissed her shoulder, his voice whispering in her ear, who said this is just a dream. Then he bit her shoulder lightly, his hot breath fanning her ear. I am right beside you in the soul-breaking state. Ngunian was startled, her whole body trembling. She immediately sat up, hurriedly taking off her clothes to look at her shoulder. She was shocked and thought to herself, that old ghost is indeed still here. Just then, Lai Nu pushed open the door, and upon seeing her, he sighed with emotion. Oh, you're finally awake after 7 days. I even bought a coffin for nothing. Ngunian glared and rushed in front of him, her hand outstretched decisively. Where's my blade? Lai Nu shrugged and smiled faintly. After I deal with the crown prince at the foot of the mountain, I'll tell you where the blade is. Hearing this, Ngunian frowned in confusion and asked at the foot of the mountain, What mountain? Didn't you already take me back to Linshan? With that, she walked quickly outside. As soon as she got out, she saw Fong Condiem. He approached with bright eyes. Ngunian, you're awake. Let's return to the palace. Ngunian looked at him, a strange feeling stirring in her heart. She had clearly done nothing, yet she had the illusion of having just been unfaithful. She immediately bowed. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness, but this humble servant is afraid I need to stay in Lam-Sun to recuperate for a while. Hearing this, Fonkin DM nodded slightly, a faint smile on his lips. That's fine too. I have long heard of Lam-Sun's extraordinary reputation. This prince will stay here and recuperate with you. Lai Nu heard this, raised an eyebrow, and asked coldly, what illness are you recuperating from? In his heart, he was silently fuming, wishing for him to get lost quickly. Fong Kindam replied nonchalantly, the entire world knows this prince's body is frail. Of course, I need to rest. Inside the room behind Lai Nu, Ngunian rushed over and urgently asked him, why did you agree to let him stay here? Lai Nu held up a banknote, waving it in front of Ngunian's face with a smile. Because he paid this much, of course. He was now casually leaning against a whole chest of gleaming banknotes. Seeing this, Ngunian's mouth twitched, her voice resigned. All right, money is king. Let's not talk about this anymore. Give me back my blade. Lai Nu immediately turned his head and huffed. You haven't driven him away yet. You'll get the blade after you've driven him away. Hearing this, Ngunian became furious. She immediately grabbed Lai Nu's long hair and yanked it back forcefully. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. You always have the last word. If you don't give me the blade today, I'll pull all your hair out. Lai Nu, in pain, clutched his hair and cried out, let go. If you make a scene and disturb the one in seclusion, you'll bear the consequences yourself. Ngunian gritted her teeth in anger. I don't care. Just then, a young attendant entered with medicine. Drink your medicine quickly, so I can make it in time to hear the master's lecture. Ngunian glanced over, and a thought immediately arose in her mind. The lecture means he's not in the study. She said nothing more, picked up the bowl of medicine, drank it in one go, and stood up, her heart set. Tonight, the moon is dark and the wind is high. Ngunian puffed out her chest and held her head high. Then, she immediately climbed out the window and slipped away with only one thought in her mind. Staying in Lam-Sun for long will only breed trouble. I must find Fa Han quickly and leave the capital. She silently entered the study. After turning and searching for a while, her eyes suddenly lit up, found it. But she sighed and thought to herself, I can't touch Fa Han directly. I have to think of another way. Just then, a cold voice sounded from behind. Lai Nu stood leaning against the door with his arms crossed. You actually dared to take it. He immediately channeled his spiritual energy to block Ngunian's path, his eyes sharp and cold. You haven't even recovered half your life, yet you dream of defeating me. Suddenly, the blade in the box vibrated slightly, letting out a hum. Ngunian was astonished. Ignoring everything, she reached out and took it. But strangely, she wasn't injured. Her heart trembled. Could it be that Fong Can DM is really inside the blade? He's protecting me. Lai Nu immediately lunged forward and grabbed her by the neck. Why must you take this blade? Is there anything more important than reviving Uncle? Ngunian struggled and said through gritted teeth, you actually believe the words of the southern border people? If there was a chance for resurrection, do you think they would give it to you? Question mark. Just then a light knock came from the door, and Fong Can DM's voice drifted in. Master Lai, I was just looking for Ngunian and couldn't find her. It's so late. What are you two doing? Lai Nu held Ngunian tightly and turned a face. Fong Kindam, the corner of his lips curling into a faint smile. Just as your highness the crown prince sees. Ngunian gritted her teeth in anger, cursing silently in her heart. See my foot. Fong Kindam immediately stepped forward and pulled her forcefully towards him, his cold gaze fixed on Lai Nu. Master Lai, please have some self-respect. Hearing this, Ngunian immediately pushed him away and snapped, you too. At this moment, the Fa Han blade in the room vibrated violently. The humming sound spread throughout. Ngunian was startled and thought to herself, he's angry. The continuous metallic ringing made all three of them turn to stare at the blade. Fong Kindam was astonished, his voice dropping. The blade is moving. A glint flashed in Lai Nu's eyes, a flicker of doubt in his heart. Could there be a special relationship between Ngunian and this blade? Fong Kindam immediately questioned. This blade was originally entrusted to the national preceptor by this prince for safekeeping. Why did it appear in Master Lai's room? Question mark. Lai Nu smirked and replied, this blade is a bit demonic. As the head of the household, I naturally cannot shift the responsibility to others. Besides, a few days ago, Ngunian was gravely ill and bedridden. I didn't mind holding on to it for her. After hearing this, Ngunian's face darkened as she replied, "Well, I mind a lot." Fong Condemn then came to stand behind her, one hand on her shoulder for support. If the national preceptor is awake, then this blade should be returned. Ngunian glanced at him, praising him in her heart. This little crown prince is quite sensible. Hearing this, Lai Nu just remained silent. After that, Ngunian hugged the blade and placed it on the table, her hand gently stroking the steel blade. She whispered, "Be good now. Don't let that guy find out. If he goes crazy, who knows, he might throw you into a furnace to melt." She sighed and hugged the blade tightly. Her eyes gradually sank into deep thought. The little crown prince is easy to fool, but Lai Nu is smart. Sooner or later, he will discover you are in the blade. I must plan carefully. That rotten Taoist priest dared to lay a hand on you. After speaking, she closed her eyes and drifted off. In her dream, she once again found herself facing Fong Can. "Zium?" She raised an eyebrow and smiled faintly, just a defeated opponent. Fong Can DM retorted, "With only half a life left, what is there to brag about? Come here and get treated." He didn't wait any longer and pulled her forcefully into his chest. His warm breath enveloped her, and Ngunian blushed. Here comes my favorite part again. The previous times have already proven that the food in dreams is indeed effective. Ngunian was absorbing the yang energy from Fong Can. Damn, when she suddenly realized his spiritual soul was gradually fading. Her heart trembled, and she quickly stopped and asked, "Are you sacrificing your spiritual soul to help me heal?" She tremblingly reached out to touch his shoulder to confirm, but was horrified to see her hand pass through his ethereal spiritual soul. Fong Condemn grabbed her wrist, his gaze stern as he frowned, and said, "The intersection of consciousness is different from the physical body. Some wounds are unavoidable. Don't worry about it. Hurry up and do what's important." Hearing this, Ngunian became furious. She pushed him away forcefully with one hand, her eyes red and moist. "I once said I couldn't bear to let you die, yet you sacrifice yourself on your own accord, refusing to be obedient. I'm not eating this meal anymore." She decisively broke free, her consciousness leaving the dreamscape. She opened her eyes, hugged the Fa Han blade, and whispered, "Old ghost, I will definitely find a way to bring you back." Ngunian sat at the table, lost in thought for a long time, and finally concluded, "There's only one clue left, and that's this tattoo. I must go find His Highness the Crown Prince to investigate." No sooner said than done. She immediately walked to the bedchamber of Fong Condiem. As she was raising her hand to knock, the Fa Han blade at her hip vibrated continuously. She quickly placed a finger on the scabbard, signaling it to be quiet. The door creaked open, and Fong Condiem stepped out with a surprised look. "Ngunian, you were looking for me?" Ngunian was startled for a moment, then bowed. "My apologies for disturbing your Highness the Crown Prince. This humble servant has a matter to ask about." Fong Condemn looked at her intently, a hint of a smile in his eyes. "Coincidentally, I also have something to say to you. Please come in." They both sat down at the tea table. Ngunian lifted her cup and took a small sip, thinking to herself, "I have a feeling he's about to say something dangerous. I'd better speak first." She then took out a piece of paper and spread it on the table. On it were complex tattoo patterns. She looked up and asked, "Has your Highness the Crown Prince ever seen this tattoo before?" Fong Condemn looked at it intently, then shook his head slightly. "I've never seen it, but I can help you look." Ngunian nodded and replied, "Then I thank your Highness." Fong Condemn continued to speak. "What if you were to consider becoming the Crown Princess?" Question mark. The moment he finished speaking, the Fa Han blade immediately began to rumble violently, as if the Fong Condemn inside the blade was roaring in anger. Ngunian quickly tightened her grip on the hilt, cursing silently in her heart. "Shut up, you noisy ghost." The Crown Prince sitting opposite her was slightly confused, but continued to speak. A sickly and frail Crown Prince, no matter which minister's daughter he marries, will ultimately just be a pawn in someone else's hands. But you are different. This is the reason I want you to become the Crown Princess. After hearing this, Ngunian fell silent and slowly replied, "As a subject, I shouldn't say these words, but your Highness the Crown Prince, I have a life I want to live, and I also have someone I want to be with. Ngunian immediately stood up, bowed to the crown prince, and said, "This humble servant take her leave." She turned and left, thinking to herself, "The little crown prince is so troublesome, only knowing how to find a partner. I might as well go to my master's old house and try my luck." With that thought, she walked away quickly and soon arrived. Ngunian nimbly climbed the wall and jumped in. As she gently pushed open the old wooden door, her heart sank slightly. So many years had passed, but the arrangement inside hadn't changed at all. It was certain that Lai Nu still came to clean regularly. She took a deep breath and began to rummage through the chests and boxes, pulling out a tattered, old book. She opened it and read. It recorded a story. A child had died, but his master had plucked several lotus roots to forge a brand new body. For him, Ngunian's eyes lit up. "Fong can DM. I feel like this method is worth a try." The moment she finished speaking, the Fahan blade at her hip vibrated violently, as if in protest. Ngunian quickly grabbed another book and flipped through it, finding a passage related to the seal method. She mumbled, "The original body needs to secretly channel the spell for it to work," which also means that if the little crown prince doesn't know this incantation, it will be completely ineffective. Just then, a loud noise came from the courtyard. Startled, Ngunian rushed out. As soon as she saw the scene, she cried out in alarm. What happened? Before her eyes was Fong Kindiam, passed out on the ground, his face pale, without a trace of color. A young attendant rushed over in a panic to report to Lai Nu, "Master, young martial uncle, and His Highness the Crown Prince just barged into the old master's residence." When Lai Nu heard this, he became furious. There's a protective formation there. They're truly seeking death. He left immediately, but thought to himself, that fool Ngunian. It would be better if she were blown to bits by the formation than to die at my hands. Soon he arrived, looking at Fong Kindiam lying unconscious on the bed. His face was momentarily grim. He reached out to take his pulse, then frowned in thought. How strange. The formation, just now, was very powerful. The Crown Prince is left with only a faint breath. Yet Ngunian isn't injured in the slightest. Ngunian stood beside him and asked him patiently, "How is he?" Lai Nu cleared his throat slightly and replied, "His spiritual soul is too weak. It's not certain if he can wake up." Ngunian bit her lip and pressed, "Is there any other way?" Lai Nu fiddled with the bracelet on Ngunian's wrist and said, "There is that one way. Find a dead soul to impersonate the Crown Prince. You're familiar with this kind of thing." Hearing this, Ngunian frowned and clenched her fist. She thought to herself, even if the old ghost desperately needs a body, I absolutely cannot just take the Crown Prince's. She turned to leave and said coolly, "I don't understand. I'm going to find some medicine." Seeing this, Lai Nu said in a cold tone, "If the Crown Prince really dies here, you will be the first one to be killed." Hearing this, Ngunian just smiled, a cold smile as sharp as a sword, and replied, "Such inauspicious words. Even if that day comes, you are the master of the house. Naturally, I will invite you to go first." When Lai Nu heard this, he gritted his teeth in anger. Ngunian turned back to care for Fong Kindiam. Beside them, the Fahan sword was silent, without a single vibration. Ngunian glanced at it and thought, the old ghost isn't throwing a tantrum. Perhaps he also pities this junior. Just then, Fong Kindiam let out a slight cough. Ngunian quickly leaned down and asked happily, "You're awake?" Fong Kindiam struggled to take her hand, his voice hoarse but earnest. "Ngunian, please summon a soul for me." Ngunian froze and then asked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, is the soul summoning you speak of related to the tattoo on your body?" Fong Kindiam nodded slightly and replied, "It seems you already know. That tattoo was done a long time ago by a sorcerer I sought out. My illness was incurable. I was unwilling to accept my fate and die. So, I secretly had people search for a method of soul summoning using a hidden tattoo, which can call a powerful soul to reside in my body, while my own soul is temporarily nurtured." After hearing this, Ngunian sighed. "So that's how it is. I thought I had summoned the wrong soul, but it turns out it was all arranged from start." Fong Kindim looked at her apologetically. "I'm sorry for deceiving you, but I just wanted to live a little longer." "Is that so wrong?" Ngunian's voice trembled slightly as she asked, "Then what is the real reason you want me to be the Crown Princess?" Fong Can replied, "It's because I need someone who can deal with unexpected events like this, someone who can save me. It was also because of that immediate benefit that I advised you again and followed you to this residence. Who would have thought that retribution would come so quickly?" Hearing this, Ngunian became angry. Her heart twisted as she thought, so I was just a tool all along. Fong Can coughed continuously again, his face pale and his voice growing weaker. "My body can't hold on any longer. If something happens to me, my father the emperor will surely investigate, and many innocent people will be implicated. So please, I beg you, help me summon a soul one more time." Ngunian looked at Fong Can weak breathing and asked softly, "You want me to summon a soul into your body? Aren't you afraid I'll take the opportunity to cause trouble?" Fong Can gasped for breath, his words broken. "You didn't do it last time, so you're even less likely to do it this time. This is this prince's verbal edict, you." Before he could finish, a violent coughing fit seized him, and then he fainted. Ngunian called out in alarm, "Your Highness the Crown Prince." She quickly bent down to check. He was still breathing, but his spiritual soul was extremely weak. There was no more time to delay. Ngunian gritted her teeth and immediately set up the soul summoning formation. Her voice trembling, she called softly, "Then come back." A stream of soul power immediately flowed out, enveloping Fong Can body. After a while, the formation shone brightly, and Ngunian was drenched in sweat. She rushed over and slapped Fong Can face repeatedly. Her voice choked, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Fong Can wake up." Then she turned to look at the Fa Han sword, her eyes tense. "Let's see if that buzzing ghost is still here." The moment her hand got close, a jolt of electricity shot straight into it, a sharp pain spreading through her arm. Ngunian pulled back, a shiver running through her. "Fa Han is rejecting me, which means the old ghost is no longer inside. Not here, and not there either. So where's the old ghost?" Just then, a loud knock came from outside, and Lai Nu's strained voice called out, "What are you locking the door for? Get out here." Ngunian took a deep breath, pushed the door open, and replied with a smile, "Perfect timing. There's a difficult matter I'd like to discuss." Lai Nu said nothing more and immediately grabbed Ngunian's wrist, pulling her along. "Discuss my ass. Run. That person is out of seclusion." Hearing this, Ngunian was startled, a childhood memory flashing in her mind. An innocent, childish voice had once said, "Aunt Noyette is so nice," immediately followed by resentful, angry eyes. "Get lost. If I ever see you again in this life, I will kill you without mercy." Lai Nu pulled Ngunian's hand forcefully, his voice strained as they walked. "Your master's old house is usually maintained by her. Even I don't dare to enter casually, let alone you, the person she hates the most." At this moment, a cold sword strike suddenly cut through the air, heading straight for Ngunian. She reacted instinctively, leaning her body to dodge it, but a few strands of her hair were still cut off. Ngunian clutched her head, her heart pounding. That was dangerous. "I almost got my head shaved." A cold voice sounded from behind. "Aunt Noyette has appeared." Her eyes, sharp as a blade, looked at Lai Nu. "The master of the house has grown up. You even know how to keep a beauty in a golden house now." Lai Nu's expression changed slightly as he gritted his teeth and replied, "We can't leave." Just as the atmosphere grew tense, Fong Can voice came from inside the room, "A beauty in a golden house." Hearing that voice, Ngunian's heart trembled slightly. Joy spread through her. That tone of voice was definitely him. Fong Can, now fully in possession of the soul, walked out on his own, his demeanor arrogant as he asked, "Is this prince someone that Lam's son can hide away?" Hearing this, Ngunian's face darkened. She lightly tapped her forehead and lamented to herself, "His arrogance is showing, and now he's spouting nonsense." Fong Can approached, pulling Ngunian into his arms with one hand, hiding her. "Then that's even more unacceptable." Aunt Noyette's gaze froze as she asked coldly, "Who is this?" Fong Can drew his sword, the steel flashing. "I am." Ngunian, horrified, quickly blocked his hand. Don't. She snatched the sword from his hand and respectfully returned it to Aunt Noyette. "This is His Highness the Crown Prince." Aunt Noyette sheathed her sword, her expression unchanging as she said coolly, "Lam's son has long since severed ties with the imperial court, trespassing into my forbidden grounds. So what if you're the Crown Prince?" Fong Can suddenly coughed, his body swaying. Ngunian quickly supported him, her eyes full of worry. Fong Can leaned on his cane, running on fumes, but his voice was still arrogant. This prince gave Master Lai so much silver. Not only did I almost lose my life, but now I have to endure this indifference. When Lai Nu heard that, his heart jolted, his eyes darkened as he roared in his mind, "It really is that detestable ghost who's come back." Hearing this, Aunt Noyette's face darkened, and she scolded Lai Nu in a stern voice, "Silver, master of the house, do you take my lamb son for an inn?" Question mark. Lai Nu replied awkwardly, "The crown prince coming up the mountain to recuperate was his majesty's decree. The silver I gave was just a token of sincerity." But in his heart, he was furious, his eyes glaring at Fong Condemn. He's really pushing his luck. Fong Condemn, however, just smiled faintly and thought, with money, even if you're dissatisfied, you have to swallow it. Aunt Noyette snorted coldly and said in a stern voice, "If the crown prince truly wants to cherish his life, he should stay away from troublemakers, not go out of his way to protect them. And the dangerous one here is Ngunian." With those words, her figure vanished, leaving behind a heavy atmosphere. Ngunian quickly pulled Fong Condiem aside and whispered, "Don't get cocky. It'll be dangerous if Aunt Noyette finds out." She immediately pushed him back into the room. "His Highness the Crown Prince's body is still weak. It would be better to get more rest." The moment the door closed, Fong Condiem hugged her tightly, half smiling, half serious. "Exactly. I invite the national preceptor to examine this prince thoroughly." Lai Nu, standing outside, heard the door close. His anger flared, and he pounded on the door, shouting loudly, "Open the door. I have something to say." Fong Condem immediately pressed Ngunian against the door, his voice threatening. "You are not allowed to answer him." "Press so close." Ngunian's heart pounded. "Too close. The smell of a meal I haven't tasted in so long." She immediately pushed him away, both annoyed and embarrassed. "Back off a bit. I can't eat you right now. I need to fatten you up again." Outside, Lai Nu was still pounding on the door insistently. Ngunian frowned. He's rarely this anxious. Something big must have happened. I have to go see. But Fong Condem held her hand tightly, his eyes burning with a strong possessive desire as he asked, "Speak from your conscience. Am I hard to eat right now?" Ngunian blushed and replied, "Stop messing around. I'm just going out to hear what he has to say." Fong Condem replied sullenly, "Let me go." Outside, Lai Nu shouted angrily, "You two, get back to the palace for me." Fong Condem opened the door and stepped out, his voice cold and full of sarcasm. "We're not going back. If you keep making noise, give me back my money." After saying his piece, Fong Condem slammed the door shut. The loud bang made Lai Nu, outside, grit his teeth in anger, thinking resentfully, "I shouldn't have worried about whether she lived or died in the first place." Inside the room, Ngunian turned to look at Fong Condem, her voice soft and low. "Stop being sulky. Both you and I are depleted right now. Returning is the best course of action." Fong Condem looked at her again, the corner of his lips lifting. "Isn't it rumored throughout the land that Lam Sun's magical arts are miraculous and magnificent?" Then, without waiting for her reply, he lay down on the bed, his long arm reaching out and pulling her down. Her soft body pressed against his. He chuckled softly. "It's perfect that we're staying. We can find a way to extend this little life of yours." Ngunian frowned and replied, "Back then, even my master was helpless." Fong Condem immediately raised an eyebrow. "After taking so much silver from my family, even if there's no way, you have to rack your brains and find one." Hearing this, Ngunian said sorrowfully, "Aunt Noyette was my master's fiancée, and my master died for me. She will absolutely not give me this chance." Fong Condem looked at her for a long time, then gently patted her head. "Then let me help you." With that, he turned and got off the bed. Ngunian watched him, bewildered, and became even more confused when she saw him pick up the blade. She immediately stopped him. "Wait, don't be rash." Fong Condem raised an eyebrow and sneered. "What are you so nervous about? I'm trying to find Lai Nu to talk some sense into him." Ngunian glared and asked, "And you're bringing a blade for that?" Fong Condem huffed lightly. "A blade is a man's pass." With that, he went straight to Lai Nu's room. The moment the door burst open, he strode in confidently, his hand gripping the hilt of the blade. Lai Nu looked up and was utterly confused. Fong Condem pointed straight at him. "Either return the money or draw your sword. Take your pick." Lai Nu was stunned for a moment, then asked, "The silver was a gift from the crown prince. What does it have to do with you?" Hearing this, Fong Condem was momentarily taken aback, feeling indignant. "Humph, not so stupid after all. He actually figured that part out." Fong Condem angrily slammed the table and shouted sternly, "I am the ancestor of that crown prince. Exclamation point. After hearing this, Lai Nu smirked contemptuously, sneering in his heart, such vulgar words. Such an impulsive temper. Fong and DM refused to stop and continued to growl, cut the crap. Bring out your lamb, sons. Life-extending method. I have a save Ngunian. Lai Nu snorted coldly and replied, who knows if you're being sincere or just using Ngunian's name to seize her secret arts. A fine scheme indeed. Hearing this, Fong can DM lunged forward, grabbed Lai Nu by the collar, and shouted with glaring eyes, does this prince need to deceive you? Aren't you the one who clamors about wanting to kill Ngunian every day? Lai Nu was provoked but then began to calculate silently. This is tricky. I might as well play along. He glanced at the wine jug on the table and said nonchalantly, since you come to challenge me, why not sit down for a few cups and we can talk later? Fong and Dim paused for a moment. When asking for a favor, one shouldn't be too aggressive. Then he immediately let go, sat down, and growled fine. Half an hour later, before the wine was finished, he was already dead drunk and had collapsed. Onto the table. Lai Nu looked at the scene and laughed contemptuously. I forgot to tell you, I can drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk. Even a ghost can become a drunkard. Isn't this a great opportunity? He slowly reached out, intending to touch Fa Han, but at that very moment, Fong Kandim unexpectedly slapped his hand away. His eyes were drowsy with drink, but his voice was still arrogant. Trying to get your hands on Fa Han? If you're willing to think of a way to save Ngunian, this prince might be happy enough to let you play with it. It's impossible. Just then, the door burst open. Wu Yin rushed in to support his staggering body. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you have just recovered from a serious illness. Drinking will harm your body. Inside, she was screaming she wanted to die. She then carried Feng Jinyan out, turning her head to say coldly to Li Ru, we're leaving. Li Ru watched their departing figures and gritted his teeth. Point one is blissful, the other brings disaster. One eyesore. Wu Yin brought Feng Jinyan back to the room and threw him onto the bed. She let out a breath. That was dangerous. Li Ru almost took advantage of the situation to take Soul Breaker. Her gaze briefly landed on Feng Jinyan's back. Her heart involuntarily tightened. The old ghost has returned. Could that tattoo also? She slowly reached out her hand, whispering in her mind, let me take a look. Wu Yin immediately pulled down Feng Jinyan's robe, her tense gaze fixed on the tattoo on his back. Her heart trembled. There it is. It really has appeared again. But could it just be my illusion? Why is the color darker than before this time? Just then, Feng Jinyan suddenly woke up, his hoarse voice full of anger. Who dares to remove this prince's clothes? He immediately reached out and grabbed Wu Yin's shoulder, forcefully flipping her underneath him. Wu Yin refused to be outdone, immediately kicking him in the chest and glaring. I'd even dare to take off your pants, believe it or not. Feng Jinyan was momentarily stunned, and upon realizing it was her, he immediately lowered his voice. Humph, get lost. Wu Yin wouldn't be happy if she knew. Wu Yin was a bit taken aback. She leaned in close, looking at his drunken, staggering state, and asked, why are you afraid of making Wu Yin unhappy? Doesn't she bully you all the time? Feng Jinyan tilted his head slightly, his eyes hazy with drink, but his tone still stubborn. Nonsense. She just looks as innocent as a little chick. This prince is just indulging her. Wu Yin let out a faint, sarcastic laugh. You really know how to say pleasant things. Feng Jinyan didn't reply, but hugged the pillow beside him tightly, whispering as if confessing a secret. Wu Yin is just like me. Both of us are lonely in this world, so I understand how she feels. I once had a disciple. His body was weak since childhood. I always did my best to protect him. Wu Yin frowned in confusion. What weak little brat? Feng Jinyan continued to mumble, but after I died, he erased all traces of my existence. I'm afraid even my assassination in the southern border was related to him. Hearing this, Wu Yin was startled and blurted out, are you talking about Feng Wuyong? But historical records state that Feng Wuyong personally led many campaigns against Dongquan and had over 80 descendants. How does that resemble a sickly person? Before she could finish, Feng Jinyan suddenly jolted awake. His eyes sharp, he spoke as if giving command. Someone, go ask him what brilliant method he used. Wu Yin was stunned. Her heart suddenly clenched, a bad premonition rising in her mind. Feng Jinyan had just started to say, this prince also wants to let Wu Yin try it. But before he could finish, he was overcome by the alcohol. His body swayed, and he fell back onto the bed. He reached out, hugged a soft pillow to his chest, and mumbled word by word, so she won't just see me as a plate of food. Hearing this, Wu Yin frowned and thought to herself, what kind of bad habit is this, becoming so talkative when drunk? After carefully pulling the blanket over Feng Yin to let him rest peacefully, Wu Yin quietly stepped outside. As soon as she opened the door, she saw Li Ru, who had been standing there silently for a long time. His gaze was like a cat stalking its prey. His motionless figure made no sound, causing Wu Yin to startle for a moment and think, is he a cat? Why can't I hear a thing? Li Ru crossed his arms and slowly asked, you've overheard the royal family's terrible secret, haven't you? Wu Yin waved her hand and replied, weren't you the one who got him drunk? You believe the nonsense he spouts when he's drunk? Li Ru narrowed his eyes at her and said, don't you find that nonsense a bit familiar? For instance, someone who was once weak suddenly becomes healthy. For instance, all the strange things happen within the royal family. Have you ever thought that the target we are both searching for might be one and the same person? Hearing that, Wu Yin's expression changed. She pushed his shoulder hard and replied, my desire to prolong my life and your thoughts on the southern border's holy cult resurrection arts are not the same. Li Ru let out a faint laugh. If the dead can be resurrected, what are you afraid of? You can't prolong your life? At worst, you die and get resurrected. Wu Yin clenched her fists, anger surging as she roared internally. Are those words a human should say? She paid him no more mind, striding past his figure and letting out a decisive sentence. I swore to Master that I would have nothing to do with the southern border's holy cult. Suddenly, Li Ru grabbed her hair and yanked her back, his voice cold. You blockhead. If our dynasty already had a precedent, why would we need to look to the southern border? Wu Yin spun around, glaring, let go. What do you mean? Li Ru raised an eyebrow as if curious and continued. I was just thinking, what if the great ancestor Feng Wu Yang wasn't cured of serious illness back then, but rather someone seized his body and returned from the dead? Hearing this, Wu Yin was startled and stepped back. Li Ru pointed towards the room. Isn't this just like the one lying in there? Once it'd be a coincidence, but twice. Wu Yin, don't tell me you don't know the secret arts involved. Li Ru moved closer to Wu Yin, putting an arm around her shoulder and asking with a teasing smile, why don't you explain the details to your senior brother? Seeing him not only get close, but also disrespectfully put an arm on her shoulder, Wu Yin frowned, spun around, pushed him far away, and reminded him in a cold voice, matters that could shake the very foundation of the nation should be spoken of less. Don't bring disaster upon Linshan. Li Ru nodded slightly, adjusted his clothes, and sighed in reply. That's true. If you had such abilities, how could you have ended up in this half-dead state? Then there's only one other possibility. That fellow is hiding a secret that even you don't know about. As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. He was heading straight for the bedchamber where Feng Yin was sleeping soundly. Seeing this, Wu Yin's expression changed, and she quickly followed. Li Ru stood before the bedchamber door, spoke, and then kicked the door hard, saying, let your senior brother help you see clearly. Wu Yin rushed over in a panic to stop him, loudly accusing, so you didn't just come to eavesdrop, you had your own agenda. Li Ru chuckled and charged straight inside, replying, not at all, I just brought some sobering medicine. Wu Yin immediately gave chase. In the room, Feng Yin was still sleeping soundly on the bed, his clothes disheveled, revealing a patch of his fair back. On his skin were strange, swirling tattoo-like patterns. Li Ru narrowed his eyes, staring intently for a moment before letting out a huff. This tattoo looks a bit familiar. I seem to have seen it at Aunt Yu's place. He sat down beside him and reached out to pull Feng Jinyan's robe aside to get a better look. But just as he touched it, Feng Jinyan's eyes suddenly opened. He headbutted Li Ru hard, making the other man cry out in pain and clutch his head. Li Ru's eyes widened in anger as he exclaimed, huh, you were pretending to be asleep? Feng Jinyan glanced coldly, grabbed Soul Breaker from beside the pillow, and pointed it at him, asking, so what if I was pretending? It was enough to make you lower your guard and reveal a lot of information. Isn't that right, Aunt Yu? Witnessing this, Wu Yin burst out laughing and clapped, praising, such great acting. Living a long life really makes a difference in experience. Li Ru gritted his teeth, turned to Wu Yin, and asked in a cold voice, so what if you know? Do you dare to leave? If you touch Aunt Yu's reverse scale, not even the Crown Prince can protect you. Wu Yin showed no fear and pointed directly at the red bump on his forehead, taunting, if you don't hurry and treat that wound, you'll have a hard time keeping your own head. Li Ru turned and left in a huff without another word. Wu Yin watched him go with a triumphant smile. By now, Feng Yin was sober and slowly got off the bed, walking to the tea table. He placed Soul Breaker on the table and poured some tea, where he saw Wu Yin staring at him. He also looked up to meet her gaze. Wu Yin reached out, snatched the teacup from his hand, and asked with a smile, "Were you pretending to be drunk, or were you really drunk?" Feng Jin Yin held his head with a helpless expression and lamented, "I've never lost a drinking contest before. I didn't expect this body to be so useless." After hearing Feng Jin Yin, Wu Yin lowered her head and mumbled softly, "It seems you only sobered up after Li Ru came in. The things you said before were indeed spoken while you were drunk." Hearing that, Feng Jin Yin was startled. He lifted his head from his hands, breaking out in a cold sweat and exclaiming, "Huh!" He immediately rushed over, grabbed Wu Yin's shoulders tightly, and shook her slightly, making her body sway as he hurriedly asked, "Did I say anything strange?" Wu Yin smiled faintly, her lips curving as she lifted his chin teasingly. "Moreover, you did a lot of strange things too." Feng Jin Yin was momentarily flustered and tightened his grip on her wrist. "If I had really done anything, how could I still be sitting so calmly in front of you now?" He knew Wu Yin's temperament well. Hearing that, she thought to herself, "That's right. If it were me, I would have pounced like a hungry tiger." An image of herself turning into a tiger and lunging at him flashed through her mind. Looking at Feng Jin Yin, who was still weakly trying to preserve his innocence, she smiled faintly and thought to herself, "Today, I want to trample you." Feng Jin Yin sat back down at the tea table, picked up the soul breaker blade, and said in a low voice, "Let's get back to business. That Aunt Yu of yours seems to be no simple character. I plan to go see her in person." Wu Yin quickly grabbed his arm, anxiously advising, "Calm down, don't be hasty. I feel that Li Ru's actions today were somewhat intentional. He gave up the clue about the tattoo too easily, and his words, which sounded like a warning to me, were clearly meant to provoke you. He's hiding his own scheme in all this." In the study, Aunt Yu held a book and looked up at Li Ru, saying indifferently, "I have told you many times not to get involved with Wu Yin anymore." Li Ru then asked, "Not even for revenge?" Aunt Yu silently turned the pages of her book, and after a while, she slowly spoke, "No, get her out of this place quickly. I don't want to see her ever again." Standing behind her, Li Ru wouldn't give up and said, "If so, why not just kill her, so you'll never have the chance to see her again for the rest of your life? Wouldn't that be more decisive?" Aunt Yu tilted her eyes slightly to glance at him and then placed the book back on the shelf. Seeing that reaction, Li Ru couldn't help but press, "Don't you hate her? Why are you protecting her like this?" Aunt Yu replied softly, "A cultivator should not dirty their hands." Li Ru stepped forward again and said, "But I'm still waiting for her to hand over the Crown Prince's blade." Aunt Yu frowned slightly, turned to face him, and asked, "Why do you want that blade?" Li Ru answered without hiding anything, "With the Crown Prince's blade, I can use it to trade for the resurrection art from the southern border's holy cult and bring Uncle back to life." Hearing that, Aunt Yu's face darkened. She threw a palm strike at him and yelled, "Have all the words I've taught you all this time been like wind passing by your ears?" Li Ru was momentarily startled, but his agile movements allowed him to dodge her powerful blow. Li Ru sighed, staring into Aunt Yu's calm eyes, and asked, "If you truly miss Uncle, why won't you take the path that is clearly right in front of you?" Aunt Yu shook her head slightly, her gaze cold as she replied, "The people of Linshan are forbidden from having any contact with the southern border." Li Ru raised an eyebrow and continued to ask, "If I remember correctly, it was Uncle who brought Wu Yin back from the southern border that year, right?" Hearing this, Aunt Yu's voice trembled slightly as she said, "You." Li Ru slowly took a step forward, his eyes dark as he spoke. "Although I had a serious illness as a child that faded many memories, I haven't forgotten everything." Just then, a young attendant rushed in, panting, and reported, "Family head, Junior Aunt, the Crown Prince, and the others are about to storm the Hall of True Cultivation." Junior Aunt also said that she would use the Death Soul to cause trouble today. Hearing this, Li Ru smirked coldly and thought to himself, "Wu Yin really hasn't improved at all, but this happens to suit my plans." At this moment, outside, the other disciples have been bound tightly by Wu Yin's death soul. She stood tall, her sharp gaze sweeping over them as she said, "Stand still and don't move. I don't want to hurt you." Feng Jin Yin, behind her, drew Soulbreaker. The blade flashed coldly as he said, "Since we've come this far, let's just make it a bigger mess." Half an hour earlier, Feng Jin Yin had asked Wu Yin, "So you mean you don't want me to go?" Wu Yin slowly replied. Although he said he wanted to cooperate with the southern border and coveted Soulbreaker, his attitude wasn't resolute. Instead, it was as if he was probing for something. "Moreover, I have a feeling this matter is related to me." Then she leaned in, beckoned Feng Jin Yin closer, and whispered in his ear. Her breath on him made him shiver slightly. Feng Jinyan immediately frowned and said, "That's too risky." Wu Yin smiled, her eyes shining brightly as she replied, "How can you catch a tiger cub without entering the tiger's den? If it's really related to me, I want to know what it is. Are you scared? Do you want to take this risk with me?" Feng Jinyan's lips curved slightly, a proud smile appearing on his handsome face. This prince has fought his whole life and has never known how to write the word fear. Outside the hall of true cultivation, Aunt Yu appeared with a dark expression. Her imposing presence made all the disciples bow their heads in fear. One of them reported with a trembling voice, "This disciple is useless. Junior Aunt, they've already broken in." Aunt Yu turned her head to look at Li Ru and said in a cold voice, "Li Ru, let's go inside." The two of them stepped in only to find the interior of the hall of true cultivation completely destroyed. Broken wooden pillars and shattered stone fragments were scattered all over the floor. Aunt Yu was furious, her eyes blazing as she cried out, "Is she insane? How dare she do this?" Li Ru stepped forward, bowed his head slightly, and said softly, "I'm afraid it's because I mentioned that matter to her earlier." Aunt Yu spun around and asked, "What did you say to Wu Yin?" Li Ru was momentarily startled and quickly covered his mouth, thinking, "I can't tell her everything." Then he replied in a low voice, "I only said that Aunt Yu might know a way to prolong life. Perhaps that's why she wanted to find clues in the hall of true cultivation." After hearing this, Aunt Yu's expression changed, and she uttered in a low voice, "This is bad. What if she finds that thing?" Li Ru quickly asked, "What thing does Aunt Yu mean?" Meanwhile, on the rafters, Wu Yin and Feng Jinyan were hiding and observing. Their eyes met as they thought, "It seems there really is a problem inside." Wu Yin quietly signaled for the death soul to immediately go upstairs and make some noise. The death soul obeyed and rushed up, leaving a trail of hurried sounds. Hearing this, Aunt Yu's expression changed, and she whispered sharply, "Go." Then she rushed upstairs, using her magic to conjure fragments of remnant souls to surround her body before heading straight to a bookshelf and pressing her hand to open a hidden compartment. She let out a sigh of relief and whispered, "Thank goodness she hasn't found this place." Li Ru approached, his eyes gleaming as he asked, "What is this?" Aunt Yu slowly unlocked the old box. As the lid opened, Li Ru was stunned and exclaimed, "Isn't this the soul-controlling bell, a magical artifact of the southern border's holy cult?" On the rafters, Wu Yin and Feng Jinyan were both startled and exchanged glances. A question arose in their minds. Wasn't this thing destroyed long ago? Aunt Yu held the soul-controlling bell with both hands, looked straight at it, and said in a low voice, "This bell originally belonged to Wu Yin." Feng Jinyan looked at Wu Yin and asked, "Why do you have the soul-controlling bell? Could it be that you're originally from the southern border?" Hearing this, Wu Yin's whole body trembled. She clutched her head as sweat poured down. "I really don't know anything. Before coming to Linshan, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't remember anything. Only a small memory rushed back from when she first met Master. At that time, her body was thin, her clothes stained with mud. Master looked at her quietly and said, 'Your parents died in a great flood. From now on, you will be my disciple.'" Wu Yin looked up, her eyes red as she asked in a trembling voice, "If I become your disciple, will I not be in pain and no longer be hungry?" Master nodded gently and personally placed a jade bracelet on her wrist. Remembering that moment, Wu Yin blurted out, "Could Master have lied to me?" Hearing her words, Feng Jinyan's heart was shaken. He opened his arms and hugged her tightly, his warm hand gently patting her shoulder to comfort her. "I was just asking casually. If you can't remember, don't force yourself." Down in the main hall, Aunt Yu was now telling Li Ru the story in a heavy, low voice. "Your uncle was afraid the southern border's holy cult would find Wu Yin's whereabouts, so he kept her identity a secret. Each generation, the holy cult selects 10 children with special constitutions. Each child is given a soul-controlling bell as a token. These children are raised for a period, and from them, a holy child is chosen, while the rest are all taken to be melted down along with their bells." At this point, Aunt Yu closed her eyes and took a long breath before continuing. Wu Yin was one of the children who was supposed to be killed. Hearing this, Li Ru was shocked beyond what he had anticipated. He said in a low voice, "Adopting a child of the holy cult would bring great danger to Linshan. This is absolutely not something Uncle would do." Aunt Yu looked straight into his eyes and asked, "If you saw a child suffering immensely with your own eyes, could you be heartless enough not to save them?" Li Ru turned his face away and didn't answer, because in his heart, he really could have ignored it. Aunt Yu paused, then slowly continued, "There's one more thing. I once mistakenly took a pill and became unable to have children. Your uncle treated her as his own flesh and blood and gave her to me to raise as a daughter." With that, she turned and placed the box containing the bell back on a shelf. Up on the rafters, Wu Yin heard every word, her eyes blurring as tears fell as the truth was gradually revealed. Li Ru glanced at the soul-controlling bell, a calculating glint in his eyes as he thought to himself, "If I remember correctly, this bell can suppress that old ghost." He then said to Aunt Yu, "Aunt Yu, Wu Yin has already snuck into this place. The location of the soul-controlling bell has likely been exposed. It would be better to let me keep it safe." Up above, Wu Yin heard this and immediately turned to look at Feng Jin Yin, a sense of alarm rising in her heart as she thought, "No, the old ghost disappearance and the soul-controlling bell are definitely related. If this thing falls into Li Ru's hands, the old ghost's life will be in danger." She clenched her fists, extremely worried. Aunt Yu handed the box to Li Ru, her gaze stern as she said, "You're the family head. Now that you know about this, it's good for you to keep it safe." Li Ru nodded slightly, his hand reaching out to take the box, when suddenly the evil soul from Wu Yin's bracelet erupted, snatching the box towards its master. Wu Yin reached out, caught it, and hugged it tightly to her chest, her eyes flashing as she said softly, "It's only right for things to return to their original owner." The moment she touched the box, a violent force shook her, causing her to pause. Wu Yin was astonished, thinking this power is too strong. It's completely different from the previous bell. At that moment, the bell began to ring, its chimes long and drawn out. Aunt Yu and Li Ru were both startled, their expressions changing. The bell's ringing echoed ceaselessly, striking directly at their minds. Hearing it, Wu Yin's body stiffened, her eyes glazing over as if she were losing consciousness. Aunt Yu rushed over in a panic, her voice urgent. "Wu Yin, it has no effect on you anymore. You know." Wu Yin was momentarily stunned, a doubt rising in her heart. "If it's really useless, why are you so anxious?" Before she could finish her thought, Aunt Yu immediately drew her sword, pointed it straight at her, and shouted, "Put it down now." The sword's light flashed brilliantly, but Wu Yin was now sinking into an illusion. She heard the sound of children's laughter echoing, as if countless small figures were circling her. She trembled and thought to herself, "If Li Ru gets this box, the old ghost will definitely be bullied." Seeing the critical situation, Li Ru quickly cried out, "This is bad. She's about to lose control." Just as the chaotic energy was about to erupt, Feng Jin Yin leaped up from below, the blade in his hand swinging powerfully, knocking Aunt Yu's sword away. At the same time, he pulled the staggering Wu Yin into his arms and said in a low voice, "If you get angry, I'm afraid even I won't be able to handle it." Feng Jin Yin held Wu Yin tightly, his voice steady. "Calm down." Hearing the familiar voice, Wu Yin suddenly snapped back to her senses. She thought hazily, "What am I doing? I clearly know the soul-controlling bell will hurt him, yet I still let it control me." At this moment, Aunt Yu approached, her gaze cold as she said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, your repeated interference in Lin Shan's affairs is rather inappropriate." Feng Jin Yin, still not letting go of Wu Yin, said slowly, "Family head, Li has repeatedly associated with the southern border, so it's equally inappropriate to entrust this to him. The Imperial Palace is heavily guarded. It will be best to hand it over to the Imperial Court for safekeeping." Hearing this, Li Ru immediately interjected in a hurried tone, "Aunt Yu, don't listen to him. He's not actually." Before he could finish, Feng Jin Yin turned his sharp gaze on him and said, "Family Headley should speak carefully. What were you about to say? The reigning crown prince is not actually." Hearing that, Li Ru froze. Waves of panic rose in his heart as he thought, "If I rashly expose him, I'll be framed for treason instead. This old fox is truly vicious." Aunt Yu was silent for a moment, then spoke. "The Crown Prince's proposal is feasible." Li Ru called out in disbelief, "Aunt Yu." But his heart was filled with doubt. What's going on? Why did she agree so easily? Aunt Yu said indifferently, "However, I do not trust His Highness the Crown Prince. This soul-controlling bell must be delivered to the Imperial Palace by a third party and handed directly to His Majesty. For that reason, 3 days later, Feng Jin Du was summoned. Aunt Yu handed him the box, her eyes full of warning. "Your Highness must protect this magical artifact and absolutely not let Wu Yin or His Highness the Crown Prince touch it. Feng Jin-du smiled and waved his hand in reply. With my imperial brother's weak constitution, he can't do anything to me anyway. His face showed a confidence so great that it made others believe he was extremely reliable. At the post station, Feng Jin-du held the box in his hands, walking and thinking, what kind of bell is this that's worth this prince traveling 1,000 miles for? Just then, Feng Jin walked in, and the atmosphere immediately tensed. Third brother, I have something to discuss with you. Feng Jin-du curled his lip, holding up the box in his hand, and asking, Imperial brother, you came here specifically for this, didn't you? Fine. Will you trade me for it? He sneered inwardly, thinking, who told you to use your strange illness as an excuse to bully me? Hearing that, Feng Jin-yan's face darkened, a flash of anger in his eyes. Feng Jin-yan was furious. He stepped forward and pinched Feng Jin-du's cheek, who was now making a face to tease him, and asked through gritted teeth, you won't listen to nice words, so how about we trade fists? As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his fist and punched the third prince straight in the face. Jin-du was hit so hard his vision blurred, and he immediately started crying, lamenting internally. Wasn't his delusional paranoia cured? Why did it suddenly act up like this? Just then, Wu Yin entered the room and saw the chaotic scene. She rushed over and hugged Feng Canyon tightly from behind, trying to pull him away from Sanyu, pleading, don't fight anymore. I can't control that thing right now. Just let him keep it. Sanyu took the chance to dive under the covers, clutching the box with both hands, trembling as he thought to himself, this prince has had such a miserable life. Out in the hallway, Feng Canyon was still furious, the fire in his eyes yet to cool. Wu Yin stood before him and advised softly, don't be angry anymore. If the third prince goes back and reports this, His Majesty will think your paranoia has relapsed. Hearing this, Feng Canyon turned to look at her and asked, are we just going to leave it at that? We worked so hard to get this new lead. You came to Nanjiang like this. Perhaps a cure for your illness can be found there. Why don't we venture to Nanjiang together? Wu Yin immediately placed a hand on Feng Canyon's chest, stopping him from getting closer, and said sternly, no. Master instructed me not to have any involvement with Nanjiang. I absolutely cannot disobey my master's command. Besides, your status as the current crown prince is too precious to risk. With that, she lifted his face, her bright eyes shimmering as if with tears, and whispered, promise me you won't try to take back the Zhu Yuhuan and don't get involved with Nanjiang. Feng Canyon frowned slightly and replied in a low voice, all right. Wu Yin immediately smiled, her lips curving as she said, a verbal promise isn't very trustworthy, you know. Feng Canyon looked at her and asked, don't tell me you want a pinky swear for 100 years of unchangeability. Wu Yin suddenly moved closer and unexpectedly bit his neck. Feng Canyon was momentarily stunned, raising a hand to touch the bite mark with a puzzled expression, asking, why did you bite me? Wu Yin blinked and replied with a smile, I happen to be a little hungry, and it also serves as a seal for our contract. Just then, a eunuch rushed over, bowed, and reported, National Preceptor, Your Highness the Crown Prince, an urgent message has just arrived from the palace. The earth dragon beneath the imperial mausoleum has shifted. The tombs have been damaged, and it is feared the ancestors have been disturbed. His Majesty invites the National Preceptor to depart for the imperial mausoleum immediately to investigate. After hearing this, Wu Yin nodded slightly and said, understood. I will set out tomorrow. Feng Canyon, standing beside her with a face as grim as a white-robed ancestor, exuded a look of determination and nodded slightly. That's fine. I wanted to visit the imperial mausoleum for a long time. The eunuch hurriedly added, His Majesty also instructed that the crown prince and the third prince must return to the palace together to handle official duties. After hearing the eunuch, Feng Canyon frowned, his eyes darkening as he spoke with dissatisfaction. What does that old man mean? Does he want to manage my affairs now too? The eunuch trembled in fear and bowed. His Majesty also said that if your highness refuses to return this time, then you should not think of setting foot in the imperial palace ever again. Hearing this, no matter how angry Feng Canyon was, he had to suppress it and obey the emperor's command. Thus, he and Wu Yin returned to the palace. Inside the resplendent golden hall, the box brought by Feng Sanyu had been presented before the dragon throne. The emperor held the box, nodding slightly with an expression that was both stern and smug, and said slowly, Mr. Yu said that only the aura of a true dragon can suppress this item. We can only reluctantly help you all this one. time. Hearing this, the corner of Feng Canyon's mouth twitched as he thought resentfully. The descendants of Feng Weiyang are all equally foolish in every generation, so easily believing a few words of flattery. As he was thinking, the emperor suddenly turned to ask the third prince. San Yu, Wu Yin previously returned to Linshan due to her illness. Her condition seems better now, but has she shown any other unusual symptoms? Feng San Yu was slightly startled, then quickly bowed his head and replied, "She's just the same as usual." Feng Canyon glanced at his younger brother, the corner of his lip curling slightly as he thought. It seems Aunt Yu didn't reveal Wu Yin's true identity to him either. Hearing the answer, the emperor smiled happily and said slowly, "That's good. We intend to put the matter of selecting a crown princess on the court's agenda." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Canyon immediately blushed, his heart in turmoil. Right? The old man seemed to have considered Wu Yin a candidate before. Immediately after, the emperor continued, "After thinking it over and over, we still feel that the child from Jishi is the most suitable." Before he could finish, a chorus of opposition rose from below from both Feng Canyon and Feng San Yu. The emperor's expression immediately changed. He angrily slammed the dragon throne's table with a loud bang and scolded, "Are you two trying to anger us to death?" Then he pretended to clutch his chest and groaned softly, "Our chest hurts. Help us to rest. After all, we are still very weak, without having held a grandson." And so, the two brothers could only respectfully withdraw from the hall of mental cultivation. Walking down the long, splendid golden corridor, Feng Canyon walked ahead with a dark face, not saying a word, while San Yu followed behind, sighing continuously. Finally, Feng Canyon couldn't hold back and said, "The old man rambled on for half a day and didn't say anything of substance. I have to go to the Imperial Mausoleum now." San Yu quickly stepped up beside him to reassure him. "Imperial brother, you don't need to worry about Wu Yin. Father Emperor has already sent the director of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau there. The matter will surely be handled soon." Feng Canyon frowned and asked coldly, "That old man who's nearly 80? Feng San Yu rolled his eyes. Then a mischievous smile appeared as he moved closer and whispered, "He's the newly appointed one. His age isn't much different from ours, and he's an incredibly handsome talent, you know." Meanwhile, outside the Imperial Mausoleum, the air was gloomy and thick with a sinister aura. A eunuch bowed and reported to Wu Yin, "A few days ago, the Earth Dragon shifted, causing several cracks to appear in the gate of the underground palace. Two repairmen inexplicably fell down and died under unusual circumstances. Everyone is whispering that the old ancestors are angry." Wu Yin looked towards the Imperial Mausoleum, her gaze profound. Her robes fluttering in the wind, she slowly said, "Let me check it out first." With that, she raised her hands to form a seal, channeling her magical power. A mystical spell shone and immediately spread through the air. As Wu Yin was concentrating on casting the spell, a deep, hoarse voice called out from a distance, "Superstitious tricks." She was startled and immediately stopped. Turning her head, she saw a man in the official robes of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau approaching. It was Han Zheng, the newly appointed director. He shouted coldly, putting on a show of gods and ghosts. The eunuch accompanying Wu Yin, seeing the tense situation, hurried forward, bowed, and said, "Lord Han, please calm your anger. This is the National Preceptor. His Majesty has instructed that he hopes you two will cooperate to resolve the matter at the Imperial Mausoleum soon." At this moment, far away in the palace, the emperor listened to a report, nodded, and chuckled softly. Indeed, when a man and a woman work together, everything goes smoothly. Back at the Imperial Mausoleum, Han Zheng waved his hand, gave a faint smile, and said to Wu Yin, "So it's the National Preceptor. This official has never believed in ghosts and spirits. I have already verified the problem in the underground palace. It's merely poisonous gas leaking from the rotting corpses due to cracks in the ancient tombs." Wu Yin slightly raised a hand to cover her face, looking at Han Zheng with a bewildered expression, and asked, "And you are?" In her mind, she thought, "He has a very strange smell on him." The eunuch immediately introduced him. "National Preceptor, this is the newly appointed director of the Imperial Astronomy Bureau, Lord Han Zheng." As soon as he heard this, Han Zheng strode closer, until the distance was only a hand's breadth. Wu Yin immediately stepped back, her face pale, then bent over to the side and retched. Han Jun was momentarily stunned. Then his face flushed red with anger. He raised his fan and slapped it hard against his hand, shouting, "What is the meaning of this? National preceptor." Wu Yin covered her mouth with one hand and waved the other slightly, saying intermittently, "Sorry, I didn't mean to." Before she could finish, she began to retch again, her breathing ragged as she screamed internally, "I can't stand it. It really stinks." Han Jun frowned, tightened his grip on his fan, slapped it against his hand, and ordered, "It seems the poisonous gas from the underground palace has spread here. Quickly take the national preceptor to the post station to rest." Immediately, 2 guards ran over with a stretcher and carried Wu Yin away. Lying on the stretcher, she weakly raised a hand and said, "No, you're mistaken." Meanwhile, Han Jun pinched his nose and watched her receding figure, telling himself, "My judgment was indeed correct. There are no demons or ghosts. It's all caused by poisonous gas." At the post station, in a room fragrant with tea, Wu Yin was resting and eating some snacks, but her mind was not at ease. She rested her chin on her hand and thought, what exactly is that strange smell on him? Could it really just be the poisonous gas from the underground palace? No, I should meet him again to confirm. So she stepped outside and asked the attending eunuch, "Eunuch, where is Lord Han now?" The eunuch clasped his hands respectfully and replied, "Reporting to the national preceptor, Lord Han has found a way to block the poisonous gas and is now heading to the underground palace." Wu Yin nodded slightly, but was still frowning in thought. So she asked further, "Have you ever smelled any strange odor on Lord Han?" The eunuch shook his head with a blank expression. Wu Yin murmured softly, "Could it be that only I can sense it?" Hearing this, an idea immediately struck the eunuch, and he quickly took out a brush and paper to write. "The third prince wants to know the details. I must take this opportunity to record every single word." Meanwhile, inside the Imperial Palace, Foam Canyon was practicing his swordsmanship in the courtyard. The wind blew his robes, and the glint of his sword flashed like lightning. Sanyu rushed to the training yard, saw Foam Canyon swinging his sword, and called out, "Imperial brother, you're still in the mood to practice? I just heard a rumor that the relationship between Wu Yin and that guy from the Imperial Astronomy Bureau is getting closer by the day." Foam Canyon stopped, rested the still-cold sword on his shoulder, tilted his head to look at him, and sneered, "Since you're here, why don't you practice with me for a bit?" Sanyu panicked and backed away, covering his mouth with both hands and waving them repeatedly. No, forget it. I haven't even finished the important part. Where are you going?" Foam Canyon frowned, a flash of anger in his eyes, as he snapped softly, "The Imperial Mausoleum." At this moment at the mausoleum, a group of soldiers and craftsmen were gathered, whispering, "I wouldn't dare try on that gas mask of Lord Han's, even if I had the guts." Hearing this, Wu Yin frowned slightly and thought, "It seems he's run into some trouble." As for Han Jun, he was sitting on a rock, holding his head in his hands, muttering in frustration, "Why won't any of them believe me?" Wu Yin slowly approached, looked at him with concern, and asked, "Hey, are you all right?" Han Jun suddenly looked up, and upon seeing her, he said in alarm, "Wu Yin, you've already been poisoned, yet you still dare to come here? Quick, put this on." He said this as he hurriedly took off the mask he was wearing and placed it in her hands. Wu Yin took it, dazed and not yet reacting. Han Jun stood up straight, puffed out his chest, and explained with a smug smile, "Inside this mask, I've stuffed cotton fibers and treated bamboo charcoal. It can perfectly eliminate the poisonous gas. You won't feel nauseous anymore now, right?" Han Jun's eyes shone with confidence as he awaited her answer, but Wu Yin remained silent for a moment, then took off the mask, her face turning pale before she quickly turned to the side and retched violently. Han Jun was startled and bewildered, rushing over to ask with concern, "How about I carry you out to rest?" Wu Yin hurriedly backed away, waving her hands. Her face flushed as she cried out, "No need. I really don't need you to carry me." After she finished speaking, she turned and ran, leaving Han Jun standing there, stunned. Just at this moment, Foam Canyon arrived from a distance, his sharp eyes happening to witness the entire scene. Foam Canyon had come to the Imperial Mausoleum to find Wu Yin when he suddenly saw Han Jun tightly gripping her hand and persuading her, "Don't be shy." Wu Yin struggled to break free. "Let me go." In Foam Canyon's eyes at that moment, Han Jun was no different from a scoundrel forcing himself on an innocent girl. Anger flared, and he immediately rushed forward, shouting, "She already said she doesn't want to." Wu Yin heard the familiar voice, turned around joyfully, and ran to embrace him. Her face lit up like a blooming flower. As she nuzzled her head against him and took a deep breath, she said, "Oh, my delicious treat has arrived. Let me take a good sniff." Foam Canyon was slightly surprised, then chuckled and hugged her, his gaze gentle, but he still reminded her shyly, "There are other people here. Control yourself a little." Enveloped in his warm embrace, Wu Yin inhaled the fresh scent on him, so happy that her entire soul brightened. Meanwhile, Han Jun was overjoyed to see Foam Canyon and bowed, saying, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, this humble official has always admired your talent and knowledge." But Foam Canyon didn't even crack a smile. Instead, his face darkened, and he glared at him, questioning, "What were you trying to do to the National Preceptor just now?" Those words struck Han Jun, and he stood frozen as if turned to stone. His heart felt like it was being pierced by 100 needles as he thought, "Why is my idol being so fierce with me?" Wu Yin quickly spoke up to explain for him, "My body is unwell, which is why I felt nauseous. It has nothing to do with Lord Han." She then leaned in close and whispered in Foam Canyon's ear, "He has a very strange smell on him. That's why I—" This intimate action was like a knife to Han Jun's heart. The thought, "My idol is so close to the person I despise," shattered his mind. Wu Yin hugged Foam Canyon and turned to say softly to Han Jun, "We've troubled Lord Han. Why don't we return to the post station first?" Suddenly, she saw a deathly aura billowing out from the Imperial Mausoleum surrounding Han Jun. She shouted in alarm, "Lord Han, be careful." Foam Canyon had also noticed. He immediately drew the soul-shattering sword from his hip, its blade flashing as he growled, its deathly aura. "Let me." Seeing the Crown Prince draw his sword and advance towards him, Han Jun's face turned pale, and he trembled. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, please wait." This humble official truly did nothing to the National Preceptor. At that moment, a fierce stream of deathly aura rushed out from the Imperial Mausoleum and was unexpectedly absorbed completely by Han Jun's body. Wu Yin stood stunned, her heart pounding as she thought all the deathly aura was absorbed by him. She asked worriedly, "Lord Han, do you feel anything unusual?" Han Jun brushed off his clothes and replied nonchalantly, I'm fine." But inside, he clutched his chest, trembling and crying out silently. "I was almost slashed by the Crown Prince. How could I feel fine?" He hurriedly bowed and said, "Your Highness, please forgive me. Perhaps the National Preceptor was poisoned because the gas mask still has some flaws. This humble official will return immediately to improve it." Wu Yin looked at him and thought to herself, "It seems he's completely unaware of what just happened." Wu Yin turned to Foam Canyon with a sigh, shaking her head and saying, "We're talking at cross purposes." Inside Han Jun's room, it was a different scene. Han Jun was tearing at his hair, slumped over the table, muttering, "What's wrong with the gas mask? I clearly did the best I could. Why was the National Preceptor still poisoned?" He leaned back in his chair, sighing in frustration, then suddenly froze, his eyes lighting up as he told himself, "Wait a minute." He slammed his hand on the table, shot up, and exclaimed, "The National Preceptor is a woman. And there's another reason for a woman to vomit. How could I have forgotten? Morning sickness." The moment that thought crossed his mind, he remembered His Majesty's instructions before he set out. "If the National Preceptor shows any unusual signs, report to us immediately." Han Jun paced back and forth in his room, muttering to himself, then nodded as if he had figured everything out. It's all clear now. The rumors that the Crown Prince and the National Preceptor developed feelings for each other after spending so much time together are true. Meanwhile, in Wu Yin's room, a eunuch brought a tray of items and said respectfully, "National Preceptor, these were all sent by Lord Han. He also sent a message for you to rest well. He will take care of the matter at the underground palace, so you need not worry." Foam Canyon, standing nearby, heard this and frowned, a storm brewing in his heart as he thought, "Is this little brat trying to flirt with Wu Yin?" But Wu Yin calmly accepted the items, thinking, Han Jun is suddenly being so nice to me. He just wants me to leave this place sooner. She picked up a bottle of medicine, twirling it in her hand with a slight smile, and said, "This Han Jun is quite interesting." The moment those words fell, Foam Canyon's face darkened. He stood up abruptly and said coldly, "I'm leaving." Wu Yin was startled and immediately reached out to grab his sleeve, her voice pleading, "Don't go." Hearing this, the corner of Foam Canyon's mouth curled up, and he thought smugly, "I'm still the one who's truly more interesting." Wu Yin not only held his sleeve, but also wrapped her arms tightly around his, looking up at him coquettishly and saying, "My reserve of deathly aura is almost depleted, and I've been vomiting quite a bit these past 2 days. so give me some more food." Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him expectantly. Feng Canyon sighed, lowered his head, and said in a deep voice, "So that's what it is. I'm still just your emergency rations, aren't I?" He raised Wu Yin's chin with his hand, his sharp eyes asking softly, "If there was someone else who could replace me, would you still choose me?" Hearing Feng Canyon's words, Wu Yin was stunned, vaguely wondering to herself, what's wrong with him again? She looked dazed, then thought, in storybooks, when a situation like this occurs, the next step is usually a confession, right? As soon as the thought flashed through her mind, Wu Yin gently pushed Feng Canyon away and looked straight into his eyes for a long time. A complex light flickered in her eyes, and her hands clenched, trembling in her lap as she screamed internally, "How am I supposed to answer this? If I can't find a way to extend my life, I have less than a year left to live." After a moment of hesitation, she bit her lip, about to speak. As soon as Feng Canyon heard this, he frowned slightly and thought to himself, "She's about to say something I don't want to hear again." He cut her off in a low voice, "How about?" Then he leaned down and suddenly placed his lips on hers, their warm lips pressing together, their breaths intertwined, and time seemed to stand still. Wu Yin's eyes widened, then slowly closed. Her body trembled, but then she went limp in his arms. The long kiss made her cheeks flush and her breath ragged. When he pulled away, Feng Canyon leaned in close and asked her in a slightly mocking tone, "If it's not one of a kind, what's the point of being emergency rations? That should be enough for a snack, right? If there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." After speaking, he turned and left, his back clearly showing his sulkiness. Wu Yin stared blankly and took a step to follow, but then stopped, her hand gently touching her trembling lips as she thought, "Forget it. Some words, once spoken, will only cause more trouble later." The next morning, she was still lying in bed in silence, her eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling like a sleepless maiden. She thought, "It's already morning so quickly. What did he mean by what he said yesterday?" She sat up and rubbed her chin thoughtfully. "According to my shallow understanding, does it mean that if he can't be my lover, he's not willing to be my emergency rations either?" As soon as the thought ended, Wu Yin's face turned red, and she hit her head against the wall, lamenting silently. "He's already said that. If I still pretend nothing happened, it would be too cruel. What should I do now?" She held her head, ruffling her hair in distress, muttering for a while before letting out a shy, stifled sound and telling herself, "Forget it. Now is not the time to think about these things. The task His Majesty assigned is still not finished." She changed her clothes quickly and tiptoed outside, looking around as she thought, while they're still in bed, "I'll go to the Imperial Mausoleum first to check things out." But unexpectedly, as soon as she pushed the door open, she ran into Han Jun standing there. She immediately panicked, covered her mouth, and rushed past him, stammering, "I'm so sorry, Lord Han. I'm in a hurry to get to work and can't entertain you." Han Jun reached out and held her back, forcefully shoving the mask in her hand and saying, "I knew you wouldn't stay put. It's a good thing I came in time." Han Jun handed the mask to Wu Yin and slowly explained, "Your body is in a special condition right now. If you want to enter the Imperial Mausoleum, you must wear this improved gas mask of mine." Hearing this, Wu Yin covered her nose and grimaced, thinking, "You're the one who's special. I'm only special because I was fumigated by the stench coming from you." She frowned, but then was suddenly startled, wondering to herself, "Why can't I smell that stench anymore?" The thought flashed, and she immediately moved closer to Han Jun, sniffing a few times. Seeing her suddenly get close, Han Jun was so shocked he scrambled backward, his face pale as he cried out, "What are you trying to do? If His Highness the Crown Prince sees this, I'm done for." Wu Yin paid him no mind, reached out, grabbed his arm, pulled him close, and said, "Don't move. Let me study this for a moment." Just then, the door was pushed open forcefully, and Feng Canyon walked in from outside. He raised a hand to his forehead, holding his head, feeling a bit of regret that I was too rash last night. I should go and comfort her. But as soon as he entered, he saw Wu Yin pressed up against Han Jun, their posture looking for all the world like an intimate embrace. In an instant, fury erupted in his eyes. The face that had intended to be gentle immediately turned black, and he roared in his mind, "Comfort my foot." Seeing Wu Yin intimately embracing and whispering with Han Jun, Feng Canyon's face immediately darkened. He strode towards the two of them. When Wu Yin turned and saw Feng Canyon, her eyes lit up as if she had found her savior. She rejoiced inwardly, thinking, "This is a good topic to make peace with him." She immediately reached out to welcome him and said, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, I just discovered something very strange." Before she could finish, her arm was seized by Phone Canyon. He coldly grabbed her and unceremoniously threw her over his shoulder, as if she were a precious treasure no one else could touch. Wen Yin was startled by being suddenly carried away. Her eyes were wide and dazed, not yet able to react. Phone Canyon turned and strode quickly towards his own room, his steps firm and decisive, carrying a blazing anger. Wen Yin, now dangling over his shoulder, still turned her head to look at Han Zhun as if for help. Han Zhun stood there dumbfounded, sweat beading on his forehead, his heart pounding with anxiety. He stammered to Phone Canyon, well, this humble official has something to say, but I don't know if I should." Hearing this, Phone Canyon whipped his head around, his eyes red with fury, his voice as cold as ice as he cut him off. "Then shut your mouth." Hearing Phone Canyon scolding, Han Zhun immediately covered his mouth, his eyes turning red as he cried silently. I just wanted to remind him that one must absolutely not be reckless during the early stages of pregnancy. Otherwise, it will be extremely dangerous. Inside Phone Canyon's room, he angrily carried Wen Yin and threw her straight onto the bed. Wen Yin flipped over, propping herself up on the mattress with both hands. Her eyes flashed with fire as she glared at him and asked, "Are you going to stop? If you have something to say it directly." Phone Canyon growled and moved closer, planting his arms firmly on either side of her, trapping her. His hot breath fanned across her face, making her heart pound. He stared at her, then suddenly ripped open his own robe and brought it close to her face, asking in a deep, hoarse voice, "How does he taste?" Wen Yin's face flushed red as she lowered her head and thought, "He doesn't have any taste at all. But you." Wen Yin silently inched closer and took a whiff. Her mind felt like it exploded. "Oh, it smells so good, I can't think straight anymore." All reason seemed to be blown away by the wind. She hurriedly pushed him away, her voice trembling as she said, "Put your clothes on first. This moment is truly testing the limits of my self-control. You're mine." Phone Canyon refused to let go. He pulled her against his chest, holding her so tightly she could barely breathe. His neck was close to her lips, his low voice enunciating every word. "Trying to change the subject again? Don't even dream of it, Grand Preceptor. You've been taking without giving for so long, refusing to give me a clear answer. So today I'll definitely force you to say it." His heart was in turmoil. "If I weren't your reserved food, would you still be willing to choose me?" Ngunian sighed, her gaze softening slightly. She said in a low voice, "Have you forgotten what I said? I couldn't bring myself to devour you completely anymore." Phone Canyon crossed his arms, raised an eyebrow, and sneered, "Of course I remember." And then what? His attitude was that of a man who, given an inch, was now demanding a mile. Ngunian was fuming, her face burning hot. She snapped, "What? And then what? Do I really need to spell out for you?" Phone Canyon crossed his arms and leaned back, shamelessly saying, "Yes." Ngunian bit her lip, trembling with anger. She looked straight into his eyes and called out, "Phone Canyon, there are some words." But then she thought to herself, "Can I wait until I find a way to prolong my life before I tell you?" Just then, a shout came from outside. "What is all this ruckus?" Ngunian was startled, her heart skipping a beat as she thought, "What on earth is happening outside?" Outside, Han Chan was speaking with the eunuch, his expression extremely grave. He said angrily, "They all went down without gas masks. It's too dangerous. Let me go call them back." With that, Han Chan immediately rushed off like the wind. When the eunuch saw Ngunian and Phone Canyon, he immediately bowed, his voice urgent. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, Grand Preceptor." Just now, this old servant saw a few workers sneaking down into the underground palace. This old servant pressed them, asking if they had Lord Han's permission, but they didn't answer. Their eyes were vacant, and their expressions were extremely strange. Ngunian turned her head to glance at Phone Canyon. An uneasy premonition rose in her heart, as if something terrifying was gradually approaching. At that moment in the Imperial Mausoleum, those workers were holding tools and smashing the stone walls. The shocking sound echoed throughout the tomb chamber. Han Chan hurriedly rushed over and shouted, "Stop!" However, the workers didn't stop their actions in the slightest. Instead, they turned around in unison. Their eyes were as red as blood. Seeing this, a chill ran down Han Chan's spine, and he trembled inwardly, thinking, "It's rumored that the toxic gas in some ancient tombs can corrode a person's mind. It seems that's true." His hands trembling, he He immediately pulled out a mask, his voice urgent. "Quick, put on your masks, or you'll be poisoned." Just then, Fong Condemn ran over, his sharp gaze fixed as he shouted, "Han Chan, stand still, don't move." As soon as Han Chan turned his head, he was stunned to see Nguyen tightly gripping a purple soul in her hand. The thing trembled and then vanished in an instant. Nguyen was slightly startled, thinking to herself, it was the same last night. The purple soul vanished as soon as it encountered him, and then the rotten smell on his body also disappeared. Could it all be related? Han Chan's eyes looked at her, full of suspicion. Before he could speak, the gate of the tomb chamber suddenly shook violently, then shattered, with large pieces of stone falling down. Nguyen clenched her fists, her expression grave as she thought, "This is bad. They've been controlled by the purple souls, and the tomb gate is broken." She immediately turned to Fong Condemn, her voice decisive. "Your Highness the Crown Prince, quickly block the entrance. Don't let these people rush in. Leave things in here to me." Fong Condemn didn't say a word. He immediately drew his sword, its blade flashing with a cold light. At the same time, Nguyen formed a hand seal. Magic appeared, enveloping the surroundings. The workers roared and charged straight forward. Seeing this, Han Chan didn't have time to think and rushed to block Nguyen, shouting, "Grand Preceptor, be careful." Nguyen cried out in alarm, "Lord Han, it's dangerous." But just as the workers reached out to grab Han Chan, their bodies simultaneously began to tremble. Then they suddenly retreated, stepping backward one by one into the depths of the tomb chamber, as if pushed back by an invisible force. This episode ends here. If you enjoyed it, please give me a like and a share, so I have more motivation to make more videos. Remember to follow to watch the next episodes. I wish you all a day full of energy.